Hey friends, welcome to Shigaraki. So today we are gonna see, what if Vigilante Deku had corrupted Quirk, part 1. So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18p. Plus exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Usually, I don't fear anything. Fear is weakness, and I've blasted my way through more than I can count. I'm explosive, I blow things to bits, literally. What's the big deal? Give me an obstacle, and I'll blow it to bits. So who would have thought I'd find myself feeling this level of fear? Standing here, in the suffocating darkness of this dense forest, I've never been this scared in my life. Scared, barely scratches the surface. Terrified, frightened, horrified. Those fit the bill better. And it's not because I'm stuck in the middle of a goddamn labyrinth of trees, surrounded by darkness so thick I can't see an inch in any direction. It's not the eerie hoots of owls or the rustling of leaves that sends a shiver down my spine. I could obliterate all that with a single blast, no sweat. No, what's got my guts twisted is not the things I can kill but the things I can't control. And right now, that troubling entity is Deku. I can't control how he's breathing or the fever that holds him captive. I can't even mess with the chaotic thoughts racing through his feverish mind. And he's too delirious, too out of it, to grasp my words. So much for his endless intelligence. Nerd. And I know, now is not the time to dwell on the what-ifs. This is not the time to kick myself for thinking that this all could have been prevented. If I just abandoned my pride and listened to what Deku was saying. Helped him even when he said he didn't need it. Made the right calls earlier even when he insisted he was fine. Because that's what heroes do, right? They observe their surroundings, read between the lines, and make the correct decisions. But what have I done? I only made wrong decisions so far. Now we're here, with Deku slumped against the cold ground. His breaths coming in heavy gasps, his eyes glazed with feverish delirium, babbling incoherently about things that make no sense, clinging desperately to his side as if sheer will can push away the pain. But it's clear from the blood on his lips that it's not just his side that's hurting him. I'm losing it. I know I need to do something, anything, but my body feels heavy and sluggish. As if I'm slogging through mud. Kachan, I'm sorry, I don't want to slow you down. But can I just have some water, please? I'm really thirsty, he croaks, his voice barely a whisper. Without thinking, I grab the bottle laying a few feet away from my bag, limp back to him, unscrew the cap, and tilt his head up to let him drink. But as soon as he takes a sip, he starts coughing, and pain twists his face into a mask of agony. He clasps his chest like it's about to burst, as if holding himself together might prevent his lungs from escaping. With each desperate cough, his body folds in on itself, but all I can do is rub his back helplessly. After a moment, he collapses against the ground, panting heavily. But then, suddenly, he grips my hand as I try to get him to drink again. Wait, R trickles and mingles with the crimson drops pooling on the earth beneath him. Mom, please don't leave me. It hurts, Mom, it hurts a lot, please make it stop, he sobs, his voice breaking apart like shattered glass. I wanted bark at him for calling me his mom. Does he think I'm as old and worn as that hag? But those words die on my lips because I know, I'm to blame for this. I know exactly why we're stuck in this hell. Why he can't tell reality from the fever-induced wild. Shish, Izuku, come on. Stop crying like a baby and breathe. We need to finish this assignment, and you're slowing me down by not listening. I say stop crying this instant and breathe, damn it. The words spill out, desperate and harsh. Wait, when did I start calling him Izuku? It doesn't matter, not when he's hyperventilating like this. He's not hearing anything, just pulling at his hair, kicking his legs like a child throwing a tantrum. He's shaking, each sob rattling him to the core. I grab his wrist, trying to pry his fingers open. But then he goes still. His trembling eases, his eyes rolling back in his head. No. Deku, you need to stay awake. You know it. I start slapping his face lightly. Desperation clawing at my throat. Nothing. I shake him harder, urgency flooding my veins. Deku. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei has clearly lost his mind if he thinks I can survive an hour with Deku. Of course, I will kill him the moment we are alone. I hate him. No, scratch that. I loathe him. I despise every fiber of his pathetic being. I hate the way he grins like an idiot, the sound of his stupid laugh. The way he walks all awkward like he's tripped over his own feet for fun. Don't even get me started on how he scratches that dumb head of his whenever he's confused, as if it's going to make him any less of a fucking nerd. The way he blabber all the time with no end. And those hazel eyes, they are the most disgusting thing of him. They practically scream trust, like I'm some kind of god who will never betray him. Who will always stay with him. What a joke. Back when we were kids, I didn't loathe him this much. Sure, we'd play around with All Might plushies, and I'd always win because Deku was such a clumsy mess. Sometimes, I'd let him win just to keep him from bursting into tears like a little baby. Because angry Deku is dangerous Deku. But even then, he never stayed mad. For long, always off in his happy-go-lucky little world, blissfully unaware of the harsh reality around him. When he was announced as quirkless, I started putting distance between us. There was no way in hell I wanted to be seen hanging around some worthless loser like him. But Deku, he clung to me like a damn parasite, oblivious to the signals I was throwing his way. Did he really think I'd want to stay friends with someone as worthless as him? That day by the river was the last straw. I was trying to show everyone I could be reliable, that they could count on me, that I was the one they should trust to lead the way. But there he was, reaching out a hand to help me when I slipped. I wasn't supposed to fall like that, and I sure as hell wasn't supposed to show weakness. He wasn't supposed to help me. From that moment, my hatred for him turned into a raging fire. Then, when he got into Ua, I wanted to scream. How could a quirkless weakling like Deku even get a foot in the door at my dream academy? I thought I'd finally have some peace and quiet without him pestering me all the time, but he proved me wrong with that flashy new quirk of his. Great, just what I needed. And now Aizawa Sensei has the audacity to shove us into this hellhole to spend 2 entire days together. Our assignment is fairly simple. Something is hidden in Kinnigan Hill, and we need to find it and bring it back. There are clues or whatever at checkpoints to guide us. Remember, this assignment is not to test your speed. It is to test your analytical, combative and survival skills. You can carry as much Loa D as you want, but my advice is to carry just the necessary items. Every checkpoint is a test in itself. Every time you acquire your clue, I'll be notified. Whenever you feel like you cannot continue or don't want to continue, you can send a SOS code from any checkpoint. There is an emergency kit at one of the checkpoint for you. If you fail to bring the hidden object together, you fail. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Deku replies like the obedient little puppy he is. Yeah, whatever, I mumble. We set off into the forest together, and I'm already grinding my teeth. If it weren't for this glorified babysitting mission, I could have finished this task in a couple of hours. But no, here I am, dragging my feet alongside the very person I can't stand. All I want is to find the damn object, get it over with, and escape this mess. But with Deku trailing behind me, who knows how long it will take? This is going to be a nightmare. I could hardly contain my excitement for this assignment. When Aizawa say Friday, my heart raced, and I practically bounced out of my seat, like a kid on Christmas morning. But then came the moment of truth, the pairs. My joy plummeted faster than a falling meteor when I learned I was stuck with Kachan. Seriously, of all people, but I wouldn't let a little mishap like this dampen my spirits. If I just maintain my distance, surely it wouldn't be that bad. Right, I started, mentally piecing together a list of everything we'd need on that mountain. Water, snacks, first aid kit, rope, the essentials. And once I had all that sorted, one conclusion stood out: I needed a big bag. A really big one. That shouldn't be a problem. Uraraka-san loves hitting the mall with me. She'll help me find the perfect backpack, something spacious enough to hold everything. Monday found us at the foot of Kinnigan Hill with the sun shining brightly on us. The chirping of birds created a cheerful soundtrack in the background, adding to the vibrant atmosphere that I couldn't help but love. The thrill of the quest awaiting us made my heart race with excitement. We both arrived early, and were waiting for Aizawa Sensei to give us our instructions. But before I could really dive into my thoughts, Kachan stormed over. His usual fiery demeanor on full display. Hey, Deku, if you don't want to be crushed, better stay fucking out of my way. Got it? His tone was commanding, leaving no room for argument. But we are paired together, and that means we will have to work together, I reminded him nonchalantly, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't want you fucking with my assignment. You'll ruin it just like you always do. So just better stay away from me. I nodded, not wanting to escalate things further. Arguing with Kachan was rarely productive, he always seemed to find a way to turn everything into an explosive confrontation. After All Might's legacy was passed to me, I had hoped that maybe, just maybe, Kachan would reconsider our past and we could rekindle our friendship. After all, we had been friends once, back when we were not branded. But that hopeful notion evaporated the moment we clashed during our first class with All Might, our very first duel as heroes. The reminder of that fight was painful. It solidified the stark reality that we were not friends anymore. But that's okay, really. I have so many friends now, who cares about me, listen to my ideas, and respect me. They didn't call me names or throw around harsh words like Kachan did. Logically, I knew I shouldn't let this bother me so much. This attitude doesn't suit a hero. Heroes are supposed to be kind and always ready to help others, no matter the circumstances. I couldn't let these negative feelings distract me from my dream of becoming a hero just like All Might. Aizawa-sensei arrived and began explaining the assignment. His tone always calm and collected. He subtly pointed out the size of my bag, which practically towered over me. I could feel the heat rise to my cheeks, but I swallowed my embarrassment. I was prepared. I packed only the most necessary items in there. After all, I had learned the hard way that being ready for any situation was essential. I glanced over at Kachan, who stood with his small bag slung casually over one shoulder. How will he survive with so little was beyond me. He must have some sort of crazy confidence in his own strength. As we entered the forest, a wave of giddiness surged through me. What's the first clue? Where do we look for it? How will we know if what we find is the clue? Do we check every tree? Should we look for signs in the soil or examine every rock if it was buried? Maybe there's a cave somewhere. Oh, or we could ask the animals. Koda would have been so happy to do that. Shut up, you damn nerd, Kachan shot back, already putting his hands into his pockets and picking up his pace. I really should pay attention when I'm thinking out loud. What if I accidentally spill all our secrets about catching a villain right in front of him? That would be a disaster. Imagine a villain interrogating me and I blurt out our entire plan. Or worse, I blabber out the flaws in his nefarious plan in front of him, without restraint. It would be an instant fail. And I can see the headlines now. Deku the all-too-innocent hero blows it again. Yeah, that would earn me so many points towards my dream of becoming the best hero. Okay, focus, Izuku, focus. We really need a plan. Without one, we would be roaming aimlessly on this mountain like lost ants. Summoning my courage, I prepared to verbalize my idea, but the thing with Kachan is, well, it's always slightly intimidating. I never have a problem speaking my mind, usually, but with Kachan, I find myself scrutinizing every word, weighing the consequences before I let anything slip. Kachan, we need a plan to find our clue. Maybe we should. I know that, nerd. You don't give commands to me. Got it. He pointed firmly at me, then jabbed his finger at himself, emphasizing his point. His reply was like a slap in the face, but somehow, it didn't hurt at all. After all these years, I know which words to pick and which ones to ignore. Sometimes, it feels like I've mastered his language. I can sense which subjects will trigger him and which will help calm the storm brewing in his chest. The subdued topics are few and far between, like precious gems hidden amidst a rocky landscape. There are moments when Kachan seems like an absolute enigma. So unpredictable, just like an alien. He becomes aggressive over something mundane, like the weather or the paint on the wall. But that's the thing, I've learned to accept him as he is. He was about to say something more when he suddenly froze, his attention snagged fixatedly on something to my right. I turned to follow his fierce gaze, curiosity bubbling up inside me. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the thicket of trees, just tall and usually unremarkable trunks swaying effortlessly in the wind. But as I looked closer, something caught my eye, a tree standing out from the rest. I squinted, trying to see what makes it unique. I opened my mouth to voice my thoughts, but before I could utter a word, Kachan was already striding towards it. Ignoring the fact that he left me behind, again, I rushed after him. When we reached the tree, my heart skipped as I realized what we both saw, an arrow scratched into the bark. Its lines sharp and clear against the rough texture. It was like a breadcrumb trail left for us, and before I knew it, we were checking nearby trees, discovering more arrows etched into the wood. Each one seemed to guide us deeper into the woods. After an hour of following the arrows, we stumbled upon a tree with a downward arrow. There were no arrows on any of the other trees, suggesting the end of our trail. But what truly snagged my attention, making my brain immediately start whirring, wasn't the arrow itself. It was the small, silver whistle tied to the tree trunk just above it. A whistle. My mind raced. Is this the clue? Is this what we're supposed to find? But if the whistle was the key, why was the arrow pointing down, away from it? Wouldn't it make much more sense for the arrow to point directly at the whistle, or maybe have a little drawing of a whistle next to it? Instead, this solitary downward arrow seemed to be telling us something was below the tree, and honestly, that felt completely unhelpful. The area beneath the tree looks clean. Come to think of it, the place looks too clean as compared to the path we walked so far, covered with leaves, twigs and occasional flower petals. Could it be that the clue was actually buried here, right beneath our feet? Before I could even fully process the conflicting signals, Kachan, with his usual terrifying decisiveness, instantly dropped to his knees and began digging into the ground with his bare hands. Kachan, wait, I squeaked out, my voice probably a little higher than I intended. I have a trowel in my bag. You don't need to use your hands. Don't you dare to slow me down. He snapped without even looking up, his voice a low growl. Doll, I care, but don't you poke your fucking nose in my business. With a resigned sigh, I replied, okay, Kachan. I will just dig around to cover the ground faster. After rummaging through my bag, I finally found my trowel and plunged it into the dirt beside him. As minutes ticked by, we dug in relative silence, both of us consumed by the task at hand. The sweat trickled down my brow, and soon we were both covered in dirt. Suddenly, a triumphant roar burst through the quiet of the forest. Yes, Kachan's voice, full of that raw, explosive energy, made me jump. My heart, which had been a little heavy with the familiar tension between us, suddenly started racing with anticipation. I leaned forward eagerly, peering over his shoulder. And there it was, the edge of a wooden box, peeking out from the dark earth. I silently got to work, carefully digging around the box with my own trowel, trying not to get in Kachan's way but also wanting to help uncover our objective. It felt like an eternity, painstakingly excavating the soil from around the buried treasure. Finally, after what felt like a monumental effort, we managed to wrestle the box free from the earth and set it on the ground before us, dirt clinging to its rough surface. The first thing we both noticed was the lock, a solid, metallic obstacle standing between us and whatever secrets the box held. While Kachan immediately focused on the practical, finding a key, his gaze fixed intently on the churned-up dirt where we'd unearthed the box, digging with renewed fervor, my attention was drawn to the details. My eyes roamed over the engravings on the lock, my analytical brain immediately trying to decipher their meaning. There was a symbol of a flying bird, beautifully etched, paired with a microphone. A bird and a microphone. My mind raced through possible connections. What could that possibly mean? Is it a code, a riddle? I looked around the immediate area, searching for any sign of a bird or anything that might offer a clue, my eyes scanning the branches above and the ground around the tree. Walking around the trunk, my gaze fell upon something I hadn't noticed before, a small, dark hole in the bark, positioned on the opposite side of where we found the box. Could this be related to the bird engraving? My curiosity, a powerful force that often overrides my common sense, took over. Carefully, I began to climb the tree, my fingers gripping the rough bark, pulling myself upwards. When I reached the level of the hole, I carefully peered inside. At first, it was just a void of darkness, revealing absolutely nothing. It was impossible to see anything. Just as I leaned in a bit more, trying to adjust my position and angle for a clearer view of the inside, I felt a sudden, sharp stinging sensation right on my nose. Arg! I cried out in surprise, my hands instinctively flying to my face. In that moment of startled pain, I lost my grip on the bark and tumbled down, landing with an ungraceful thud on the ground below. The impact jarred me, but the sting on my nose was the more immediate concern. What are you doing, shithead? Kachan's voice, full of his usual irritation, cut through my daze. I rubbed my nose, wincing at the lingering sting, and glanced back up at the hole. Despite the embarrassment and the pain, my curiosity was now piqued even more. What just happened? Just then, a small head with beady, intelligent eyes peeked out from the hollow in the tree. It was a woodpecker, its head tilted as it seemed to assess us with a curious, almost mischievous look. A small, involuntary chuckle escaped my lips despite the sting on my nose and the awkward fall. It was just so unexpected and a little bit comical. "Kachan," I said, standing up and brushing the dirt off my clothes, a cautious excitement starting to bubble up inside me. I think the key might be in there." He instantly rounded on me, his expression one of suspicion and disbelief. "And how do you know that, Deku? Did Aizawa tell you something?" he snapped, his voice laced with accusation. "No," I quickly replied, shaking my head. "I saw a bird engraving on the lock. Maybe it's a clue. It makes sense now. I still don't know about the microphone, though." His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in them. "If you're messing with me to slow me down, I will kill you." Before I could even respond, he launched a small explosion right beside the hole in the tree. The sudden blast of heat and sound was startling. The woodpecker shrieked in alarm, swooped down from the hole, and in a flash of feathers and fury, gave a hard, sharp peck right on Kachan's head. "Ah!" Kachan roared, blasting explosions with both his hands, trying to keep the irate bird away. The woodpecker, seemingly unfazed by his explosions, simply flew back to the hole and perched on the edge, its beady eyes fixed on Kachan. The scene was so utterly absurd, the explosive hero being harassed by a small bird, that I would have felt truly sorry for Kachan if the situation wasn't so incredibly comical. I couldn't help but giggle lightly again, this time managing to mostly cover it with a cough. "Shut up, Deku," Kachan bellowed, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fury. "If you are so smart ass, you fetch the key yourself." Okay, a direct challenge. My mind was already working on a solution. The bird was protecting the hole, likely because it was its home. How could I get the key without harming the bird? I scanned my bag, searching for anything that might help. Seeds. I always carried a small bag of birdseed, a little habit from watching birds in the park. I quickly brought out the small bag and started looking for some seeds to offer the bird, hoping to lure it away from the hole. I scattered a few seeds near the base of the tree and then, with a deep breath, I attempted to make a peculiar noise, something I'd read somewhere might attract birds. It was probably a terrible bird call, but I tried my best. After a few tries, to my surprise and relief, the bird started heading towards the ground, its attention seemingly caught by the seeds. Seeing his opportunity, Kachan instantly started to climb the tree. When he reached the hole and tightened his hold on the trunk to reach inside with one hand, the woodpecker, as if sensing his intention, flew right next to him and gave him 3 sharp, rapid pecks on his hand. "Gah!" Kachan yelped, his grip faltering. With another frustrated roar, he slid down the tree trunk rather ungracefully, landing with a thud not far from me. He glared up at the bird, which had returned to its perch by the hole. "I saw the key in there," he grumbled, rubbing his hand. "But how the hell do we fetch it with that fucking bird protecting it?" Suddenly, it all clicked in my head. The whistle, the bird and the microphone on the lock, the woodpecker protecting its home, and the whistle tied to the tree. It wasn't a clue to something below the tree, it was a clue to something that could drive the bird away. It had to be Mike Sensei's work. His love for loud noises and theatrical flair. "Kachan," I exclaimed, my voice full of newfound understanding and excitement. "The whistle, that's what the microphone symbol meant. We need a loud noise to keep the bird away so that the other person can go and grab the key." I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was it, our first real victory on this assignment. And a brilliant way to announce it to Aizawa Sensei, who was probably watching us from somewhere nearby. I know why Sensei chose this particular mountain for us. His shift this week is nearby, and he wants to keep a close eye on us. He probably thinks we're going to kill each other any moment, given our history. But I had other plans. This assignment was a chance to prove we could work together, even if it was a messy, yelling, explosion-filled kind of teamwork. "Then give me the whistle," Kachan said, his eyes fixed on the bird with a vengeful glint. He snatched the whistle from my hand. "I will kill that bird for hurting me." A small wave of worry for the woodpecker passed trying to reason with Kachan about bird safety in this moment was futile. "Okay, Kachan," I said, taking a breath. "On the count of 3. Before I could even start the count, the piercing, ear-splitting shriek of the whistle erupted through the forest. Fee. Within. I rolled that was probably completely lost on Kachan in his whistling frenzy. I quickly scaled the tree again. The bird, startled by the sudden, incredibly loud noise, had flown away a bit, hovering nervously in the air. I reached into the hole, my fingers fumbling for the small, metallic key. I felt it. Grasping it tightly, I slid down the tree as quickly as I could, seeing the bird start to edge back towards the hole as the whistling began to falter slightly. Stumbling next to the box, my hands were shaking a little with a mix of adrenaline and excitement. I fumbled with the key for a second, then inserted it into the lock. With a satisfying click, the lock opened with ease. Our first puzzle solved. Before I could even fully register the feeling of accomplishment, Kachan came running back from where he'd been keeping the bird at bay with his relentless whistling. He didn't even pause, just swooped in and snatched the box right out of my hands. My initial instinct was to protest, but I held back. It wasn't worth the inevitable explosion. Inside, nestled on a surprisingly luxurious purple velvet bottom, with sides that gleamed like polished gold, was a scroll. It sat there, looking incredibly graceful and, dare I say, almost mocking at our disheveled, dirt-covered appearance. A delicate golden thread was tied neatly around it. The whole box, with its rich colors and shiny details, looked completely out of place in the middle of the forest, incredibly luxurious, like something you'd find in a fancy gift shop, not buried under a tree. Tucked inside the lid of the box, almost as an afterthought, was a small, basic emergency medical kit. That's practical, I thought, a little surprised by its inclusion. My hand instinctively reached for the scroll, my fingers already working to untie the golden thread, eager to see what the next clue was. But just as I was about to loosen the knot, Kachan snatched it from me with a speed that always surprises me. "Do you have a death wish, Deku?" he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Keep your filthy hands away from my clue, dickhead." I flinched back, letting him have it. It was easier that way. I watched him as he roughly unrolled the scroll, his expression quickly shifting from his usual aggressive scowl to one of confusion. His brows drew together in a deep furrow as he read the words. My own curiosity was burning, and cautiously, I leaned over his shoulder, trying to read the scroll myself. The words on the parchment were written in a clear, elegant script. "I come from muddy places but am beautiful and pure. People love me for my looks and my spiritual charm. I have your next clue. Come and get it before I close the shop for the day." I read the riddle, my brain already trying to process the meaning. Muddy places, beautiful and pure, spiritual charm, a shop. It was a riddle, a classic one, likely another hint from one of our teachers. But what could it be? My mind started listing things that fit the description, trying to connect the seemingly disparate clues. Kachan was still staring at the scroll, his confusion evident. He wasn't shouting or exploding, just thinking. It was a rare sight, and for a moment, I almost forgot about the tension between us, focused entirely on the riddle before us. The next clue was waiting, and we had to figure out where to go before the shop closed. That last line added a sense of urgency. Finally, that damn wooden box. After digging like a goddamn mole and having that annoying bird peck at me, seriously, a bird? What kind of bullshit is this assignment? This is what we found. A fancy-ass scroll tied with some gold thread, sitting on purple velvet like it was royalty. And a goddamn first aid kit stuck to the lid. What the hell are they expecting us to do out here? Get mauled by bears? And Deku, that goddamn nerd, was already fumbling with the scroll. I snatched it from his hands the second he untied it. Not that he did much, just stood there looking like a startled rabbit while I did the real work. I unrolled the scroll, my eyes scanning the words. "I come from muddy places but am beautiful and pure. People love me for my looks and my spiritual charm. I have your next clue. Come and get it before I close the shop for the day." What the hell does this mean? I growled, glaring at the cryptic bullshit. Where the fuck am I OSED to find a shop in this goddamn place? We're in the middle of a goddamn forest, surrounded by trees and dirt, and some asshole wants me to find a shop. I could feel the heat rising under my skin. I was so goddamn furious I felt like lashing out right now, just blasting everything into oblivion. First, that feathered menace pecked me, Katsuki Bakugo, the guy who's going to be number one. Then, this cryptic bullshit. It was probably some stupid riddle designed to waste my time. And to top it all off, Deku was right there, still breathing, still existing. He was like an irritating orn that I wish I could just get rid of for good. He was already muttering, his brain probably trying to process the riddle in that pathetic, mumbling way of his. "Muddy place," he mumbled, his eyes darting around. It should be somewhere near mud. Before he could launch into one of his usual rambling analyses, the ones that somehow managed to be both obvious and completely useless at the same time, I cut him off. Great thinking, Deku, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. This place is so goddamn clean that finding a muddy spot will hardly be an issue. I rolled my eyes internally. Of course, the idiot would state the obvious. But he ignored me, as he always did when he got lost in his own head, and continued rambling. I caught some phrases through his mumbles, something about, something near water, and then, annoyingly, accurately, the Serpent River. The Serpent River. That damn river is around here somewhere. My brain, despite my fury, registered the possibility. Water, muddy places, it fit the first line. At least. Then he opened his mouth again, and the real agony began. I think we should go over there, Kachan. The river isn't far from here. We just need to look for signs of water. Maybe we could take a little break there, it's already lunchtime. I brought some rice cakes, mochi, kimchi and cup ramen. I didn't think about where I'd find hot water, but I figured if you were with me, you could boil some for me. Only if you want to though. I don't want to be a burden or anything. My blood pressure was skyrocketing. He just kept going on and on and on, his voice getting softer and more hesitant with each word. Rice cakes, mochi, cup ramen, was he on a goddamn picnic? And asking me to boil water. The sheer nerve of this guy. Just shut up, I roared, my voice echoing through the trees. Cutting him off mid-ramble. How the hell could he speak for so long? Without taking a goddamn breath. It was infuriating. Don't say another word. I glared at him, my hands already sparking with pent-up energy. I am keeping the box and going to find that river myself. Keep your mouth shut. Got it. Without waiting for his pathetic reply, I blasted explosions to propel myself into the air. I didn't need his permission. I didn't need his help. I didn't need him. I soared over the trees, putting as much goddamn distance between myself and that annoying, mumbling, useless Deku as humanly possible. I needed to get away from him, away from his muttering and his pathetic attempts at conversation. Serpent River. Fine. I'd find the damn river, I'd figure out the goddamn riddle. I'd get the next clue, and I'd do it faster and better than he ever could. By myself. Because that's how I did things. And Deku could just try to keep up. If he even could, the useless goddamn nerd. I nodded, trying to get he took off again. Wait, Kachan, I can't follow you using full cowl. It would snap the straps on my bag, I called out, my voice a little strained, trying to be reasonable. But of course, he didn't listen. He just shot off like a rocket, leaving me standing there, sighing softly as I watched him disappear into the trees. With a resigned shrug, I turned and started walking alone. The quiet forest wrapping around me like a familiar blanket. I took a slow, deliberate step, enjoying the peaceful rhythm of the woods. The clouds above drifted lazily across the sky, their fluffy shapes constantly shifting, while the birds chirped a melody that somehow felt like a lullaby. The cicadas added a rhythmic bass, their buzzing a steady heartbeat of the forest. A gentle breeze brushed against my skin, lifting my hair and sweeping away the sweat from my forehead, reminding me of those rare moments when I could just relax after a long, exhausting day. It was nice, calming, even. My step found a light, almost carefree bounce again, the weight of my backpack temporarily forgotten. As I wandered, I spotted some fluffy white rabbits, their angelic appearance almost surreal amid the greenery. I reached into my bag and tossed a handful of nuts to them, watching their tiny paws scramble eagerly. For a moment, everything felt simple, peaceful, unchallenged. A stark contrast to the chaos just a few minutes ago. Then, suddenly, the rustling of leaves ahead snapped me out of my calm. My instincts kicked in. I froze, tense, instinctively adopting a fighting stance. I didn't want to hurt anything, really, I didn't, but I wasn't going to let myself be caught off guard either. My eyes narrowed, scanning the dense thicket ahead. Whatever it was, I'd defend myself. The rustling stopped abruptly, and out stepped a deer, its sleek body moving swiftly. I relaxed just slightly, watching it dart past me without a second glance. I exhaled slowly, puzzled. Why was a deer acting so skittishly? It was just a forest creature, but the way it charged past, like it was fleeing from something dangerous, unsettled me a little. I bent down, grabbed my bag, and continued walking. The peaceful veneer returning to my mind. Kachan must have already found the clue by now, I thought, trying to reassure myself. The calmness persisted until, Suddenly, the rustling started again, more frantic this time. My muscles tensed again, ready for whatever was coming. Something is definitely wrong. And then, in a flash, a wolf appeared, or maybe it was just a fleeting shadow. It vanished just as quickly as it had shown up, leaving me with more questions than answers. This is not normal, and I could feel it in my bones, I thought as I quickened my pace. My thoughts were interrupted by the distant sound of explosions, sharp, loud bursts echoing through the trees. My heart raced, the familiar feeling of unease settling deep in my gut. It was clear Kachan was having a rough time. I pushed forward, cutting through the underbrush, until I finally spotted him, standing amidst a swarm of flies, blasting at them. His arms and neck were bleeding slightly from scratches, his face flushed and covered in hives, an allergic reaction, no doubt. I don't know if it is from something he ate or touched, but it needed treatment immediately. It looked like he'd gone full wild animal, scratching and swatting at everything around him. I approached cautiously, not wanting to startle him, but also knowing I needed to get him some help before things got worse. He flinched when he saw me, eyes darting like a cornered beast. But then he relaxed a little, just enough to let me get close. His body was tense, and he kept scratching at his neck and arms as if trying to claw away the irritation. I quickly pulled out the medical kit and water bottle from my bag. "Kachan, here," I said softly, trying to keep my voice calm. "Take these, they'll help with your allergy. Stay the fuck away from me," he snapped, voice edged with irritation as he scratched violently, eyes blazing with anger. I know he is hurting, but without proper medication, his situation will only worsen. I took a cautious step forward, voice gentle but firm. "You're only going to make it worse if you keep scratching. Please, Kachan, I know it's itchy, I get it, but I have medicine that can help. Trust me," he scoffed, eyes narrowing. "Trust you? Yeah, right, what next? Trust the Grim Reaper. He's here to suck out my soul and grant me immortality." A flicker of hesitation ran through me. Maybe I should just leave him be. He clearly didn't want my help. If he wanted to scratch himself to death, who was I to stop him? He was the one who left me behind, after all. If we'd been walking together, I'd have tried to stop this reaction early on. But now, part of me wanted to turn away, to let him deal with it however he saw fit. Maybe he needed to hit bottom before he'd accept help. Maybe I should just leave take my frustration out on myself instead. Yet, even as that thought tried to settle, I couldn't look away. Something inside me, something stubborn, refused to give up. I remembered what Aizawa-sensei once said, sometimes, you just have to be there, even if they don't want you to. Watching him suffer, scratching furiously at his inflamed skin, his face flushed from exertion and irritation, I felt a surge of resolve. My hand trembled slightly, but I couldn't ignore how desperate he looked. He wasn't accepting the water bottle, either. His skin was red and irritated, and I knew a little cool relief might help. That left only one option. One he won't like in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, I tightened my grip on the bottle's cap, steeling myself. I silently told myself, no backing down now. Then, in one swift, decisive motion, I stepped forward and splashed water directly on his face. His expression immediately shifted, from shock to anger, and then to something more complicated I couldn't quite read. "Crap, I'm dead meat." Without warning, he erupted. 5 explosions in rapid succession tore through the air, hot and dangerous. I dodged with full cowl, feeling the intense heat ripple past me. My heart pounded, not from fear, but from the sheer fury and frustration emanating from him. It was like he was trying to burn away his frustration. I sprinted in the opposite direction, my mind already racing. Spotting a fallen, broken tree nearby, I pushed myself to move faster. As he approached, I slowed down near the fallen trunk, then jumped high, shouting, "Detroit Smash!" The powerful punch shattered another tree, sending the debris crashing down, trapping him beneath the fallen wood. I knew he'd struggle to get free, his itching had to be unbearable, and his breathing was labored now. The allergic reaction was probably worsening, and I needed to get through to him. "Kachan," I yelled, voice strained with frustration but also concern, "drop this idiocy and take the damn medicine. You're the one slowing us down now, and I'm not gonna fail this assignment because of your damn pride." He only responded with a tired, "tch, too exhausted or stubborn to argue." I stomped away, hurriedly reached into my bag, Grabbing the medicine and another water bottle, carefully, I approached him again and gently pressed the medicine into his hand. Here, just take this, it'll help. He hesitated for a moment, then finally swallowed the pill with a begrudging grunt. I took a deep breath, then grabbed the fallen tree and pushed, lifting it enough for him to crawl out. Come on, Avenue a medicinal cream to soothe your itch, I said softly, starting to walk back toward my bag. I knew he was probably contemplating whether to trust me again, but I hoped the promise of relief would be enough. A few moments passed with him scratching and fidgeting, lost in thought, before he finally started to follow. When he arrived, I was ready, prepared with hydrocortisone cream and a damp towel I'd soaked earlier. I gestured to a nearby rock. Sit there, I instructed softly, offering him the towel. He moved sluggishly and sat, then took the towel and rubbed it over his with slow, deliberate motions. Once he finished, I handed him the cream. Don't apply it on the cuts, I advised gently. It won't do any good there. Just the inflamed skin. He looked at the tube hesitantly before gently applying the cream on his arms. He considered whether to put it on his face himself but then hesitated, unsure of where exactly the cuts were. His head was pounding, and the itching was unbearable. He was clearly overwhelmed. Seeing his hesitation, I reached out and offered, "Here, let me do it for you." As I reached for the tube, he swatted my hand away and blindly smeared the cream onto his face and neck. I could tell he was struggling, probably with a headache and that relentless itch that refused to let go. I knew I had to distract him before he did any more damage. His skin was inflamed, and I didn't want him to cause himself worse injury. I paused for a moment, then gently said, "Hey, Kachan. Can you do me a favor? Find me 4 big, heavy rocks, something solid and sturdy. Please, I am keeping the box and going to find that river myself." Keep your mouth shut. Got it. I don't know what the hell I was expecting when we were forced to work together. I just wanted some peace, that's all. I just wanted to get away from that fucking bird and the endless chatter from Deku, who combined forces to give me a goddamn headache. God, I just wanted to be left alone for once. The cool, calming air hit my face as I reached the peak of my blastoff and started descending. It felt good, like finally pushing away the headache that's been pounding my skull all day. After a few skips, I looked around, expecting Deku to be right behind me, eager to keep this stupid search going. But he wasn't. Strange. I found a nearby tree and sank down beneath its shade, reaching for my canteen. The water was a godsend, refreshing, cool, and just what I needed to clear my head. Just a few minutes rest and then I'll get back to searching, I thought, trying to ignore the pounding in my skull. Suddenly, the rustling leaves snapped me awake. I hadn't meant to doze off, wasn't in my plans, but apparently my body had other ideas. I jerked upright, my muscles tensing instinctively. I slowly scanned my surroundings, eyes sharp. To my right, a deer was ambling peacefully, probably minding its own business. But the rustling that had woken me came from the opposite side, tense and unpredictable. Then, out of nowhere, a wolf burst through the bushes, jaws snapping, fur bristling. It lunged at the deer with savage intent. Without thinking, I fired a shot, explosive bursts of my quirk right into a shrub between the two. The deer bolted to safety, paws pounding the earth, while the wolf reared up, ready to attack again. I let loose a barrage of explosions, each blast echoing loudly as the wolf gained speed. "Die, you fucking piece of shit," I roared, fury fueling every shot. The wolf dodged my blasts, leaping over me in a blur of fur and teeth, aiming to sink those claws into me. I tracked it, aiming right for its face. But I lost my footing, stepped back onto a shrub, and I face planted into the dirt. I pushed myself up fast, eyes narrowing as I saw I'd knocked the beast several feet away. Instead of pressing its attack, the wolf snarled and retreated, fleeing in the direction of the deer. Damn thing knew when to cut its losses, smart bastard. I watched it vanish into the woods, adrenaline still pounding through me. I stayed rooted, muscles coiled tight in a defensive stance, eyes flickering between the spot where it vanished and the dense woods around me. I wasn't about to lower my guard, not yet. Not after that reckless bastard nearly took my head off. When the silence stretched out and it seemed like the wolf wasn't coming back, I finally exhaled, trying to steady the pounding in my skull. My hand reached up instinctively, scratching at my neck, annoyed by this relentless, crawling itch that was spreading across my skin. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just some minor irritation. No, This shit was spreading fast, like wildfire. Every inch of my body that touched that damn shrub was burning with an intense, relentless heat. Hives were blooming across my hands and face. My fingers clawed violently, frustration bubbling over into a grimace. Fuck, I muttered through clenched teeth, swiping at the swelling, trying to scratch away the relentless itch. But it only made it worse, like some cruel joke. And then, the headache hit, sharp, pounding, relentless. The flies buzzing around me didn't help either. Fly by fly, bug by bug, they dared to land on me, and I couldn't hold back. I let loose a string of curses, furious at every tiny pest. With a quick flick of my wrist, I blasted a handful of flies, sending them scattering in all directions, trying to shut them up. But the pain in my head was sharpening, the headache turning into a vice grip, and my temper snapped. Damn it all to hell, I spat, voice rough, voice cracking under the pressure. My fists clenched, frustration bubbling over in a rage that I couldn't contain. God damn it, all I wanted was some quiet. Instead, I got this bullshit. It was like my skin was melting off, and I just wanted the pain to fucking stop. Where the hell is that nerd when I need him? Seriously, what good is his massive bag if he can't whip out some relief for this shit? I growled in frustration, my eyes starting to itch like crazy. Scratching would only make it worse, typical. So I tried to focus on anything else, cursing under my breath, blasting explosions at flies just to keep my mind off the burning. Out of nowhere, that damn Deku appears, like some annoying little shadow. I relaxed a little when I saw him, but then he offers me allergy medicine. I knew what that meant. I saw the way he looked at me, all innocent like he was doing me a favor. Yeah, right, I'm not about to stoop so low as to ask for his help. He's just some insignificant extra in my story. No, scratch that, he's just a pebble on my path to greatness. I don't need his damn medicine. I can handle this myself. But the temptation was there, biting at me. The pain was relentless, and honestly, the idea of relief was damn tempting. Why the hell, can't I just swallow my pride for once and help myself? Because heroes aren't supposed to accept help, they give it. That's the code. I made up my mind and scoffed at his suggestion of trusting him. Without any notice, he splashed water on my face. I was stunned, completely frozen. What the hell just happened? Was that Deku, the same meek, stuttering, mumbling little nerd? Did he just have the guts to splash water on me? Or was it some accident? Honestly, does it even matter? Does this little shit even have the guts to think about that? Apparently, he does. The fact that he actually did it said volumes about him. When did the little shitty pipsqueak become bold enough to do this? My shock morphed into pure, boiling anger and disgust. He must have seen the fury burning behind my eyes. I let loose a barrage of explosions and he starts dodging, running away like a coward, trying to escape after humiliating me. Does he really think he can escape after humiliating me? Like I'd let that slide? Not a chance. He's going to pay for crossing that line. I'll make sure he learns what happens when you mess with me, when you humiliate the king of explosions. He's got a hell of a lot coming. He paused near a fallen tree, peering over his shoulder to check my location. I clenched my fists, ready to grab him by his stupid collar, but he suddenly leapt upward, like some damn acrobat. Before I could react, he tore off a nearby tree, and with a savage heave, hurled it at me. The bastard trapped me under the massive, jagged wood. My muscles tensed, ready to rip him apart the moment he got close enough. I tried to free myself, thrashing against the wood, but exhaustion and rage clouded my mind. My pounding heart echoed in my ears, and with every frantic struggle, that relentless itch on my skin intensified. Like my flesh was crawling apart. My throat felt tight, constricted, harder to breathe, and couldn't take it anymore. Deku approached again. All my fury dissolved into pain and that damnable, irritating itch. I don't even know if I was angry anymore or just exhausted. All I wanted was to rest. My aching head begged for relief, pounding in sync with my racing pulse. Then I heard him roar, his voice cutting through the chaos. I wanted to snap back at him, to tell him to shut the hell up, but my headache throbbed harder, pounding in time with his words. I kept scratching at my neck, trying to drown out the burning sensation. When he left, I clutched my head in a vice grip, desperate to soothe the pounding. The pain worsened with every second, threatening to tear me apart. Ought he'd just leave me there, continue the search for the next clue without me, dismissing my suffering. But instead, he came back with medicine. Despite my muddled, battered mind, I swallowed the pills. Grateful and annoyed at the same time. I followed him, stumbling along until we reached our original spot. Strangely, my headache started to ease, the pain dulling to a tolerable ache, and my throat no longer felt constricted. The medicine was working. Relief hit me hard when he handed me the wet towels, wonders on my hive-covered skin. I nearly cried with the relief they brought. Carefully, I applied the cream to my hands, cautious around the bleeding parts, trying not to worsen the pain. I thought about asking him to help me put it on my neck and face, but pride, stupid, stubborn pride, kept me from it. When he offered, I refused. No way I'd let some weakling touch me. I blindly smeared the cream over my face and neck myself, the relentless itch still gnawing away. No matter how much I wanted it to stop, that damnable sensation refused to subside. Then, out of the blue, Deku squeaked, "Hey, Kachan. Can you do me a favor? Find me 4 big, heavy rocks, something solid and sturdy. Please." I blinked, trying to focus through the pounding in my skull. "What for?" I managed to rasp, already feeling irritated by the mere sound of him. He sounded oddly cheerful, almost innocent. I nay, "D them to secure the tent so we can eat our lunch in the shade. It'll help with your allergies too." I let out a long, exasperated groan, already annoyed just hearing his voice. Even the simplest conversation was aggravating my headache, making my temples throb harder. "Whatever, just keep your volume down if you can't shut up," I muttered, voice low, feeling the weight of fatigue pressing down on me. All I wanted was to lie down, close my eyes, and forget this nightmare, just rest for a little while. It felt like I'd been wandering for hours, my head pounding worse with every step, though I checked my watch. And it had only been a few minutes. That brief moment of clarity was unsettling. In that tiny window, he'd already set up the tent and disappeared inside. I left the rocks at the entrance and trudged in after him, feeling more drained with each movement. Inside, Deku was rummaging through his bag, laid out some rice balls and 2 cup noodles, probably meant for us. He handed me a cold compress and 2 pills, saying, "I only have 1 cold compress, but you can use the wet towels on other areas." His voice was steady, caring, something that both irritated and warmed me in my battered state. Without waiting for my response, he headed outside to tend to the rocks I'd brought, leaving me alone with my swirling thoughts. I ate my lunch slowly, the pain medication kicking in slightly, and placed the cold compress on my aching head. The shade of the tent and the cold relief of the compress worked wonders, enough to make my eyelids feel heavy, to let me breathe a little easier. I closed my eyes, sinking into a lazy, exhausted slumber, grateful for the brief respite from the chaos and pain. I woke up to the distant sound of crows cawing, their harsh cries piercing the quiet evening air. The fading sunlight cast a warm, pinkish hue over the landscape, and the air was tinged with a gentle breeze. I stretched lazily, feeling the ache behind my eyes and the sluggish fog still lingering in my mind. As I shifted, I noticed Deku on guard duty, sitting just outside the tent, eyes scanning the horizon with a quiet focus that somehow reassured me. My gaze drifted downward, and I saw the damp towels that had been placed on me for comfort, now slipping from my lap. A jolt of realization struck me. Deku must have diligently replaced and switched out the towels to keep them cool while I slept. His thoughtfulness warmed me more than I wanted to admit, even as my head still felt foggy from the medication. He peered over his shoulder at the rustling sound. "How are you feeling now?" he asked kindly, his voice steady yet caring, his gentle expression softened with concern. "Better," I replied sluggishly, my words slow and thick. My head was still foggy from the pills, but the ache had eased enough to let me breathe easier. Despite the lingering tiredness, it felt good to be relaxed, like some weight was finally lifting from my shoulders. "Good. The sun is about to set. If you're up for it, we can continue our search for the second clue. If not, I can scout around for a bit and come back here. We can't travel in the dark since I need light to set up our tent. So, what do you think, Kachan?" I decided to check the situation for myself. I pushed myself upright, wincing slightly as the motion sent a dull throb through my skull. As I stood out of the tent, I looked toward the horizon. The sun was dipping lower, casting a breathtaking display of colors, clouds painted in pinks and purples, swirling and shifting as they moved across the sky. It was beautiful, almost mesmerizing, just watching the clouds drift. But I knew we had a task to complete, and the serene view couldn't distract us forever. What do you mean you're going alone? I'm coming with you, I said firmly, voice rough but resolute. Deku nodded, understanding in his eyes. Okay, so here's the plan. We're on the eastern side of the mountain, and we're short on time. I'll search the northern slope while you take the southern slope. No matter what we find, we each search for half an hour then return here. I'll build a fire to guide us back to this spot. He laid out the plan carefully, his tone calm yet determined. I helped him gather some dry twigs and stones to set up the campfire, a small beacon in the growing darkness. The glow from the flames flickered softly, casting shadows that danced across the trees. Once everything was ready, I headed off in my assigned direction, moving cautiously through the thickening shadows. The forest around me was alive, annoying animals scurried and called out, eagles screeched overhead. Monkeys chattered from the treetops, and distant elephants rumbled through the underbrush. I pushed past the frustration of their nuisance, my focus fixed on the search of Serpent River. As the sun continued to set, the sky darkened, and the trees grew taller and more imposing. The shadows lengthened, making it harder to follow the smoke from our campfire. Though I hated to admit it, he was right. Tracking the smoke in this maze of towering trees and fading light was a challenge I wouldn't win alone. Reluctantly, I started heading back toward the tent, my muscles tense from the effort. When I finally reached the tent, Deku was nowhere to be seen. The silence around the camp felt heavy, oppressive even, and a gnawing sense of unease began to creep in as the minutes stretched endlessly. My eyes darted anxiously toward the darkening woods beyond, waiting for any sign of him. What was taking him so long? Why wasn't he back yet? Had he gotten lost in the woods? The dense, winding forest was like a labyrinth, twisting paths, tangled undergrowth, and shadows that seemed to shift and breathe with a life of their own. It would be so easy for anyone to lose their sense of direction here. Even with the faint smoke curling from our campfire as a beacon. My stomach clenched with worry. What if he was stuck somewhere, tangled in prickly brambles and vines that snaked across the forest floor? What if it attacked him? What if he was injured, calling out for help and nobody was around to hear? The thought made my heart hammer in my chest. I started pacing back and forth, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. I am not worried for him, of course, I told myself, even as my hands trembled. I just don't want anything happening to him that could get me in trouble. Otherwise, Aizawa-sensei will surely place all the blame squarely on my shoulders, without any second thought. Come on, Deku, where are you? I muttered into the oppressive silence, voice barely above a whisper. My throat felt dry, my palms sweaty, and every second felt like an eternity. The woods around me seemed to stretch endlessly, shadows growing longer and darker with each passing moment. Then, out of the silence, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the trees, sharp, guttural, and filled with a raw, primal threat. It sliced through the night air like a knife, sending a shiver down my spine. My breath caught in my throat, my muscles tensing instinctively as the sound reverberated through my bones. With my full cowl activated, I streaked across the lush, rolling bush land, driven by an almost relentless sense of urgency to cover as much ground as possible before the sun dipped below the horizon. Every second counted. I knew I couldn't afford to slow down, not when the next clue was out there, waiting somewhere along the winding Serpent River. Still, a part of me longed to pause and take in the scenery, the vibrant greenery, the scent of fresh earth, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was beautiful out here, and I couldn't help but feel a flicker of regret that I had to keep moving. But my instincts told me the clue was nearby, and I trusted them. My eyes darted across the landscape, scanning for any sign of the river. The calls of songbirds echoed overhead, their melodies almost soothing, but I forced myself to stay alert. The distant howl of a wolf sounded like a reminder that this wilderness was alive and dangerous, and I had to respect its power. Still, I couldn't let these peaceful sounds distract me. I had a mission. As the clouds above shifted into brilliant shades of orange and pink, I felt a pang of frustration. I wanted to stop, breathe, soak in this fleeting moment of natural beauty, but I knew better. Time was slipping away, and I had to act fast. I come from muddy places but am beautiful and pure. People love me for my looks and my spiritual charm. I have your next clue. Come and get it before I close the shop for the day. I have a strong feeling that the second clue is near the Serpent River. The more I repeat those words in my head, the more undeniable the feeling becomes. It has to be Serpent River. The phrase, muddy plaque, immediately brings to mind a water body. It suggests that the next clue is near a water source, likely a river or pond, where such muddy conditions exist. When I consider, people love me for my looks, it hints at something visually striking, perhaps a flower or plant that stands out amid the muddy surroundings. The phrase, "I close the shop for the day," evokes an image of something that blooms, or is visible during a specific time, like a flower that opens at dawn and closes at dusk, or perhaps a plant that's best seen at certain hours. Putting all of this together, I feel a strong pull towards the White Lotus of Serpent River. The White Lotus is famously associated with serenity and purity, qualities that resonate with the idea of beauty and spiritual charm. Its habitat is often muddy or murky waters, yet it rises above, pristine and striking. Known as an iconic symbol along Serpent River, the White Lotus fits the description perfectly. I have read about Serpent River. It earned its name not just because of its shape. No, it is a place of danger as well as beauty. The winding waterway carved deep bends into the land, looping back on itself like a living creature. From above, it looked like a sinuous snake slithering lazily across the landscape. But I knew better. Beneath that deceptive calm lurked predators, snapping turtles with beaks sharp enough to take off a finger, copper head snakes camouflaged among fallen leaves, waiting patiently for prey. Even the air was perilous, mosquito swarms buzzing thick and eager to bite. The river's reputation was well earned, and I couldn't forget that. Despite the risks, I pressed forward, knowing the next clue was close. After a focused quarter hour of searching, my eyes finally caught sight of the gleam of the Serpent River through the trees ahead. My heart quickened. It has to be here. I pushed through the underbrush, my mind racing with anticipation. Then I stumbled into a small clearing, and what I saw made my breath catch. There, a still, dark pool reflected the dying light, framed by ancient, gnarled roots that clutched the shoreline like claws. Floating atop the water were lotus flowers, pink and white, delicate and serene. It was almost too perfect. Could this really be the place? I wondered, heart pounding. My eyes darted over the scene, searching for the next clue, when suddenly I noticed movement, dark, scaly shapes lurking just beneath the surface. My stomach clenched. Crocodiles. More than 10 of them, camouflaged in the murky depths, their eyes motionless, waiting patiently for prey. A cold sweat prickled on my forehead. This is exactly why I have to be careful. I knew I couldn't go near that pool, not with those predators lurking. One wrong step, and I could become part of the river's deadly reputation. I felt a mix of awe and fear. The beauty was mesmerizing, but I had to remind myself that beneath that surface was a world of danger. The sun was sinking fast, and I knew I had to get back to camp before darkness overtook the wilderness. Reluctantly, I turned away from the alluring scene of the lotus blossoms, knowing I couldn't risk it. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Focus, Izuku. I had to leave the scene undisturbed and head back safely. I checked my watch. I'm late. I hurried, following the faint trail of smoke from our campfire, which shrouded the gathering gloom. Using my quirk, Full Cowl, I increased my speed, pushing through the fatigue and the growing shadows. I paused every dozen trees or so to loop sturdy zip ties around thick branches, creating a trail for tomorrow. It was a slow process, but I knew it was necessary. I couldn't risk losing my way in the dark. This forest was too unpredictable. It was taking longer to return with these periodic stops, the gloom deepening steadily as the sun slipped below the jagged horizon. I was at risk of losing my way without the guiding smoke. I slowed my pace, heart pounding in my chest, alert for any sign of the camp. Then, finally, I broke through the last line of trees into the clearing. The faint glow of dying embers cast a soft red hue over everything. And I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Relief washed over me. At last I made it back. But my relief was short-lived. I saw Kachan preparing to leave. He was standing near the tent, a small bag slung over his shoulder, tense and alert. Before I could even process the situation, his voice erupted like a thunderclap, raw and furious. "What were you doing? What the hell took you so long, shitty pipsqueak? Were you knocked out cold? I've been waiting here for over half an hour." The force of his words hit me like a punch to the stomach. The sound echoed through the quiet woods, causing birds to scatter in frantic flutters. My body stiffened, flinching as if his anger physically struck me. His fury wasn't just loud, it felt tangible, pressing down on me like a storm I couldn't outrun. I wanted to shrink away, but I forced myself to stand tall. even if my voice was trembling. Kachan, I'm sorry, I managed, panting heavily. I found the Serpent River, and just marking my way back took longer than I thought. That's all. His eyes narrowed, and his jaw clenched. You should have done something to let me know that you'd be late. That's the flaw in your plan. That's why you shouldn't be making plans. I'll follow me. Understand? I nodded frantically, desperate to diffuse the tension, feeling the weight of his words pressing into me. Why yeah, Kachan, I muttered, voice small. Then, hesitantly, I dared to ask, were you worried about me? Part of me clung to that tiny hope, that beneath his hardened exterior, the Kachan I once knew still existed. That maybe, just maybe, this anger was masking a deeper concern. That maybe, he had started caring for me again after I had received my quirk. For a moment, his eyes flickered with surprise, widening as if I'd caught him off guard. But then his face contorted into a sneer, disgust flickering across his features like I'd said something utterly absurd. What? No way, shitty nerd, he snapped. I don't care if you get lost or whatever. I just don't want anything happening to you that could get me in trouble. You can go wherever the fuck you want. I'm happy as long as you're away. Or maybe not. He is still the same old Kachan. No matter how much I told myself he didn't mean it, those words still cut deep. His words hit harder than I expected. I clenched my fists, trying to hold back the sting. I swallowed hard, trying to hide the ache in my chest. Okay. I'm sorry, Kachan, I mumbled weakly, lowering my gaze. Let's just go back to the tent and have dinner. He grunted in response, turning sharply on his heel and stomping ahead without a word. The weight of his silence pressed down on me, but I followed quietly behind, the distant echo of his footsteps mingling with the whispering trees. Even after all this time, I still clung to the hope that beneath that tough exterior, there was something, anything, that cared about me. But maybe I was just fooling myself again. Maybe I was still clinging to that childhood belief, desperately wanting to see the Kindon. I thought he had buried beneath his anger. I crouched by the dying embers of the campfire, retrieving my cup of ramen from inside the tent. The fire's glow was fading, flickering weakly against the encroaching darkness. I carefully held my styrofoam cup over the remaining embers, trying to heat it without igniting the paper or burning my fingers. The glow of the fire cast a faint orange light on my face as I waited, listening to the quiet crackle of dying wood. What are you doing? He asked, voice rough but not as hostile as before. I glanced at him, standing outside of the tent, watching me from a distance, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Oh, I'm just heating up my cup using the last flames from the fire, I replied softly, trying to sound casual. My voice felt a little steadier than I expected, probably because I was focused on something simple, something that made me feel normal again. Just as I was about to blow gently on the flames to coax a little more heat, I felt Kachan's presence behind me. His footsteps approached, and I tensed instinctively. Come here, I'll do it, he said gruffly, voice softened just a little. Thick head, clumsy as you are, you'll only burn the cup in your stupid noodles. I hesitated for a second, then handed over my cup, watching as Kachan activated his explosion quirk, not in a destructive blast, but a controlled burst to heat his hands. His palms glowed faintly orange, a gentle warmth rather than the explosive blasts he was capable of. It was a rare moment of consideration from him, and I couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Carefully, he cradled the cup in his heated palms, steam rising as he gently warmed the broth to the perfect temperature, then handed it back. The scene felt oddly normal, almost peaceful. In that moment, it was almost like he cared. Like he worried, gruffly, in his own way. I found myself thinking, maybe this was a sign, maybe our relationship was starting to shift, becoming something more than just rivalry or habit. Or was I just overanalyzing a simple act of civility? Maybe I was reading too much into it, like always. Still, I couldn't suppress the tiny hope that maybe, just maybe, Kachan's roughness was a form of caring. After dinner, I looked at the dark shadows stretching around us and explained that one of us needed to stay alert throughout the night. Kinnigan Hill was Dangaro's after dark. Strange sounds echoed from the brush, and glowing eyes watched us from the shadows. I'll take the first watch, I volunteered, trying to sound more confident than I felt. But Kachan shook his head, crossing his arms. No, I slept for a few hours earlier after taking pain medication. I'm fine. You need to rest. I hesitated, then nodded, understanding his stubbornness. I reached for my pain relief spray. quickly applying it to my sore muscles and joints. The familiar cool sensation eased some of the ache. My body felt heavy, and my mind was already drifting toward sleep. I slipped into my sleeping bag, the exhaustion finally catching up with me, and I sank into a deep, dreamless sleep almost immediately. I awoke to the first light filtering softly through the nylon walls of our tent. A warm, golden glow seeped in, casting gentle patterns across the fabric. For a moment, I just lay there, breathing quietly, listening to the peaceful sounds of the forest waking up. At the entrance, dozing lightly at the threshold, was Kachan. He must have kept vigil all night. Even in sleep, he looked exhausted, shoulders slumped and eyes slightly dulled from fatigue. I hesitated for a second, then carefully sat up, deciding it was time to let him rest a little longer. I gently spoke, trying not to startle him. "Kachan," I said softly, "come lie down inside the tent and get some more sleep. I'll take over the watch now." Quote. He stirred, dazed with fatigue, and stumbled over to my vacant sleeping bag. Without hesitation, he collapsed onto it, limbs sprawled out. I quickly draped a pear shawl over him, something to help him rest a little more comfortably, before quietly slipping outside to keep an eye on our surroundings. I needed him to get some proper rest. He looked so worn out. As his allergic reaction subsided yesterday, I stayed alert, ears tuned to every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. The forest was alive, and I didn't want to miss any signs of danger. It was strange, being the one to take the watch now, but honestly, it felt right. I wanted him to recover, to regain some strength, so we could focus on our task without worry. By the time the sun crested higher, it was around 8 a.m. The morning light poured through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with golden spots, creating an almost magical glow over our campsite. The eerie silence of the night had been replaced with birdsong, cheerful, lively, a stark contrast to the tense quiet we'd endured. Kachan finally emerged from the tent, stretching sharply and looking refreshed, at least physically. He headed into the bushes behind the tent to relieve himself, and I took the opportunity to quickly fold the nylon tent and pack our gear. My hands moved automatically, but my mind was still alert. This forest was unpredictable, and I knew better than to relax too much. When he returned, there was a different spark in his eyes, sharp, focused. Somehow, he looked ready to face whatever came next. I took the lead, knowing the way to the river from memory. Unbelievably, Kachan followed without protest, which I took as a good sign. Maybe he was finally trusting me a little more. As we reached the river, the rushing water grew louder, a constant reminder that we were close. I selected a sturdy oak along the bank and carefully concealed my bag high in its branches, out of reach of any wandering crocodiles. Kachan was right behind me, scanning the water with that intense gaze of his. Finally, we arrived at the tranquil lotus pond, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. We both started searching for our second clue. And then, suddenly, Kachan's sharp eyes caught something. "There," he said, voice firm, tangled in the vines beyond the pond, "there's a wooden box. Just like our first clue." I squinted, then saw it clearly in the daylight, hidden among the thick greenery. I must have missed it. Honestly, I probably was too focused on not getting lost to notice something that obvious. It looks like Kamui Wood Sensei's handiwork. That clever wood manipulator. The question now was how to retrieve it, especially with a barrier of crocodiles lurking nearby. "Kachan," I said quickly, "one of us needs to distract the crocodiles while the other grabs the clue. Just like last time. Think, what can we use? Offending them might work, but they're vicious, sharp teeth, powerful jaws. Feeding them could be dangerous, too. Besides, I don't think I'd be able to throw enough food to distract them without getting too close. And offending them might just make them angrier." "Shut up, nerd," Kachan interrupted sharply, voice edged with irritation. "Your babbling is already distracting them." I froze, heart pounding, as I saw some of the crocodiles turn their heads toward us, their eyes gleaming with predatory focus. Great, just what I needed. My nervous chatter might be about to get us both killed. Need to change technique. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to calm down. No room for panic now. We had to get this exactly right. Failure was not an option. We retreated some distance, crouching behind a cluster of bushes to observe the situation. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I couldn't afford to mess this up, not here, not now. Then, Kachan's voice broke the tense silence. I have an idea that'll get the clue and maybe even help us get dinner, he said with a smirk. His expression dangerous but confident. I blinked, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Whatever he was planning, I hoped it was better than my nervous suggestions. I have an idea that'll get the clue and maybe even help us get dinner, I said with a smirk. After surveying the landscape, I realized we could use the crocodiles' keen senses against them. I lead Deku behind some bushes and outlined my strategy. He readily agreed, and we spent the next hour gathering supplies. When everything was in place, we took our positions, me on one side of the riverbank, perched high in a sturdy tree just 5 feet from the basking crocodiles, watching their lazy, greedy faces. Deku hid himself on the opposite side, concealed in thick bushes close to the reptiles. He gathered his crude tools and looked to me for the signal, patiently waiting. I began dropping stones I'd collected earlier, at carefully measured intervals, to create ripples across the otherwise still water. As each stone hit, the expanding rings disturbed the surface, immediately drawing the attention of the alert predators. It didn't take long for the first crocodile to start moving toward my distraction. Soon, half of them were searching for the source directly below me. I knew a moment would come when I couldn't lure all of them with just ripples, that's why I had a second bag. Reaching inside, I grasped a small, wriggling fish and flung it into the fray. The instant it hit the water, chaos erupted. The crocodiles thrashed wildly, churning the water into froth in their frantic scramble to seize the prize. Their powerful tails whipped back and forth as they jostled for position, jaws snapping shut around empty water. The fish worked perfectly, acting like a magnet to draw the remaining crocodiles beneath my tree. I signaled Deku by dropping the biggest fish I had. He quickly but quietly took off, tearing at the vines trapping our second clue. I'd instructed him to stay silent, and he understood. Meanwhile, I continued dropping fish intermittently, doing my best to keep the crocodiles busy while Deku worked on freeing the box. Suddenly, a massive chunk of vine drops into the water right next to Deku. Everything freezes. For a second, it's like time itself paused. Those crocodiles, the swamp, us. Some of those damn monsters turn their heads at the disturbance, but they don't give a shit, they're too damn hungry. Their eyes stay fixed, stomachs growling, waiting for their next meal. No reason to chase after a new threat, they've got their eyes on me, and that's enough. What the fuck are you doing, dumbass? I whisper harshly, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. Deku looks up at me, eyes wide, and mouths, sorry, like some damn kid caught sneaking candy. I toss another fish into the water, trying to keep their attention on the small, wriggling snack while Deku keeps sawing at those thick-ass vines with that crappy makeshift nail of his. That vine's tough, thicker than most ropes, but we need it cut. It's our backup plan if that box is glued in place. Still, I know those snapping vines will make a hell of a lot of noise if they break, noise that'll draw those crocodiles straight to Deku's fragile ass. Another fish plops into the swamp, and all focus shifts to me. I've got their hungry eyes now. Deku keeps working, scraping away at the vines, the crude blades squeaking against the fibrous plants. We gotta hurry before those bastards lose interest in their tiny fish snacks and turn back to the exposed, vulnerable boy in the tree. When I was planning this, I told Deku to look for a sturdy branch and whittle himself a makeshift nail, whittle one tip into a sharp point, carry a small heavy rock as a hammer. Although Deku was already equipped with a blade to cut away vines as an emergency tool. Honestly, who carries that much load? But I told him to carry those extra tools just in case. Because in a situation like this, we need heavy-duty shit, something that can bust through thick vines or give us a damn chance. His quirk, too noisy, too risky. We needed stealth, precision. One mistake, and it's all over. Suddenly, Deku yelps and hits the ground hard. I see his legs get tangled, and in that split second, 2 massive crocodiles slither toward him with terrifying speed. Deku struggles, desperation and fear etched into every line of his face. Those monsters' eyes narrow, cold, calculating, ready to chomp him in half. Fuck, I think, heart sinking. He's in real danger now. Run, Deku, I shout urgently, knowing full well he's trapped, but I can't just stand there. We'll come back for the damn box later. I hurl branches at the crocodiles, trying to slow them, but they don't care, they're focused on their helpless prey. They're closing in fast. I watch Deku, clutching that box like it's his last hope, struggling fiercely to free himself. The predators are almost on him. He's frozen, overwhelmed by their size, their speed. My gut twists. No way I'm letting this go down. Without thinking, I jump right in front of Deku, and with a burst of explosive power, I blast the crocodiles right in their eyes as they crawl out of the water. The shock of my attack blinds them, their heads thrashing wildly, knocking themselves back into the swamp in pain and confusion. That's my opening. I grab Deku's blade and wave it wildly, trying to sever the vines trapping him. But these vines are thick as hell, my blade's not cutting it. I need a different approach. Fast. I switch tactics. I blast small explosions around Deku's legs, aiming to blow those vines apart. The ground rumbles as the fibrous hell gets shredded. I snatch the box from Deku's trembling hands just as those crocodiles recover and lunge again. Deku, smash the lotus now. I shout, backing up as the angry bastards crawl closer. Jaws snapping like steel traps. Deku, eyes blazing, leaps high into the air, winding up for his signature move. Detriot Smaaaash. He roars, crashing down with earth-shattering force. His fist hits the water, and the shockwave ripples out like a punch to the gut of this swamp. The lotus flowers explode in a cloud of destruction, and the crocodiles near the bank get flung sideways onto land. Those closer to Deku, flipped onto their backs, left stranded and disoriented, blinking like idiots. As expected, they start retreating, slinking back into the RKY depths like cowards, probably sensing some bigger predator just roared into their turf. I lose my footing on the muddy bank from the shockwave, only to feel that damn crocodile's tail slap viciously against my ankle. Searing pee like a damn lightning bolt, and I scramble away, cursing under my breath. But I keep my eyes on those bloodthirsty monsters. They're retreating, heading back into the river, away from where Deku just laid that brutal blow. Good. That's one problem solved, for now. Deku pops out of the churned-up water, soaked to hell from his explosive entrance. His wide eyes land on me clutching my leg, and he quickens his pace, rushing over. He drops to his knees next to me, green eyes full of worry. Kachan, what happened? Where are you hurt? He asks, his voice trembling. He's practically itching to get a better look, like he's already imagining the worst. Is this the way you work quietly? Can't you comprehend a simple task of staying silent? I snap, voice strained from the pain and frustration. The volume increased with each sentence. Fuckhead, what if I had our roles reversed? You would have ruined the two, falling into the river, becoming the main course for those bloodsucking monsters. I gave you one fucking job, stay quiet, stay alive, and you managed to screw it up, as usual. What if I hadn't thought of the next step? Forget the clue, forget becoming a hero. This would have been our last day on this shitty planet. Stupid Deku, you were supposed to be the nerd, right? Deku keeps his head bowed, muttering, I'm sorry Kachan. I know, I'm very sorry, over and over like some broken record. What the hell happened there? Why did you scream like a little girl? When you were supposed to stay silent? I demand, voice rasping. Honestly, I'm exhausted, partly from the fight, partly from the bullshit I just spewed. Deku doesn't answer right away. Speak up, damn it, I bark, frustration boiling over. He finally looks up, voice quiet but steady. I mistook a snake for a vine and nearly cut it, until it suddenly struck at me. I yelped and released my grip, allowing the snake to slither away before it could bite. Oh, fuck, he almost got bitten by a venomous snake, right before becoming lunch of those monsters. And here I am, tearing into him like some kind of psycho. My heart sinks, crushing guilt hits me like a punch to the gut. I was just furious, venting my frustration, but I didn't think about what he was actually risking. The guy's been through enough hell today without me adding to it. He's trembling slightly now, probably from the shock, the water. Or maybe from the near-death experience. Or all of it combined. I don't say anything. What's there to say? That I'm an asshole. Yeah, I get it now. I know I was harsh, I was furious, adrenaline still kicking my ass, but damn. I feel like an asshole now. TCH, whatever. We need to move, now. I grit out, voice rough but trying to steady. First, we find somewhere safe. Then we deal with this box. I huff lightly, masking the pain with a forced breath. Go grab the dinner from that tree and meet me on the other side. Deku nods silently, stands, and gives me a hand. I ignore it. I manage to get to my feet on my own, wincing slightly as I put weight on that ankle. Pain shoots up my leg like fire. Deku notices, brow furrowing with concern, but he doesn't argue, he just nods and shifts into his full cowl. Zipping through the trees with that determined look. Meanwhile, I grit my teeth, igniting a few explosions in my palm, channeling raw power to blast myself across the river. The pain in my ankle screams at me. But I ignore it, survival isn't about mercy. When I land, I stumble slightly, and Deku's eyes flick to me instantly, recognizing the way I land, like I'm compensating for the injury. His concern is heavy behind his eyes, but he stays focused. We start moving towards the massive oak where we'd hidden our bags earlier, silent and determined. When we finally reach the sprawling oak, marked by our makeshift hideout, Deku doesn't waste a second. Without needing to be told, he fetches both our bags, shoulders the load, and hands me mine. I'm grateful, hell, I'm grateful for Annette. Hing that keeps me from falling apart right now, especially with that throbbing spreading through my entire leg. I sink down beside the thick trunk, the rough bark pressing into my back. I kick off my shoes, wincing as I do, and carefully stretch my injured ankle out in front of me. The purple bruise blooms across my skin, fat and swollen, throbbing in a steady, annoying rhythm that makes me want to punch something. Deku silently pulls out a towel, drying himself off. Then, he passes me his pain reliever spray and a cup of ramen, both of which I accept gratefully, knowing I'll need the boost. How many cups do you actually have? I asked casually, trying to mask the ache in my voice. Give me yours, I'll heat him up. I've got 4 more, he replied softly, eyes brightening just a little despite the exhaustion weighing on him. You can have 1 more if you want. I don't mind. I blinked, surprised. Why do you have so many cups in the first place? Were you planning to camp out here for a week or something? I reach into my pack and pull out the single bag of biscuits I brought, handing it to him. He looked surprised himself. Did you bring just 1 pack for the 2-day assignment? His eyes widen, clearly flabbergasted at my apparent lack of preparation. I shrugged, a little defensive. Just wanted to finish this as fast as possible. Don't want to be stuck here longer than I need to. A flicker of something crossed his face, hurt, maybe. Or disappointment. I caught it quickly, but I don't say anything. He is overthinking again, I think with an internal eye roll. Yes, it's true that I loathe him. But I really meant what I said. I really just wanted this damn assignment over with, and scoring higher marks, of course. Not prolong our time together. Working with Deku, it's only made me more annoyed, more irritated. But after yesterday's harrowing events where I panicked at the thought of scratching myself to death in isolation, I'm not quite as opposed to his company anymore. Not that I'd admit that out loud. He can think whatever he wants, I can't control his mind or feelings. Eager to change the subject, I shot him a quick look. Speaking of the assignment, let's see what's in that box. Bring it over here. His face lit up, even as exhaustion lingered behind his eyes. I know what that means. Time for him to start rambling about the geeky details. Honestly, I don't mind. His voice, as long-winded as it was, seems to steady him, calm his nerves. Oh, yeah, I checked out the exterior earlier. This isn't like the last one. You know, it wasn't just the vines trapping it. This box actually had roots growing out of it too. Kamui Wood Sensei's work, no doubt. His quirk is incredible, used it to sprout roots from the wooden box itself, anchoring it tight in the vine's grip. This box is way more sturdy than the previous one. And look at the lock, Kachan. It's not just a latch. It's a multi-step puzzle. Slide this lever, turn that dial, then flip up the hinged cover. The grooves fit together like a perfect puzzle. Even if an animal tried to force it open, they couldn't get through. Kamui Woods really outdid himself. The craftsmanship is incredible. He orated all these interlocking parts to make it nearly impossible to force open. But the locking mechanism also allows it to be opened by someone who knows the right steps. It's really clever how he designed it to be secure against creatures tampering with it, while still accessible for the right person. This is so amazing. I don't interrupt him this time, letting him ramble a bit more, partly to give him space. And partly because I feel guilty for not listening earlier. His words spill out in a steady stream, and surprisingly, it seems to help him relax. His trembling stops, the panic fading from his eyes. A spark of excitement returns, like a kid eager over a candy. Anyway, I say sharply, open the box already. We need to focus on the clue inside. You're right, Kachan. Let's open it, he agrees eagerly. I'm always right, I reply with a scowl. You're right, Kachan. Let's open it, I agreed, my voice steady despite the flutter of Norway's right. He shot back with a scowl, crossing his arms. I hesitated for a moment, waiting to see if he'd snatch the scroll away like he often did. But this time, he didn't move. Gently, I slid the lever and turned the dial with careful, deliberate movements. The latch clicked open. Inside, just as before, a rolled-up scroll lay at the bottom. But this time, nestled at the top were two bright red flare guns. My eyes widened at the sight, and suddenly, Aizawa-sensei's warning echoed in my mind. Whenever you feel like you cannot continue or don't want to continue, you can send an SOS code from any checkpoint. That's what he meant. Our stand now. These challenges aren't just puzzles, they are traps designed to push us past our limits. The last one nearly cost us our life. And I knew, without a doubt, that the next trap would be even more dangerous and extreme. But after surviving that harrowing ordeal, a fierce determination burned inside me. A resolve which is visible on Kachan's face too, to push forward and face the next challenge head-on. To prove we are the best candidates for the intensive hero training program. We aren't ready to give up, not yet. The flare guns were there in case the next challenge proved too much to handle alone. We still had hope, still had fight left in us. I hesitated another moment, then carefully reached for the scroll and untied it. I shifted slightly so both of us could see the clue. His eyes were fixed intently on the parchment, waiting. Yet he made no move to grab it like he always do. I wondered why he hasn't snatched it from me yet. I am surprised by his restraint on himself. As he seems just as excited as I am to finally reveal the clue. The curiosity gnawed at me, but I decided not to test my luck. Instead, I began reading aloud. I bear the fruit of knowledge, tempting red and sweet, hanging heavy on the bough, an autumn treat. Beware of the hands that reach for me, eager and keen, for the juicy delights that on me are seen. You can take the time to pause and retreat, for I have the final clue to the treasured prize you seek. A beat of silence. Then, frustration crept into Kachan's voice. Arg, there's another clue to solve. Can't this be the last one? We were supposed to be back by nightfall. I gently reminded him. Aizawa-sensei said it could take 2 days or more. This isn't a test of speed. I wanted to add more, about how these challenges weren't just tests of speed, but of endurance. But his glare silenced me. Instead, I nodded and added softly, we still have all day left. There's enough time. He looked at me for a moment, then asked, do you have an extra set of clothes? Caught off guard by his strange question, I stammered, Yeah, I do, but can I ask why? So you don't freeze to death, dumbass, he snapped. Go change out of those wet clothes while I heat up our noodles. I nodded sheepishly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief. Quietly, I gathered my dry clothes and slipped away to change privately in the woods. When I returned to our makeshift camp, Kachan had already heated the noodles. We ate in silence, my mind still turning over the cryptic clue. It's a fruit, that much is clear. But which one? Red and sweet, it could be strawberry, plum, cherry, dragon fruit, or any number of red fruits. Do all these grow on this hill? No, probably not. I sighed inwardly. Dead end. Maybe I should try another section. The hands that reach for me, that suggests it grows on a tall tree. But that doesn't narrow much. All those fruits grow on trees, after all. What's the key? I took a deep breath, trying to focus. Let's try something else. Fruit of knowledge, that's an easy one. It's apples. That had to be it. And just like in a comic, an imaginary lightbulb suddenly flickered over my head. The answer dawned on me. Bright and clear. Kachan. I figured it out. I burst out excitedly, my heart pounding with revelation. Yeah, I know. Apple trees, he interrupted bluntly. My heart sank. I blinked, surprised by how quickly he responded, almost as if he'd known all along. A dull ache of disappointment settled inside me. I'd been so close, so confident, I'd almost felt the thrill of solving it myself. Now, it just felt hollow. I forced a small, nervous smile and asked, did you figure that out? Too. I tried to hide my disappointment, but I couldn't quite keep the ache out of my voice. The thought that he'd known all along stung a little more than I expected. He shot me a quick, sardonic grin. I didn't have to use a single brain cell. Your continuous blabbering did all the magic, he said, bluntly. Eyes glinting with that familiar teasing edge. Seriously, Deku, it's getting worse. Stop your mind's horses and finish your lunch before it gets cold. My face burned probably beet red, as I hurriedly finished my meal, feeling a strange mix of embarrassment and pride. In my head, I was practically buzzing with excitement. I cracked the puzzle. It was supposed to be hard, and I did it. Just like that. What does that say about me? That I'm one step closer to my dream. I can't help but feel giddy, like this small victory is proof I'm on the right path. No matter how much I stumble or how much I doubt myself, moments like these remind me I'm moving forward. I just need to keep pushing, keep learning. We began packing our gear again, the weight of the day pressing heavily on me. As I gathered my supplies, I realized I only had 2 water bottles left. Kachan, wait, I called softly. Do you mind if I run down to the river real quick and refill my empty bottles before we head out? Just 2 minutes. I won't take long. Promise. My heart fluttered at the thought he might refuse. He often did, so I hurried to add, it's really just in case. I'd feel better with a little extra. He frowned, already walking away. I have a full bottle you can share, he replied curtly. Thanks, but I already have 2 filled, I explained, quickly. I just want to top off the extra ones, just in case. The environment's harsh, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. I knew from experience that dehydration was no joke out here. We needed to carry as much water as possible, more than we'd think we'd need. His scowl deepened, and he looked at me suspiciously. How many bottles did you drink yesterday? I hesitated, then mumbled, I used 2 bottles myself and 2 more used on you, bracing myself for his typical harsh words. I was expecting him to tease me, call me overly cautious or remind me of the mishap from yesterday. I knew he'd get annoyed with me, fussing over water, just like he'd been annoyed when I splashed water on him earlier. But instead, there was only silence for a tense moment before Kachan finally grunted, whatever. Just make it quick and only fill them with fresh water. Relief flooded through me. I quickly grabbed my empty bottles, my mind still replaying the mishap, how I splashed water on him to get his attention, the chase that followed. The expression on his face, I thought I'd finally crossed a line this time, that he wouldn't forgive me. I could almost see the anger in his eyes, like he was going for the kill. I was worried that I'd pushed him too far. I shook my head, took a deep breath, and sprinted to the river. I filled my bottles to the brim with cool, clear water, then hurried back, eager to get us moving again and put that moment behind us. As I led the way, I explained enthusiastically that the western slopes of the Kinnigan Hill were home to a charming little apple orchard. Nestled about halfway up the hillside, a clearing opened up where sunlight dappled through the canopy above onto a few dozen tidy rows of apple trees. The path began as a gentle grassy slope, but progressively steepened into rocky, uneven terrain the closer it got to the orchard's location. I cautioned that reaching the orchard could be precarious, as I had heard reports from locals that the area was prone to landslides. Apparently, there had been a fire on the western face of the hill. The rocks and left the slopes unstable. I was checking my compass constantly as we trekked through the dense forest, ensuring we stayed on course as the trees towered over us. The air was filled with the soothing symphony of cicadas and birds calling out to one another, providing a melodic backdrop to our journey. The crunching of twigs under foot echoed loudly in the silent forest as Kachan limped several paces behind me. Though he tried to hide it, I could hear his labored breathing and occasional soft grunts as he forced his injured leg to bear his weight. We had been trekking through the woods for hours now, yet Kachan refused to stop for a small break, his face set in a grim mask of determination to complete the assignment. I kept track of our way. As per my knowledge, there should be a clearing up ahead, a brief respite before the path turns into a gradual incline up. After walking for a while, we heard trumpets, signaling that an elephant was nearby. As the trumpet blasts grew louder, it became clear we were approaching a distressed animal. Just as I predicted, the trees thinned, then suddenly gave way to a grassy field dotted with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. Near a deep hole, an elephant stood nearly motionless, trunk raised high as it desperately trumpeted out distress calls. My curiosity got the better of me, and I instinctively drifted away from Kachan to investigate on my own, drawn by the obvious agitation of the elephant. "Hey, where are you going?" he called after me, but I kept walking, curiosity overriding caution. As I drew closer, I could see the elephant's small black eyes were filled with fear and panic. Looking into that deep hole, I spotted a small baby elephant, no more than a few weeks old, that had fallen in and was unable to climb out. The little one was agitated, struggling to escape, trunk reaching upward as it cried out for its mother. The mother elephant continued her desperate trumpeting, clearly scared for her baby but helpless to rescue it from the deep pit. "Kachan, we have to help the baby elephant," I pleaded. "Just look, the walls are too steep for it to climb out on its own. We really should do something. We can't just leave it like this." I quickly unzipped my bag, searching for ropes. But Kachan's voice cut through my urgency. "Are you insane?" he snapped, scowling angrily. "We don't have time for this bullshit. Do I need to remind you that we still have an assignment to complete by the end of the day? Fucking thick head, we're leaving. Come on, stop wasting my time." "But Kachan," I started, voice trembling with a mix of desperation and guilt. "It'll die if we don't help. Please, it'll just take a few minutes." I said. "No," he yelled furiously. "We are not staying a second longer, and that's final. And don't you dare question me again or I'll blast you into pieces. I am still facing the consequences of your actions. Now start walking before I really lose my temper." I winced, the guilt washing over me again as I watched him limping forward, his breathing ragged and pained. Remorse and shame washing over me anew as I took in his haggard appearance. Guilt gnawed at me, knowing our predicament was partly my fault. But despite his anger, I couldn't abandon this innocent creature. I shook my head firmly, clenching my fists. "This is going to be very rough." But I wouldn't turn away. "I am sorry you got hurt, Kachan, but that was not my intention. If you want to go ahead, I won't stop you. But I won't leave them. There, I've done it." He would either leave me, happy to have me out of his hair, or he would force me to follow him, just to stick to the rules set by Aizawa-sensei. Kachan's face darkened, turning purple with frustration. His hands clenched tightly, but I stood my ground, determined to help the elephant no matter what. The thought of leaving it to suffer was unbearable, even if it meant risking his wrath. I had to try. Without waiting for his reply, I took a deep breath and jumped into the deep hole, my heart pounding. The baby elephant looked up at me with wide, terrified eyes. Gently, I rubbed its belly and trunk, whispering words of comfort, trying to convey that I meant no harm. I crouched carefully, wrapping the rope gently around its small body. Its trembling trunk reached up toward its mother, desperate for reassurance. Mother elephant watched me intently, her dark eyes filled with desperation and hope, as she trumpeted softly like she was pleading for her baby's life. Using my quirk, full cowl, I engaged just 5% of my power and leapt from the hole, pulling on the rope with all my might. The baby elephant lifted a few centimeters, its tiny legs flailing in the air, eyes wide with terror. Then, with a sickening thud, it fell back into the pit. I couldn't risk using more strength, afraid I'd snap the rope, our last lifeline. I could feel Kachan's intense gaze boring into my back, his impatience practically radiating off him in waves. Suddenly he was at my side, voice rough and commanding. "Oi, shitty Deku," he barked. "Let me pull the rope. You get down there and help lift that baby elephant up. You'll just break the rope with your strength, but the calf can take it. When are you gonna take this assignment seriously? Just hurry the hell up and do it." I hesitated, glancing at his injured leg. "No, Kachan, I can't let you put pressure on your leg. You shouldn't strain yourself." "Don't give me that," he scoffed. "Just get out of my way. You're wasting time, and that's the one thing we don't have right now." Quote. My heart pounded harder. I looked back at the hole, then at the mother elephant's trunk reaching out toward us, her eyes pleading and determined. In that moment, an idea sparked. Fragile but promising. "Wait," I whispered, voice thick with resolve. "It seems like she wants to help us." I rubbed her trunk reassuringly and quickly looped the other end of the rope around her leg. Carefully, I directed her away from the hole. She quickly understood my intent, her trunk curling around the rope. And with a powerful tug, she started dragging it with all her might. I jumped back into the hole, positioning myself behind the trembling calf. Taking a deep breath, I summoned every ounce of my strength, just 15% of my full power, and lifted the tiny, fragile body towards freedom. Seconds felt like an eternity. I could feel the strain in my muscles, the adrenaline coursing through me, and the hope that this moment might finally turn in our favor. With one last effort, I pushed the calf upward. And finally, it cleared the edge of the pit, collapsing into a heap of relief in the grass. Mother elephant let out a joyous trumpet, affectionately caressing her calf with her trunk. "Checking for injuries," Her eyes twinkled with relief and gratitude. Watching them reunite, the raw tenderness, the unspoken bond of love and relief, melted something deep inside me. Although it took some time, effort and bravery on my part, watching the mother and baby reunite in relief made it all worthwhile. The scene before me was heartwarming, a testament to the strength of hope and courage. I was lost in that moment, savoring the warmth of their reunion, until a sharp, cutting voice jolted me back to reality. "Are you just going to stand there all day?" Kachan snapped, voice sharp and impatient. "How will you make up for the time you've wasted? Are you just going to stand there all day?" I snapped, glaring at Deku. "How will you make up for the time you've wasted? We're already racing against the clock, and here you are, wasting precious seconds like we're on some stupid safari vacation. Get moving, now." I tried my best to stomp away, but my damn luck. G shot a bolt of pain through my muscles, like 1,000 needles stabbing me. I stumbled, limping pathetically, trying to hide how much it fucking hurt. I thought the wide open field will help us in C, overing the distance faster, but now it seemed to mock me as I longed for the support of trees. With every agonizing step, my leg throbbed and ached, the muscles and bones crying out. Eventually Deku seemed to trance he was in, shouldering his pack hastily to catch up to my halting pace. I bit back a groan as he drew near, not wanting to reveal any more weakness. We needed to make up for lost time, and I refused to let my infuriating injury be the reason we failed. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I pushed forward across the grassy plain. Deku kept glancing at me with concern, but he wisely held his tongue as we continued on. We walked in silence for a long time, climbing the mountain in slow switchbacks. The trail was narrow as hell, so tight I could barely keep my balance, gripping the mountainside for dear life. Shuffling tiny steps, praying the damn ground wouldn't give out. The path snaked its way up the steep incline, forcing us into a grueling march. Loose rocks shifted under our feet as we scaled higher and higher, making every footfall treacherous. Fortunately, the weather was very kind today. The sky was a bit cloudy, letting soothing sun rays filter through at times to warm our skin. A soft breeze kissed our sweat-covered faces, providing sweet relief as we continued the arduous climb. By afternoon, we finally came down off the first slope, only to face the second. A monster steeper and taller than the first. We stopped at the foot of the second trail, both of us drained, frustration simmering just below the surface. I looked at Deku, who was breathing heavily, his face pale but determined. "Kachan, we should make our camp here. That way we can," Deku said, his voice strained with fatigue. "Are you out of your damn mind?" I cut him off, voice sharp. "How many times must I tell you that we need to complete this assignment today? And yet you want to stop here. Please, hear me out, Kachan," Deku said, voice strained but earnest. "All I am saying is let's set up our camp and use our quirks to cover the rest of the ground quickly. It'll ease the strain on your leg. We will find the next clue and be back here in no time. What do you think?" he proposed. I wasn't sure whether I should tell him to shut the hell up, that I could push through anything, that I don't need his damn advice. Or I should thank him for sparing my foot, as I was about to collapse at any moment from the pain. But wait, what the hell was that? Thank him? Fuck no, I'd never thank him for anything. Finally, I shot him a glare and growled, "Don't pitch the tent. Just stash your bag out of sight. We'll set it up when we get back." "Got it," he nodded quickly, sensing I was at my limit. "Good, that's how it should be, clear and simple. No unnecessary bullshit." He then starts rambling like he always does. "Sure, Kachan, let me grab a few things from my bag. Although, it's an emergency kit and I should carry all of it, though I worry the straps might snap from my quirk's force, as you already know. In the meantime, you can use that pain relief spray I gave you earlier and take a painkiller as well. It's safe to take one now, it's been more than 4 hours since the last dose. Eating a few biscuits beforehand could help too since I know it must be hurting badly. Let's see, what else I should carry. I am taking some rope, a blade, hooks, 2 water bottles, zip ties and flare guns." I clenched my fists, feeling the exhaustion creeping in. His voice kept going, listing everything he's packing, like some overprepared pack mule. Honestly, how many supplies does he think we need? It's like he's carrying a whole damn house. Should I bring the medical kit from our first checkpoint too, just in case? I think I should just take it. After all, it is an emergency kit. I am leaving the clue boxes. I don't think we will need them. Kachan, can I borrow your bag to put all these things? I just stare at him, tired and irritated. I know he already has an extra G with him. I saw it this morning when he was packing up the tent. So what's the point in borrowing mine? Is he seriously trying to lug around all that junk just in case? Did he already know about the dangerous checkpoints ahead? Did Aizawa give him some secret intel, some insider tip about the checkpoints? That's the only reason I can think of for his enormous bag. But honestly, he seems just as clueless as me from the beginning. God, I'm overthinking again. I'm turning into Deku, paranoid, fretting about trivial shit I shouldn't even care about. I'm just tired and not thinking straight. What does it matter if he borrows my bag? I am not carrying any secret treasure or something. I know he's just trying to be prepared for any situation, even if it seems like overkill at times. I should just trust him. That he knows what he's doing. I take a deep breath, trying to cool my rage and clear my head. No point in getting worked up over a simple request. He says softly, voice trying to sound reassuring. I won't burden you with my stuff. You don't have to worry. If you allow me to borrow your bag, I will carry it myself. I promise, I won't touch any of your stuff, he said. Oh, he was only trying to help. Of course, he is Deku. Kind, caring, helpful. Always looking out for others. He must have noticed how exhausted I was. I feel so stupid now. But it doesn't matter. Whatever, I mumble, picking the biscuits and medication before sliding the bag in his direction. I slowly peel off my shoe, wincing as my swollen foot emerges. Carefully, I spray on the medication, feeling the cold layer of medicine numbing the area. I've got an extra bandage, he says softly, staring at my injury, eyes flickering with concern. It'll keep your foot warm and cushioned. He rummages through his pack, pulling out a soft crepe bandage. I wrap it around my ankle, snug but not tight enough to cut off circulation. It's not much, but it helps. I manage to slide my boot back on, lacing it loosely, the swelling still there. But at least I can walk without falling apart. While still tender, the short break to rest my foot and apply first aid had worked wonders. The pain's much more manageable now. We both unleash our quirks. I usually rely on my gauntlets, focus, blast, repeat. But even without them, I've worked up enough sweat to have a liquid nitroglycerin supply ready for detonation. Channeling my pain into rage, I unleash explosion after explosion, propelling myself forward with raw fury. It's the only way I know how to keep moving, keep fighting. Soon, we hit the edge of an apple orchard, an old, abandoned patch. A wooden fence surrounds it, battered and weathered. To our right, a small wooden shed stands, with wicker baskets and wooden harpoons nearby, probably tools for the villagers' harvest. But the ground is littered with rotten apples, fallen and decayed, an unharvested feast for the wildlife. The rows of trees appears unkempt and wild. The branches sag with unpicked fruit, and the air smells sweet. Heavy with the scent of summer's bounty. It's clear as the sky that the villagers had not harvested the fruit in quite some time due to the precarious path left by a recent forest fire. Followed by heavy rains. In their absence, the wildlife had taken advantage of the unpicked feast spread before them. Squirrels chatter and birds sang as they feast upon the bounty of crisp, juicy apples. I groan, staring at the endless rows of trees. Finding that fucking clue out here. It's gonna take ages. No idea where to even start. Searching, I mutter, voice full of annoyance. This place is a mess. And I know, searching those tangled, overgrown trees is going to be a nightmare. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, only the haystack is alive and trying to bite back. Deku nods thoughtfully, eyes scanning the orchard that spreads before us. You're right, Kachan. This place is massive. We need a plan to cover more ground efficiently. He tilts his head, owning, a sign he's already thinking hard, probably overcomplicating everything as usual. I grit my teeth, feeling the burn in my muscles. Oi, I know that stupid look on your face, I growl, wincing as I shuffle forward. Spit it out. What's your brain cooking up? Deku's eyes light up, practically bouncing with excitement. I've got an idea, he says. On the ground, check for disturbed soil, holes in the tree trunks. Anything that might hide the clue. Meanwhile, you can use your quirk to propel yourself up into the trees and search from above. That way, you keep your leg elevated, and we cover more ground faster. He turns away at the end of his proposal, avoiding my glare, probably feeling guilty about my leg, like I need him to coddle me. Like I don't already know he's worried, always atching my foot whenever I stumble or grunt from pain. Doesn't matter, I don't need him fussing over me. And how the fuck can you honestly claim you won't miss it? I snap, a little slower this time, voice thick with annoyance. It took me a few seconds to understand what he was proposing. And when I did, it was a strong sense of discontent and outright annoyance. It's not a bad plan. Hell, it's a good one. His quirk will allow him easy access to cover the ground quickly, but it would take a lot of effort to scale the trees from the top. Whereas, it will be good and easy for me to stay high in the air rather than checking each tree trunk for any hidden cavities with my limp. Plus, it'd keep my foot from taking more damage. Goddammit, it stings to admit it, but that's a smart idea. A fucking brilliant one, and that makes me hate it even more, because Deku's the one who thought of it. I hate that I'm impressed, hate that I'm acknowledging it in my head. Damn it, I really hate him sometimes. TCH, fine, I mutter grudgingly. We do it your way. But if you don't find that clue quick, I swear I'll blast you to the moon. He doesn't say anything, just nods sheepishly, stealing a quick glance at my foot. Before moving ahead to examine the ground, I want to tell him he doesn't have to worry so much, that I've got this. That it was just an accident and he has already helped enough. But those words doesn't exist in my vocabulary. That's not how I talk. Not in my nature, so I keep my mouth shut and focus on the task instead. I lift off with a burst of explosions, leaping from tree to tree, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Deku's methodical, checking the trunks, digging through the soil, scanning every inch of those wild trees. Nearly an hour drags by, and we're on the opposite end of where we began. We've checked every tree thoroughly, or so I thought, but I'm so pissed off I want to punch something, or someone, in the face. The frustration's bubbling over. Are you 100% sure that clue was pointing here? Is this the only apple orchard on this hill? I ask, voice heavy with irritation. My fists clench, muscles tense from the useless search. Yes, it's the only one. I'm sure of it, Deku replies. Frowning deeply, he tilts his head, fingers rubbing his chin as he mumbles to himself. Words too fast for me to catch all of them, but I catch a few snippets. Clue said beware of the hands. No villagers here, fences in place, must be somewhere unprotected, all the apple trees are here. I turn away from the orchard, limping toward the fence line, trying to drown out Deku's frantic mumbling. The sun's starting to dip, casting long shadows across the fields. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves, whispering secrets I don't want to hear. I gaze at the dark, tangled forest beyond, thick and foreboding, like some nightmare waiting to swallow everything. Its shadows are nearly pitch black, even on this cloudy day. The sun's rays are soothing and warm here, but just a few feet away it seems like a different world entirely. The contrast, bright sun here, darkness there, feels almost symbolic. My eyes flicker over the ground at the edge of the trees, noticing something strange. Partially eaten apples, some only a few bites, others turn to mush, crawling with insects, rotting away. And I realize, no animals are over there. Not a single squirrel, bird, or insect. They're staying far away. Why? Because of this forest, maybe. Only one reason why apples would be left outside the fence like this. Deku, I think we've got a lead, I say, waving him over. He hurriedly approaches, peering down at the rotten apples in that foreboding woods. I don't have a good feeling about this, Kachan, he says hesitantly. Apple trees need ample amount of sunlight, and that place looks like it's never seen a single ray. I doubt there's anything useful in there. Got a better fucking plan then? I snap, voice hard. Can you guarantee the clue isn't hiding there without looking first? I jab an accusatory finger at his chest. Useless Deku, you're a damn coward, always too scared to get your hands dirty. I knew you didn't have what it takes to be a real hero. I glare daggers at him, fist clenched tightly as red-hot rage course through my veins. He shrinks under my words, shoulders hunched, eyes downcast. That's not what I meant. I'm not scared, Kachan, he stammers. Voice trembling. I scoff, small explosions popping from my palms. Excuses, excuses. I don't need your help to explore some stupid woods. I shove him roughly, causing him to stumble back. But fine, stay here and cower if you want. I'll go get the damn clue myself, like I always do. Just try not to piss yourself before I come back, coward. Without waiting for a reply, I turn around and follow the trail of fallen apples. I don't look back, doesn't matter if he's behind me or not. All I care about is putting as much distance as possible between us. Using quick bursts of explosions, I light my way ahead, pushing into the darkness of the trees. I don't need anyone holding me back or second-guessing every step. The faint glow reveals a narrow dirt path winding ahead, strewn with rotting apples, some half-eaten, some just mushy pulp, filling the air with that sickly sweet stench that's almost worse than the darkness. I push forward, senses sharp, each step heavy with anticipation and frustration. The gloom thickens, shadows twisting around gnarled, ancient trunks that seem to stretch forever, as if the forest itself is watching, waiting to swallow me whole. The path dips downward then rises again, the terrain uneven and treacherous. Just beyond the last twisted branches, I see it, the opening where the trees part like some kind of sacred curtain. I shove through, branches scratching my arms, and step out into the sunlight, leaving the oppressive gloom behind. And what I see takes my breath away. Before me stands the oldest, biggest apple tree I've ever laid eyes on, majestic. Almost godlike in its presence. Its massive branches stretch outward, dipping low under the weight of thousands of glowing red apples. These aren't ordinary apples, they shimmer with an unearthly polish, almost like they're lit from within. Shafts of sunlight pierce through the canopy, casting golden dust motes that dance in the air like some divine blessing. It's almost holy, like a shrine to the bounty of nature itself. I stand there, frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of it. My heart pounds, not from exertion but from awe. This isn't just some big tree, it's a monument, a testament to something ancient and powerful that's been here long before I arrived. And I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the clue I'm after is hidden somewhere in this sacred place. I found it, I mutter under my breath, voice hoarse but steady. My chest rises and falls with a heavy sigh. The clue's gotta be here. It has to be. I stare at the tree like I'm under a spell, unable to look away. Every fiber of my being screams that this is it, this is where the answer lies. I don't care if I sound crazy, I know, deep down, that I've hit the jackpot. Kachan's harsh words echo in my mind, leaving a dull ache in my chest. I know deep down that following him down this overgrown, tangled path is the only way to find the damn clue. I take a shaky breath, trying to steady myself and fight back the rising doubt. Then carefully start trailing behind him. I keep my distance, trying not to draw attention, trying not to get in his way. The forest around us is dense, twisted vines and thick undergrowth claw at my legs. And every step I take is hidden roots and sharp stones. I almost lose sight of him as he begins ascending a steep, brush-covered slope. My heart pounds harder. I scramble up after him, desperate to keep pace, my hands grasping at tangled bushes for support. The air feels heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves, making my stomach churn. Suddenly, a sharp burst of sunlight slices through the canopy ahead, bright and blinding, signaling that he has reached a clearing. My legs burn as I push myself upward, racing to catch up. When I finally burst out of the dense thicket and into the open, I see him standing just a few paces away, his broad back turned. He seems to be staring at something, frozen in awe. I hesitate for a moment, maybe he hasn't noticed I'm there. Carefully, I take a slow step to his side. That's when I see it. And what I see leaves me utterly awestruck. In the center of the sunlit clearing stands the oldest, largest apple tree I have ever seen. It's like an ancient guardian, towering in silence. Its trunk is enormous, wide enough to be a small room, and textured with deep grooves, knots, and scars accumulated over centuries. I wonder how many storms it's weathered, how many seasons it's seen come and go. Its sturdy, sprawling branches stretch outward in all directions, as if embracing the entire clearing in a gentle, protective hug. And the apples, oh, the apples, are incredible. Ripe, gleaming in the soft sunlight, red and gold, so numerous they seem like a starry sky hanging from the limbs. They hang heavy, clustered in thick bunches that sway slightly in the breeze, almost too perfect to believe. I can't help but think this majestic, ancient tree has been hidden away in the depths of this wild forest, unseen by all but the most fortunate. It's like a sacred relic, standing against the relentless march of time. A hum of energy seems to pulse around it, thick in the air, like the tree has witnessed countless generations pass through this clearing, silently watching everything. To me, this isn't just a tree, it's a living monument, beautiful, wizened, and so much larger than life that I almost doubt it's real. I stand there, utterly captivated beside Kachan, my heart pounding with awe. I can't help but think, this moment is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. I'll never see anything like this again. Wow, it's so huge, I whisper, voice trembling with admiration. Suddenly, Kachan jumps, startled by the sound of my voice, spinning around as if I'd caught him off guard. Don't sneak up on me like that, you coward, he snaps. Eyes narrowing. Why are you trailing behind me like some pathetic sidekick? I flinch, feeling the sting of his words, but I manage to bow my head slightly. I'm sorry, Kachan, I say softly. I should have listened to you earlier. I didn't mean to hold us back. The path was so creepy. I got scared. His face twists into a scowl. Sorry doesn't cut it, Deku, he grunts. Your clumsiness always causes trouble. I swallow hard, trying to keep my voice steady. Please forgive me, Kachan. I promise I'll be more careful. He rolls his eyes, frustration bubbling beneath his tough exterior. Yeah, of course you didn't mean to. Just try not to screw up this time. We've wasted enough time already. Now focus on the clue. Yeah, okay, I murmur, relief flooding through me. Where should we start looking first? The fact that he isn't exploding in his usual temper tells me he's more drained than I thought. As much as we need to complete our assignment, I can't bring myself to disturb this natural wonder in any way. The thought of harming even a leaf or a root feels wrong, almost sacrilegious. I start pondering how I can appreciate the tree's beauty without damaging it. Don't go near that tree, Kachan's voice suddenly cuts through my thoughts. It's far too beautiful for your rough and clumsy hands. I'll go search the top, and you stay put. Got it, far too beautiful. I never imagined Kachan appreciating anything other than his own quirk, let alone something as peaceful as this tree. The Kachan I know only cares about power, strength, and proving himself superior. He considers himself above all else, yet here he is, telling me to respect this ancient marvel. Maybe hero training has done more than just sharpen our quirks. Maybe it's hell. Ping us see what truly matters, appreciating life, understanding ourselves, and believing in something bigger than just raw power. Sure, Kachan, I say softly, nodding. I'll do as you say. I'll stay put. I step back, more than happy to give him space. With a mighty burst of his explosion, Kachan shoots upward, flying out of sight in an instant. I watch him go, feeling a strange mixture of admiration and anxiety. Then, I turn my attention back to the last clue, the reason we're here. I scuff my feet against the dirt, pushing aside some apples to sit awkwardly on the hard ground. My legs throb, and my back protests from the grueling climb and the countless hours of searching every branch and leaf of all the apple trees back there. My body is sore, exhausted, yet I force myself to focus. He message from the clue still echoes in my mind, beware of the hands that reach for me. If the clue was pointing to this place all along, why should we be wary? It's overgrown, yes, but no villager has come here in ages. The fence back there keeps most animals out, and I don't see any signs of human intrusion. So what danger could possibly lurk here? And then I think about the second part of clue. You can take the time to pause and retreat. Why retreat? I think we're close to finishing our mission. Whatever secrets this place holds, I feel it's vital we hold our ground and find what we're looking for. Suddenly, a growling sound slices through the silence, sharp, sudden, primal. I freeze, instinct kicking in. My heart pounds faster as I search for the source of the noise. I realize why I've felt so uneasy about this dark path. Instinct takes over. I drop into a fighting stance, clutching my bag tightly as I swung it around, pulling out my blade. The metal felt cold in my hand and the moment feels heavy with tension. From the bushes on my right, 4 wolves emerge, matted fur, wild eyes, and teeth bared in menace. Everything seemed to freeze for a heartbeat, their eyes, wild and unblinking, locked onto me. The way these wolves nonchalantly come here suggests this is their territory and I am the intruder. Their aggressive posture and unflinching stare make it clear, these aren't ordinary wolves. The largest among them, a hulking gray beast, took a menacing step forward, snarling with a ferocity that made my stomach turn. Without hesitation, the wolves waste no time as they charge forward. A blur of fur and fury. I drop into a crouch, letting go of my bag as I brace myself. I manage to knock the first wolf into the dirt and roll to the side, creating some distance. My Heart pounds in my chest as I spring to my feet and take the fighting stance reluctantly. I don't want to hurt them, but I know I have to in order to survive. My legs burn, my muscles trembles, but I force myself to stand my ground. I lock eyes with the three wolves, trying to convey my silent message as they circle me. But they don't seem to understand, they're just defending their territory. Suddenly, the second wolf on my right lunges. I crouch low and spin, slicing at the wolf's belly. It yelps miserably, and I shudder at the sound. I pay for my hesitation dearly when I fail to notice another wolf charging at me from the side. Its teeth sink into my arm, and I scream, an instinctive, piercing cry that echoes through the forest. It's a white-hot agony, unlike anything I've ever known, a fire that consumes me. Multiplying with every heartbeat, scraping against the very structure of my arm. My blade clatters uselessly to the damp earth as I collapse beneath the weight of the wolf. I struggle beneath it, blindly fighting to dislodge the snarling beast before it can clamp down again. Somehow, I manage to shove it off and stumble to my feet, only to see a third wolf road me. Adrenaline surges through my body, sharpening my focus. I channel 20% of One for All into my fist, my arm trembling from the effort. Detroit smash, I shout, summoning all my strength. There's a sickening crack as the wolf is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground limply, defeated. I stand there, breath ragged, staring at its motionless form, horror warring with relief. Guilt grips me tight. Forgive me, I pray silently. The words a bitter taste in my mouth. My heart aches fiercely, and I feel tears prick at my eyes, threatening to spill over. The first wolf, though battered, has recovered and begins circling me. Eyes blazing with renewed fury. Ignoring the throbbing, radiating waves of pain from my mangled arm, I push myself up slowly. I don't want to hurt them. These wolves are just defending their territory. They see me as an intruder. My goal is to escape without violence, to leave this place untouched, unbloodied. But I can't just go without Kachan. I can't abandon him. The wolf lunges again, and instinct takes over. I dive to the left, the movement sending fresh jolts of agony through my arm. Turning away from the attack, I activate full cowl, feeling my body surge with power as I sprint back down the path we came earlier. Spotting thick vines on a sturdy tree, I scramble up, hiding myself amidst the leaves. Below, the wolves' snarls grow closer, then pause. I hold my breath, listening. After a tense moment, I hear the rustle of retreating paws. I can't tell if they were spooked by my power or satisfied that I'm gone. A deep, shuddering sigh of relief escapes me as I cradle my injured arm, the pain a constant, throbbing reminder of the violence I sought to avoid. Before I can catch my breath, a deafening boom echoes through the trees. Kachan's back. Adrenaline floods me, overriding the ache in my arm. I leap down from my perch and sprint toward the sound, full cowl propelling me faster. The scene that greets me freezes the blood in my veins. To my right, one wolf lies twitching, a dark, spreading stain of blood matting its fur. Worse, two more wolves have Kachan pinned, their jaws snapping dangerously close to his thrashing form. Kachan. The word tears from me. I activate full cowl again, the green energy flaring, and kick out with all my strength, sending the wolves flying off him. Without thinking, I seize the closest wolf by the scruff of its neck, channeling my power into my arms, and hurl it with all my might across the bushes. It hits the undergrowth with a pained yelp. I whirl towards the second wolf, but it's already lunging, teeth bared. There's no time to dodge. Instinct screams protect Kachan. My arm shoots out, wrapping around the wolf's neck in a desperate chokehold before its fangs can find purchase. Its body thrashes violently, hind legs scrabbling uselessly at the sand. I see its eyes roll back, showing terrified whites against its matted fur. A high-pitched whine rises from its chest, then cuts off abruptly. The wolf's body goes limp in my arms, the life draining away. I stare down, horrified. My hands tremble. I acted on pure instinct to save my friend, driven by the terror of losing Kachan. I didn't want to kill it, but in that split second, there was no other choice. The weight of the wolf's body feels immense, a crushing burden far heavier than its physical mass. The coppery scent of blood mixes with the damp earth, and the silence that follows the struggle is deafening, broken only by Kachan's ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I gently lower the lifeless wolf to the ground, my hands trembling violently. My gaze sweeps the surrounding trees and shadows, every sense straining for any sign of another threat. Hot tears carve paths down my cheeks, but I press my lips together, a hard, thin line. Swallowing the sobs that claw at my throat. The weight of what I've done sits heavy in my chest. Kachan whirls on me, his eyes blazing, not with gratitude, but with familiar, incandescent fury. Is this the way you stay put? He barks, the words sharp as shrapnel. The sheer audacity of it hits me like a physical blow. I saved his life, risked everything, and this, a hot wave of anger, sudden and fierce, surges past the exhaustion and grief. Is this the way you say thank you? I shout back, the sound raw and strained. I stare at him, disbelief warring with the hurt. I throw myself into danger without a second thought for him, and he can't muster even a single word of acknowledgement. Honestly, I never truly expected gratitude from Katsuki Bakugo. But this venom. Ao's attack wasn't on my list of possible reactions. I don't fucking need saving. He roars, spittle flying, his face contorted. Especially not from a useless weakling like you. This whole shitshow would have been avoided if you'd just fucking stayed put like I told you. What did you expect? I retort, pushing myself up, fists clenched so tight my nails bite into my palms. My voice is tight, vibrating with frustration. See my best friend getting torn apart and just sit tight. Enjoy the show. I never asked for your fucking help. He snaps, stepping closer, invading my space. Who the hell do you think you are? Playing the fucking hero. You're nothing, just a quirkless loser. Shithead. Something inside me snaps. Years of belittlement, of being crushed under his boot heel, of being called Deku, it all erupts. I am not quirkless anymore. The words tear from my throat, raw and ragged, straining against the lump of emotion. Why can't you get that through your thick skull? I'm not that same weak, worthless Deku you used to kick around. You're so arrogant, Kachan. So blind, you can't stand seeing anyone else get better, can you? Even after I got a quirk, you never saw me as human. Just something beneath you. What more do I have to do? My voice cracks, tears streaming freely now, unchecked. What more must I do to be seen as a person, if not a hero? When I started at UA, I told myself I wouldn't let your cruel words hurt anymore, but they still cut. They cut deep. The confession pours out, years of pent-up hurt finally breaching the dam. You were my only friend, and you turned your back on me. I feel hollowed out, drained, my head pounding with the effort, yet strangely lighter, like shedding a skin I'd worn too long. I swipe angrily at the tears on my face. But things are different now, I say. The words steadier, infused with a newfound resolve. Kachan's mouth opens, undoubtedly poised to launch another verbal missile, another cruel barb designed to shatter my newfound defiance and reassert his dominance. But then, something flickers in his eyes. The blazing fury doesn't vanish, but it wavers, overlaid for a split second by something else, shock. Concern. It's gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a tight, unreadable mask. His mouth snaps shut. I have real friends now, I continue, emboldened by his silence, by the truth finally spoken. I think of Uraraka's bright smile, Ida's steadfast support, Tsuyu's calm wisdom, of All Might's belief in me. Friends who care about me, who listen, who don't belittle me every chance they get. I meet his gaze directly, ignoring the tremor in my limbs. I don't care what you think anymore, Kachan. I will surpass you, and I will prove myself as the next symbol of peace. The declaration rings out, clear and strong, fueled by the fire of determination burning through my exhaustion. I wonder how he keeps yelling with that endless, unchecked rage. I feel utterly spent after just those few sentences. My limbs are leaden, heavy as stones. Only sheer willpower keeps my head held high. And Kachan, he's not even looking at me anymore. Have I ever actually managed to silence him before? His gaze is fixed downward. His expression tight, focused, concerned. Is he worried about the wolf? I follow his line of sight. A small, dark puddle is forming in the sand beside my feet. Blood, my blood. It drips steadily, rhythmically, from the ragged tear in my injured arm. In the heat of our confrontation, the searing pain, the wound, auden about it. The realization hits me like a physical blow, cold and sharp. The seriousness of our situation crashes down, immediate and terrifying. We need to get out of here. Now. Those wolves could return at any moment, and next time, they might bring the entire pack. Suddenly, a sharp rustling of leaves snags our attention, followed by a bone-chilling howl that echoes through the trees, close, too close. My heart plummets. Time is running out, sand slipping through an hourglass. Kachan whips towards me, his face a mask of grim tension, the earlier fury banked but not gone. TCH, now's not the fucking time for your, "I'll surpass you," speeches, he snaps. His voice low and urgent. "I'll tell you later how clumsy, stupid, and fuckheaded you are. Right now, we move." The words are harsh, but the command is clear: survival first. I nod, the movement jerky, and clutch my injured arm tighter. Blood seeps warm and sticky between my fingers. I stumble after him, each jarring step sending fresh waves of agony radiating up my arm. But Kachan isn't heading towards the fence. He's limping away, deeper into the undergrowth opposite our escape route. Has he lost his mind? Panic flares. Where is he going? Before I can call out, he bends out beneath a tangle of thorny bushes and emerges with a small, sturdy wooden box. The clue. So he did find it after all. It must have been knocked from his grasp during the attack. He shoves it into his bag with a grunt, then turns and sprints back down the dark, tunnel-like path we came from. I force my legs to move, following close on his heels. The darkness presses in, thick and suffocating, allowing the weak light filtering through the canopy. Every shadow feels alive, every rustle a potential threat. I grit my teeth against the throbbing in my arm, trying desperately to stem the flow of blood, to not leave a glistening crimson trail that would lead the wolves straight to us. We move as quickly as silence allows, a desperate, limping race through the oppressive gloom. The only sounds are our ragged breaths, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Finally, the looming silhouette of the fence appears. Relief wars with exhaustion. With a shared, unspoken glance, we tap into our quirks. We land heavily on the other side, the impact jarring my wound. No sooner do our feet hit the packed earth than the sound of rapid, scrabbling footsteps erupts from the woods behind us. We whip around. Several snarling wolves burst from the tree line, their forms coalescing from the shadows. Their eyes, glowing like hot coals in the dimness, lock onto us with predatory hunger. They're drawn by the intoxicating scent, my blood, dripping freely down my arm, a crimson beacon in the gloom. They reach the fence, pressing against the wooden bars, fangs bared in vicious snarls. Saliva drips from their jaws, stringing in the air. Low, guttural growls rumble in their throats, a terrifying chorus of aggression. They stare us down, muscles coiled, ready to tear through the barrier. Then, one wolf, larger than the others, its fur scarred and matted, throws back its head and unleashes a long, chilling howl that slices through the night air. The sound promises violence, and it's answered by distant, answering calls from deeper within the woods. Drawn by the intoxicating, coppery scent of Deku's blood, the wolves slam against the fence, snarling muzzles thrust through the gaps. Saliva drips like venom from bared fangs. Low, guttural growls vibrate in their throats, a promise of torn flesh. One massive bastard, scars riddling its muzzle, throws back its head and unleashes a howl that freezes the blood in my veins. The sound echoes, answered by distant calls from deeper in the woods. But they are unable to cross the sturdy divide. We flinch back instinctively from the snapping jaws, taking several quick, cautious steps away. My palms itch. The familiar, destructive heat builds, screaming to be unleashed. God, how I want to blast those mangy mutts into next week. I can already picture it, the satisfying boom, their yelps as they become airborne furballs. But I clench my fists, forcing the urge down. My fucking ankle is throbbing like a bastard, and every muscle screams with exhaustion. A full-on fight right now. It'd drain the last dregs of my power. Power I need to search this wretched hill and complete this damn assignment. The battle lust burns hot, but the burning need to get the hell home is hotter. In the end, I turn away, sneaking off like a fucking coward. Like Deku, I glance back at him. His blood is still flowing freely, painting his arm crimson, dripping onto the ground. That scent is driving the wolves into a frenzy, their eyes wild, claws scrabbling at the fence. We can't just bolt, not until we stop that fucking faucet. Before I can even unzip my bag for the med kit, Deku's weak voice cuts through the tension. Kachan, give me your bag. I need to stop the bleeding before we go or they'll follow us. Don't you fucking dare order me around, bastard. I snap, the words sharp as shrapnel. I know that already, and you need to get rid of that stink before wrapping it up. Did you carry anything useful for this kind of emergency? The sarcasm drips, but I'm already digging through my pack, yanking out the emergency kit. Deku's shaking like a leaf because of pain. Fear, who the hell knows? He's been through enough today. As much as he pisses me off, he doesn't need my goddamn sweet talk on top of it. I have a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, he croaks, voice cracking like he's about to break. But it's in my bag. I find a small bottle of rubbing alcohol. Good enough. It'll clean the wound, kill the smell, reduce infection risk. I grab a water bottle too. Give me your hand, I command, holding out my own. He hesitates, those wide, pain-filled eyes locking onto mine. It's all right, Kachan, he mutters, trying to pull his arm back. You don't have to do this. I'll take care of it. Just shut the fuck up and do as I say. I yell, making him flinch. His eyes dart back to the wolves, then he steels himself, slowly extending his injured arm. I pour water over his fist first, then grab his wrist firmly. The water hits the worst of the gashes, turning the sand beneath him dark red. There's so much fucking dirt and blood caked on his arm I can't even see the source. He winces, a sharp intake of breath, but stays silent. I twist his arm roughly, examining the damage. 8 puncture wounds. 4 on top, 4 underneath. Deep. Fucking deep. Infection's a real risk. We'll have to watch it like hawks until we're off this hellhole hill. I drag him a few steps back, away from the spreading pool of blood, and start cleaning frantically. He's clutching his upper arm so hard his knuckles are white, nerves bulging under his skin. Without warning, I grab the rubbing alcohol and splash it directly onto the puncture marks. A raw, agonized scream tears from his throat as he collapses on the ground. He tries to yank his arm away instinctively, but my grip is iron. His whole body convulses, shaking violently under the onslaught of pain. I settle in front of him and pause for a split second, letting him suck in a ragged breath. Then twist his hand again to reach the wounds on the underside. A choked whimper escapes him. Tears stream down his dirty cheeks, leaving clean tracks that X with dried blood smudges on his face from earlier. Fuck. Another scent trail. Stop whining, you wimp, I mutter, though my voice is less harsh. Now, I keep dabbing, focused on disinfecting every fucking hole. How the hell did he think he could do this alone? If it were me, no way in hell would I let anyone near my arm with that shit, let alone pour fire into open wounds. But this treatment is necessary, even if it's excruciating. I wrap his arm tight, pulling the bandage hard to stem the crimson tide. The wolves never move, pacing relentlessly along the fence line, their hungry eyes tracking every motion. Every drop of blood that escapes. But the job isn't done. The ground near his feet is soaked shirt as a fucking crime scene. And his face. Take it off, I command, gesturing at his blood-soaked t-shirt. He stares at me, bewildered. What? Your t-shirt, dumbass. It's drenched. Take it off. I snap, impatience warring with the need for speed. We'll burn it later. Or bury it. Something. But you're not wearing that fucking beacon. He hesitates, then slowly, painfully, begins to peel the clinging fabric away from his skin. Every movement makes him gasp, the rough cotton pulling at dried blood and sensitive skin. His injured arm trembling violently with the effort. He finally manages to wrench it over his head, leaving him shivering in just his thin undershirt, his face contorted in pain. Now wipe your fucking face with it, I order him. Get rid of that trail. Every bit of it. He flips the t-shirt, then gingerly, with shaking hands, scrubs at the dried blood tracks mixing with fresh tears on his cheeks. The sight is pathetic, but necessary. Next, the ground. I kick dirt and sand over the darkest, wettest patches where his blood pooled, trying to bury the scent. Then, I unscrew the rubbing alcohol again and pour a generous splash directly onto the disturbed earth. The sharp, chemical smell rises, momentarily overpowering the coppery tang. Good. I snatch the blood-soaked t-shirt from him, wad it up tightly, and stuff it deep into my backpack. One less thing trailing us. Come on, I say, keeping my voice low but urgent. Need to get out of their sight before we try heading back. He nods, shivering slightly. I shove the kid back in my bag and start limping towards the relative shelter of a nearby apple tree, glancing nervously over my shoulder at the prowling predators. But Deku doesn't move, he just stays there, staring at nothing, lost in some fucking internal drama. What the fuck are you waiting for, nerd? I growl, frustration boiling over. Planning to stay here all day? Become wolf chow. Hungry wolves are right there, snapping jaws just feet away, and he's spaced out. Where's his goddamn survival instinct? After an eternity of seconds, he finally stirs. Slowly pushing himself up, grimacing with every movement. Fucking finally. I want to scream at him to move faster, but I bite my tongue. More noise is the last thing we need. This much shit show is enough for one lifetime. He gets upright, takes 2 halting steps, then his eyes roll back. A wave of dizziness hits him like a truck, and he collapses face first into the dirt with a muffled groan, cradling his arm. Teeth sunk deep into his lip to hold back another cry. Fuck. The word echoes like a gunshot in my skull. We're fucked. Utterly, completely fucked. I glare down at Deku's crumpled form. Contempt warring with a cold, sharp spike of panic. Can't even stay on your feet. God, I hate this weakling. The sheer helplessness radiating off him grates on every nerve. With a snarl of frustration, I limp over, my own ankle screaming protest with every step. I grab his good arm roughly and haul him upright. He's dead weight, leaning heavily against me, his face a sickly white mask of pain. Every instinct screams to shove him away, but practicality wins. I become his fucking crutch, my own injured ankle threatening to buckle under our combined weight as we lurch towards the relative shelter of the apple tree. We collapse against the rough bark, sliding down until we're hidden from the wolves' sightline. Every muscle in my body screams for rest, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion settling in. We sit there, breathing raggedly, stealing glances at the fence where the wolves still pace, though their frenzy seems to be fading. I grab a couple of apples from a low-hanging branch, shoving them into my bag. I bite into one, the crisp tartness a small shock against the metallic taste of adrenaline and fear. I toss another towards Deku. Eat it, nerd. You look like death warmed over. He shakes his head weakly, pushing it away. And not hungry. I shrug, taking another vicious bite. Suit yourself. The damn box with the clue feels heavy in my bag, burning a hole through the fabric. I want to open it. Need to see what we're dealing with, what the next step is. But if I do it now, Deku will want to look too. Then comes the endless fucking analysis, the mumbling, the theories. No, later. Despite the exhaustion, Deku can't sit still. He shifts constantly, twisting and turning like he can't find a comfortable position. A low, pained whimper escapes him. Shit, it's not just the arm. His face is a roadmap of agony, that permanent, deep frown, eyes narrowed to slits against the pain, beads of sweat slicking his filthy skin. He's hurting bad. I rummage in the med kit, pulling out a painkiller pill. Take this, I command, holding it out. He shakes his head again, voice thin. See, can't. Empty stomach, makes me sick. Are you fucking kidding me? The urge to just shake him until his teeth rattle is overwhelming. He refused the apple, and now he's refusing this. Take the fucking pill, Deku. I snap, the anger boiling over. But I rein it in, clenching my jaw. His skin is taking on a distinctly greenish tinge. The last thing we need is him puking his guts up right now, alerting every predator within a mile. With a growl of pure frustration, I grab his jaw, forcing his mouth open. And shove the pill in. I shove his water bottle at him next. Swallow. Now. He glares, but obeys, gulping it down. I watch him like a hawk, ready to grab him if he heaves. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, some of the tension eases from his shoulders. His eyelids grow heavy, fluttering shut as he slumps against the tree, finally succumbing to an uneasy doze. The sun bleeds orange and crimson below the treetops, casting long, distorted shadows. We stay hidden for what feels like an eternity, maybe half an hour. The wolves at the fence grow restless, then bored. Their pacing slows, their snarls lessen. One by one, they drift back into the woods, their interest finally waning. Now's our chance. I jab Deku sharply in the ribs. Wake up, nerd. Move time. He flinches violently, eyes flying wide, gasping like he just surfaced from drowning. He nods, pushing himself up with a groan that sounds like it's ripped from his soul. The rest did me some good. The throbbing in my ankle has dulled to a manageable ache. Deku. He looks worse. He's still clutching his bandaged arm like a lifeline, pressed tight against his chest, his knuckles white. Every movement is stiff, pained. We start moving towards the other side of the fence, towards the entrance, using the deepening shadows of the trees as cover. Once we're out of earshot, I nod at Deku. Full cowl. Now. Cover ground fast. He nods back, green lightning flickering weakly around him. I tap my own power, muffled explosions propelling us forward in a desperate sprint. We reach our initial campsite spot in record time. As soon as we stop, Deku stumbles away, crashing towards some bushes. A moment later, the unmistakable sound of retching reaches my ears. Fuck. I turn away sharply, focusing on the tent bag. My hands move with angry, jerky motions, unrolling it with unnecessary force. Pathetic. He stumbles back a few minutes later, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, looking even paler, if possible. I am jamming wooden sticks I'd gathered earlier into a rough fire pit. He collapses onto the ground like a sack of rocks, takes tiny, shaky sips of water, then just lies there panting, every breath ragged and shallow. Utterly fucking spent, eyes staring blankly at the darkening sky. What are you doing? He mumbles, voice cracked and breathless, not even lifting his head off the dirt. What the fuck does it look like I'm doing? I snap, not bothering to glance away from the fire I'm building. Sticks snap under my hands. Why? The tent. He pushes himself up onto his good elbow, wincing violently, as he accidentally puts weight on his injured arm. We should take a look at the clue. Head there. Still, got time, might reach tonight. Look at yourself before running your mouth, you fucking wimp, I spit. Finally turning to glare at him. He's a mess, py upright. Can't even sit straight. Tend to your other fucking injuries first. We will have our dinner and then we'll look at the damn clue. A weak, pathetic smile flickers across Deku's face. Alright, thanks, Kachan, he whispers, gratitude thick in his voice. But, am not hungry, just resting intent, till you've dinner. He starts pushing himself up again. I shoot him a look that could freeze lava. Where the hell do you think you're going? I growl. I said we're having dinner. That means you too. I dig into my backpack, yanking out a couple of crushed granola bars and a slightly squashed mint toffee. I shove them at him. These should help with your nausea. And finish that water before you crawl in there. My voice comes out harsher than intended. But underneath, fuck, there's that stupid worry again. I absolutely hate it. Deku just nods, mustering the energy to sit up properly and nibble weakly at the granola bar like a fucking rabbit. With a few precise, controlled blasts, small pops, not the usual boom, I coax the campfire higher. Flames crackle and dance, casting flickering shadows that make Deku look even more fragile. The fish I snagged earlier sizzles nicely over the heat, the smell making my stomach clench. Deku stays quiet, unnaturally quiet. He's still trembling, fine shakes running through him. He tries to hide by wrapping his arms around himself. His breathing is too deep, too controlled. Whatever, not my problem. I'll give him rest for the first watch, but then he needs to take over. He isn't the only one injured and exhausted here. I choke down the fish in silence. Deku eats slowly, mechanically, wincing with every swallow. The moment the last bite is gone, I yank the clue box out of my bag and sit down heavily beside him. This time, the box has a slim, sturdy rope firmly attached to the top. Inside, folded sheets of paper. Wikipedia printouts. Of course, the lack of creativity screams Aizawa-sensei, lazy bastard. Certain sections are highlighted on each page, and something messy is scrawled at the bottom. The scrawl is illegible chicken scratch. I flip back to T. He first page and start reading the highlighted parts. Aravac plant. Picture shows a dense, dark green bush with stupidly narrow leaves and obnoxiously bright purple flowers. The article drones on about origin, typical habitats, blah, blah, blah. The interesting shit is in the highlights. Turns out, the leaf extract is used in pain relief meds. The scrawl at the bottom finally makes sense. Rub leaves around injured part, bruise if you've lost the emergency. Kid or have ran out of painkillers. Huh, might be useful after all. He's already summarized the page, so reading the whole thing feels pointless. But Deku, the nerd, would probably want to memorize every fucking word. I glance over to see if he's done so I can flip. The sight that meets me stops me cold. Deku's brows are knotted together. Jaw clenched so tight his teeth have to be grinding. His eyes are squeezed shut like he's trying to block out the smallest of light. A pounding headache, obvious even to me. His injured hand is pressed back against his chest, his other hand snaking around to grip his shoulder like a vice. He tries to keep reading, forcing his eyes open to mere slits, only to snap them shut again a second later when a crow caws sharply from a nearby branch. The simple noise makes him flinch violently, a choked gasp escaping him, like the sound as a fucking drill boring straight into his skull. He curls in on himself slightly, breath hitching. Fuck, this is bad, really bad. I fold the pages with a sharp snap. Get in the tent, now. My voice leaves no room for argument. Night shifts, you take second watch. No whining, he just nods, looking utterly wrecked in his thin undershirt as he stumbles towards the tent like a zombie. I settle back by the fire, staring up. The sky isn't clear, it's choked with thick, heavy clouds, swirling in ominous patterns. No stars, just a suffocating, oppressive blanket. The air feels thick, charged, humming with impending violence. The storm's coming, I can feel it in my bones. After a while, I sit up and grab the pages again. Second page, Magrimulish flowers. Pink, spiky petals growing in stupidly neat bunches of 20 on thick stems. I skim the highlighted nonsense, cathartic, diuretic, anti-scorbutic, who cares, until my eyes snag on the handwritten scrawl. Crush flowers, apply directly to wound if bleeding won't stop. Use leaves to cover wound. Make sure there is no direct contact, toxic. I force myself through the next article on Actordium roots, determined to finish. But just as I reach for the last page, movement catches my eye. Deku bursts from the tent, stumbling blindly towards the bushes, and heaves violently. Great, can't even keep down a fucking granola bar now. I sigh, tucking the pages back into the box. I grab a water bottle, not because I care, just so he doesn't bitch during his watch. As I approach, his entire body convulses. Tremors rack him, chest heaving with each agonized gasp. Sweat soaks through his thin undershirt, plastering it to his skin. His eyes bulge with every retch, looking like they might pop right out of his skull. Suddenly, his legs buckle. He pitches forward, face first towards his own puke. I lunge, grabbing him just before he face plants, hauling him back a few steps and lowering him gently to the ground. He clutches his head with both hands, face twisted in pure agony, moaning and writhing. Conclusion: the headache's fucking killing him worse than the arm. I lift his head, help him sip and spit water to clear the taste. Then I pry his hands off his head, replacing them with my own, applying steady pressure. He resists, moaning, trying to pull away. Shish, I murmur, understanding. Even a whisper could feel like a grenade going off in his skull right now. Do you have anti-nausea meds? I ask quietly as he takes measured, controlled breaths. I know how killer headaches work, every sound, every movement is torture. He manages a choked, yes. I start to ease the pressure, removing my hands to get up. But his hand shoots out, grabbing mine like a lifeline. No, he croaks, eyes wide with sudden panic. Just help me to the tent. I'll get it on my own. Just help me up. Shish, wait here, back in a sec, I say. Trying to pull away, he recoils like I struck him. No, he shouts, then instantly clamps his eyes shut, groaning. No, please, don't. Look in my bag. I'm fine, really. I'll just go. Thanks for the water. What the fuck? What's he hiding? Is it that important that he is willing to crawl like a snail just so I can't take a look? Is it his precious nerd notebook? Too fucking stupid to bring that here. Or is it something worse? Drugs. The thought makes my brow furrow. Deku. Illegal shit. Doesn't make sense. I thought Deku was too goody two-shoes to even think of something of that kind. I watch him try twice to push himself up. Both times, his injured arm gives out, sending him back down with a gasp of pain. I grab his good hand, yank him upright. The sudden movement turns his face a sickly green. He immediately retches again, vomiting all over his undershirt and the ground. He curls onto his side, body racked with dry heaves. Fuck. The cons. I've been stamping down flares hot and undeniable. He's getting worse. Fast. Whatever secret he's guarding can wait. He needs fluids, quiet, darkness. Now, when the spasms finally stop, he collapses on the ground, limp. I quickly dig out a cool, mint-scented wipe from my bag and gently clean the vomit from his ashen face. Carefully, I sit him up, slipping my hands under his armpits, and half drag, half guide him towards the tent. Inside, I start peeling off the ruined, vomit-soaked undershirt. That's when I see it. On his right shoulder, a huge, dark bruise, mottled purple and black. Grabbing another wipe and my flashlight, I inspect it. The sight chills me. It's not just the shoulder. Another nasty bruise, smaller but just as angry, blooms just above his hip. How the hell? All this time, continues to writhe and moan, oblivious to my discovery. I shove his bag near him. Take your meds, I grunt, grabbing the soiled shirt. I'll deal with this. I duck out, giving him privacy. When I return a few minutes later, he's managed to pull on a clean shirt. The medicine box sits untouched near his feet. He's hunched over, head buried in his hands, elbows on his knees, radiating misery. Found the medicine? I ask, nudging him with my foot. He shakes his head, uncurling trembling hands to reach for the box. I bat his hand away, grab the box myself, and guide him roughly but carefully onto his back. I find the anti-nausea and painkillers. I crack the water bottle, lift his head, and press the pills in his palm. What's the second pill for? He croaks, voice shredded from vomiting. I whisper the names, anti-nausea and pain relief. He jerks his head away weakly. No, you're not thinking straight. Take it, I whisper, forcing my voice level while rage simmers beneath. How can this idiot refuse meds when he's falling apart? No, not pain relief, he gasps. Think, am sick cuz of the pain pill earlier. What? The word explodes in my head, but I clamp down instantly as Deku moans. Curling inward again, then it hits me, his earlier refusal, can't take it on empty stomach, makes me sick. His stupid, rambling explanation about gastrointestinal side effects. Fuck, a cold, heavy dread drops into my gut. This is my fault. I forced that fucking pill down his throat. I ignored his warning, and now he's paying for it. The sound of his pained whimpers makes my own stomach twist. Unnerved, disturbed, troubled, words I refuse to acknowledge, feelings I refuse to name. Shut up, just shut the fuck up. It's nothing, I was only helping him. That's all I'm doing now too. I am not regretting my decision of giving him pain medication. No regret, not at all, no fucking guilt. I did what I thought was right. Period. Yeah, it backfired spectacularly, but I'll fix it. I will fix this. Alright, I whisper, forcing calm into my tone. Just the anti-nausea. Then, I remove the offending pill from his hand and help him swallow it with some water. I dig out a mint toffee, the sharp scent cuts through the vomit smell, and press it between his lips. Suck this, slowly. Then, hesitantly, I place my fingertips against his temples. He flinches, but I start massaging slow, firm circles. Each wince, each strained breath under my hands is a fucking reminder that I did this. I caused this agony. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the tension in his face eases. His breathing evens out, just a fraction. Outside, the first raindrops begin to patter against the tent fabric, a soft, relentless drumming. The storm's finally breaking. I glance at my watch. Time for his watch shift. The agreement echoes in my head. He takes second watch. I look down at him. He's finally asleep, face still pale, damp with sweat, breathing shallowly. The thought of waking him, of forcing him into the cold, rainy darkness after what I've done. I can't. I just can't. Not after I put him in this hell. The decision settles, heavy and absolute. I'll take the fucking watch. Both shifts. The rain intensifies, drumming harder on the tent. I stay rooted beside him. Hours crawl by. I press cool wipes to his forehead when fever flushes his skin. I monitor his breathing, the rise and fall of his chest. I listen to the rain, to the distant howls of wolves carried on the wind, to the soft, pained sounds Deku makes even in sleep. The guilt I refuse to name sits like a stone in my chest, cold and unyielding. Dawn feels a lifetime away. Even before opening my eyes, I sense the warmth of sunlight filtering through the tent's gap, the gentle chirping of birds immediately pulling me toward consciousness. I blink, lashes sticky, the world swimming into focus like watercolors bleeding on paper. And there he is, Kacchan, sitting vigilantly beside me, head drooping onto his chest, eyes closed in a light doze. The usual scowl is absent, replaced by an almost peaceful slackness in his features. The sight sends a jolt through me, sharp and confusing. He stayed, all night. The memories crash over me, the skull-splitting headache, the nausea that racked my body until I vomited, and Kacchan's unwavering presence through it all. I recall the blinding pain, and how Kacchan had come to my aid, speaking to me in a tone so uncharacteristically gentle and soothing. It's a side of him I haven't seen in years, not since we were children racing through the park. I can vividly picture that day, our friendly running competition, my stumble, the sharp scrape of my knee against the pavement, the tears that instantly welled up. Some things never change, I'm still a crybaby. Without hesitation, Kacchan had rushed to my side, completely ignoring our competition, his usual brash demeanor melting away as he fussed over my scraped knee and did his awkward best to comfort me. In that moment, he'd been like an older brother, his rough edges softened by genuine concern. I've always treasured those rare instances when Kachan's tough exterior crumbled, allowing me a glimpse of the caring person hidden beneath. Now, watching him doze, I can't help but wonder what prompted this latest display of tenderness. Was it simply the weight of Aizawa Sensei's threat hanging over us, or is there something more beneath the surface? I can't be certain, but I find myself aching, longing for the days when Kachan's kindness came more freely, untainted by the quirk status that drove such a massive, painful wedge between us. I sit up quietly, a sigh of relief escaping me as I realize the headache has finally subsided. Only a dull ache persists in my right shoulder and arm. I carefully shift, clearing space to gently guide Kachan's shoulders down onto the spot I just vacated. The moment my hands make contact, his eyes fly open, his body tensing instinctively, ready to push me away. But then recognition flickers across his face, and he visibly relaxes, if only fractionally. "You're up," he grunts, his voice rough with sleep. "Yeah," I nod. "You can rest here. I'm sorry I didn't wake for my shift." Headache?" he asks, easing back onto the sleeping bag, already half closing his eyes. "It's gone now. Shoulder still hurts a bit. Thank you for last night. Kachan rolls his eyes, cutting me off. Kachan rolls his eyes dramatically, cutting me off before I can finish the sentence. Don't mention it. Just remember I saved your sorry ass last night. You owe me big time. Besides," he adds, his voice dropping slightly, almost defensive, "I didn't exactly help with your headache. I just, did what the old hag does whenever I'm down. Don't get it twisted." He turns his face away, pulling the sleeping bag higher up his chest. "Now, get the fuck out. Just 'cause you brought this tent doesn't mean you own it. I'm sleeping here. You can do whatever the fuck you want outside. Go." With that final, gruff dismissal, he turns his back completely, a clear end to the conversation. I can't help but smile like an idiot. It doesn't matter what he says, how harshly he tries to frame it. Just a week ago, he'd have exploded with his trademark rage, "Go home and die, you fucking bastard." But last night, something shifted. His words had come out soft, almost gentle, dreamlike in their uncharacteristic tenderness. It was so strikingly different from the Kachan I know, the brash, unyielding force of nature who never holds back his contempt, that for a moment, I actually wondered if someone had kidnapped the real Kachan and replaced him with an alien imposter. I pick up the clue box sitting atop his bag and slip outside. Now that I'm feeling clearer, I'm determined to read each page with meticulous attention. The last page proves to be the jackpot. It precisely details the prize's location, how to find it, and the quickest route back. I recognize the handwriting instantly. This clue has Aizawa Sensei's fingerprints all over it. I can't help but wonder just how far our teacher is willing to watch us complete this assignment together. The last page reads, "Now, here are your clues to complete the assignment. You are currently on the southern side of Kinnigan Hill. The prize is hidden at the peak of the mountain. Follow the winding path from the left of the apple orchard that leads to the summit. The path will take you through a dense forest of cedar trees. As you climb, you'll notice the surrounding trees gradually thin out. The thinning canopy will allow your gaze to travel unobstructed, revealing wide, sweeping vistas. The summit, previously obscured, will now come into clear view. Pay attention to the craggy outcrop, pings and crevices dotting the landscape. It is in these rugged, hard-to-reach places that you must now focus your search, for this is where the elusive Hosiagnia shrubs thrive. These hardy plants, with their sturdy, woody stems, have adapted to take root in the smallest gaps and fissures in the rocky terrain. Look for the distinctive twin Hosiagnia specimens that grow in a peculiar, almost mirror-like formation. The prize is hidden beneath one such pair of shrubs. As for the shortest way off the hill, once you've retrieved the prize, make your way back down by following the stream originating from the snow-capped peak. Be careful, the stream leads to a treacherous waterfall. Use the rope to safely reach the stream's banks below, then continue downstream. This will guide you to the village of Duya. Arrive at the Seoul police station there, and your assignment will be complete. However, be aware, Kinnigan Mountain is home to several aggressive wild animals. You'll need to be cautious. Use your wits and your quirk abilities to navigate this terrain and avoid these animals. I expect you both to return with the prize together. With these detailed instructions, we'll be home in hours. Just a couple of days late. I don't know if it will affect our scores, but I can't shake this mix of emotions churning inside me. I'm happy I'll see Mom and friends soon. I can't wait to tell Mom everything, the wolves, the climb. The clues. I picture reuniting with Iida, Todoroki, Kirishima, Mina, Uraraka. Iida-kun will lecture me about my shortcomings, ever the class representative. Todoroki-kun will offer quiet praise for completing it without major incident. Kirishima-kun will tease me relentlessly, his laughter booming. Mina will be bursting with curiosity, demanding every detail. And Uraraka, she'll fuss over me, worried I haven't been eating or sleeping properly. Yet, a pang of sadness cuts through the excitement. In just a few hours, everything will revert to the way it was before. Kachan's fleeting concern will vanish. We'll likely never have another civil conversation. Our dynamic will snap back to its familiar, painful pattern. I'm so grateful I saw the old Kachan, the one I'd almost forgotten existed. I'll cherish these rare memories, sincerely wishing I could see this softer side of him more often, beyond this forced assignment. I get up, stretching carefully, and start preparing for the day. I move through camp chores mechanically, wincing every time my right arm takes weight. About an hour later, the tent flap rustles. Kachan emerges, looking utterly wrecked. Prominent dark circles bruise the skin under his eyes, his movements stiff with exhaustion. He meets my gaze for a split second, his usual scowl weakened by fatigue, before turning to glare at the rising sun like it personally offended him. The sight sends another pang through me, a reminder of the cost of his hidden care, a cost he'd never admit to paying. Good morning, Kachan. It's too early. You can sleep a bit more, I offer. My voice softer than intended. He stretches, a ripple of tension beneath his shirt, rubbing fiercely at his eyes as if to scrape away sleep. Wah, who cares about sleep? He snaps, voice raw. Let me remind you we have an assignment to complete and we're already running late. I won't let you hold me back today. I don't care if you die, but I am not staying here another moment. He turns, grabbing his canteen with jerky movements. Right, the familiar sting of his words lands, but it's blunted by exhaustion. I take it as my cue. My fingers fumble with the tense straps. The simple task suddenly monumental. Every tug, every fold sends fresh agony lancing up my arm. The bandage feels damp, sticky. Not now, please. I swallow the last pain pill dry, a bitter promise that does little to dull the deep burning ache spreading like venom through my chest and back. I'll be home soon, I remind myself. Just hours now. Shouldering my bag, I turn, only to jolt violent L. Why as Kachan materializes silently behind me? My heart hammers against my ribs. What are you doing? He demands, voice that familiar gravelly rasp. Preparing to leave, I stammer, caught off guard. Like you said. Without warning, he thrusts his own bag into my hands. Before I can process this, he snatches my heavy, bulky bag from my shoulder. You carry that, I'll carry yours. Now, come on, we've got to move. He doesn't wait for a reply, already striding towards the tree line. I stand frozen, bewildered. Why swap bags? His bag is feather light. Is this his way to show worry for me? A power play, or something else? Panic flares. My lucky charm. It's in the front pocket. If he checks, I can't let him see it. Not that, not him. I scramble to hoist his weightless bag, and hurry after him, questions tumbling out. Kachan, wait, why? What's the point? Did Aizawa say something? Is it about the weight distribution? Because I can manage. He walks on, back ramrod straight, a wall of silence. My voice bounces off him. Useless. After the fifth unanswered question, the words die in my throat. What's the use? The only sound is the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and the ragged edge of my own breathing. The path winds steeply upwards, as promised. Towering cedars close in, their scent sharp and clean. But the terrain quickly turns brutal. The incline sharpens until we're scrambling. Hands grasping rough bark to haul ourselves up. Each step sends a fresh wave of fire through my arm. The pain blossoms, spreading like a stain across my chest and back, stealing my breath. I pause frequently, leaning against solid trunks, gasping for air that feels thin and insufficient. Kachan's pace is relentless, a distant, determined figure ahead. Just as the burning in my lungs threatens to overwhelm me, his voice cuts through the trees, sharp and impatient. Deku. I push off the tree, activating full cowl. Green lightning crackles weakly around me, a desperate burst of speed. I catch up, panting, bent double, hands braced on my knees. What's wrong? He huffs, not even winded. His eyes flick over me, assessing. You're way too fast, I gasp between ragged coughs. Had to take breaks, catch my breath. Amazing, he sneers, the word dripping with acid. I'm the one carrying your heavy bag and dealing with a burning pain in my leg, yet you're the one who needs to catch your breath. He steps closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming. Great, could you be any more pathetic? I'm trying my hardest to keep up the pace, but you keep slowing us down. The words hit like physical blows. I straighten slowly, meeting his glare, my own eyes pleading. I'm sorry, Kachan, I manage, the apology thick with exhaustion and shame. Can we take a small break? Are you deaf or what? He explodes, hands clenching at his sides. We are not gonna waste our time now that we're so close. Man up for once and move. I hold his gaze, letting him see it all, the nausea churning from the Quirk overuse. The white-hot agony in my chest making each breath a battle, the sheer, bone-deep weariness. I don't speak, I just look. He stares back, jaw working. For a beat, the fury flickers, replaced by something unreadable. Then he scoffs, turning away sharply. TCH, fine, but this is the last break you will be taking today. Got it, relief washes over me, so potent it almost buckles my knees. Got it, I whisper. Nodding gratefully, I slump against the nearest cedar T scraping my back. My right arm curls protectively over my chest, fingers digging into the throbbing wound beneath the bandage. I focus on breathing, slow, deep, measured, willing the roiling nausea to subside. The pain is a living thing now, pulsing from my shoulder down to my fingertips, a constant, reaming counterpoint to the forest's quiet. Why isn't the medicine working? As the worst of the nausea recedes, I blink, reaching out shakily. Water, please. Kachan wordlessly tosses me my canteen. I fumble the cap, gulping the cool liquid, spilling some down my chin. That's when I see it. Fresh blood, dark and ominous, seeping through the white bandage, blooming like a dark flower on the fabric. Kachan, I call, my voice trembling. My bag, I need to change it. He drops the bag near my feet with a curt nod before stepping away. With trembling hands, I unzip my bag and rummage for the med kit. My fingers feel thick, clumsy. I peel back the soiled dressing, wincing as the fabric pulls at raw, inflamed skin. The wound beneath looks angry, red, and swollen. I clean it as gently as I can with antiseptic wipes, gritting my teeth against the fresh stabs of pain. Each touch sends fresh jolts through me. Finally, I wrap it tightly again, layering fresh bandages, hoping the pressure will stem the slow, relentless bleed. As I work, I risk a glance at Kachan. He's lying a few yards away, propped on his elbows, pointedly facing the opposite direction. His posture is rigid, radiating simmering frustration. Upset that I'm a burden. Slowing him down, holding us back. The familiar ache of inadequacy mixes with the physical pain. He's right, I am slowing us down. And now, with the blood soaking through again, the path ahead feels even steeper, the summit even further away. The weight of his bag on my shoulder feels heavier than ever, a physical manifestation of the guilt pressing down on my chest. You carry that, I'll carry yours. Now, come on, we've got to move. The words leave my mouth before I can overthink them, sharp and final. I don't wait for a reply, just turn and stride toward the cedar forest. The clues map burning in my mind. Finally, the summit, the prize, victory, it's all within reach. Excitement buzzes under my skin, sharper than the ache in my sprained ankle. I'll drag Deku kicking and screaming if I have to, but we will finish this today. I heard him fumbling with the tent straps, slow, clumsy movements punctuated by sharp hisses of pain. A pang of something uncomfortably like sympathy hits me. Last night, he'd looked broken, pale and shaking, puking his guts up while I pretended not to care. For a split second, I almost turned back, almost offered to help. No, I slammed the door on that weakness. I cannot afford to be distracted by the pebbles on the road, I remind myself fiercely. Deku is Deku, and extras don't matter. Still, the image of his blood-soaked shirt lingers. If he needs help, he can fucking ask. I won't slow down for anyone. When I glance back, he was finally upright, swaying slightly under the weight of that monstrosity he calls a backpack. The strain is obvious, jaw clenched, face pale, knuckles white where he grips the straps. He's gritting his teeth, refusing to complain, even as the heavy bag drags him sideways. Idiot, he took his last pain pill. It'll wear off soon. That bag will crush him. Before I can talk myself out of it, I stalk over and snatch his bag, shoving my feather light one into his hands. You carry that, I'll carry yours. His eyes widen, confusion warring with exhaustion. Now, come on, we've got to move. I turn away before he can argue. There. This way, he saves energy for the climb. Practical, logical, not soft, just, efficient. The tiny voice whispering it's the least you can do gets drowned out by the crunch of boots on dirt. Kachan, wait, why? What's the point? Did Aizawa say something? Is it about the weight distribution? Because I can manage. His voice grates on my nerves, an endless stream of pointless questions. Can't he use his brain for once instead of just bombarding me with pointless questions? Shut up, shut up, shut up. I tune him out, focusing on the path ahead. After an eternity of his droning, he finally falls silent. Good. The trees thicken, the ground rising sharply. My ankle protests every step, a dull throb escalating to a burn with each incline. Suck it up and just keep moving. Determination is a hotter fire than pain. We climb. Silence stretches. Minutes bleed into an hour. The silence that finally falls is wrong. Usually, I'd relish it, glad the nerd finally shut his mouth. But now, it itches. Too quiet. I strain my ears. Nothing. I can barely hear his footsteps anymore. Where the hell is he? I stop dead, swiveling around, ready to roar at him for dragging his feet. The curse dies in my throat. He's gone. Panic, cold and sharp, slices through me. Deku, I bellow, the sound echoing through the trees. I'm about to storm back down the path when green lightning flickers in the distance. He appears, stumbling toward me, using full cowl in short, desperate bursts. Gasping for air like a fish on land. His face is ashen, lips tinged blue. Breath tears from his lungs in wet, ragged gasps. Blood seeps through his bandage, stark crimson against pale skin. What the fuck happened to him? What's wrong? The question snaps out, sharper than intended. He sways, clutching his chest, face ashen. You're way too fast. I cough. Had to take breaks, catch my breath. Rage, white hot an instant. Too fast. I'm carrying his fucking house on my back, my ankle feels like it's splitting open, and he's the one whining. Amazing. The word drips acid. I am the one carrying your heavy bag and dealing with a burning pain in my leg, yet you're the one who needs to catch your breath. Great. Could you be any more pathetic? I'm trying my hardest to keep up the pace, but you keep slowing us down. Quote, I'm sorry, Kachan. Can we take a small break? He pleads. Are you deaf or what? We are not gonna waste our time now that we're so close. Man up for once and move. I yell at him. If his condition is that bad, he should be the one eager to complete the assignment and head back. That sleepy head even pointed out the fastest route. He just looks at me, eyes wide and pleading. Those stupid, damn puppy eyes. For a second, I almost ignore it. Almost. But the blood on his arm, the gray pallor of his skin, knees buckling. Fuck. He's not just slow, he's crashing. TCH. Fine. I bite out. The concession tasting like ash. But this is the last break you will be taking today. Got it. A few minutes. I can rest my leg too. He collapses right there, slumping against the cedar tree like a puppet with cut strings. Gulps air like a drowning man, swallowing hard like he's fighting puke. I watch him drag oxygen into his lungs, each breath a battle. Finally, he croaks. Water, please. Isn't he carrying my bag? There's a canteen right there. What's so special about his holy water? Damn nerd. Instead of bellowing, I just wordlessly toss his canteen at him. He fumbles with the cap. That's when he sees the blood blooming on the bandages. His eyes widen. What was he expecting? A fucking butterfly. Kachan, my bag. I need to change it. His voice trembles, thin and reedy. It hits me, last night's vulnerability, him writhing in pain. He's still broken. And who broke him? Me. Irritation flares, hot and sharp. I drop his bag at his feet like it's radioactive and stalk away. Putting distance between us. As he unwraps the wound, his sharp hiss of pain makes my stomach clench. I turn away, flopping onto the ground, hiding my face. Every whimper, every choked breath from him twists the knife of guilt deeper. If I'd just gotten back to his side faster, if I hadn't lingered at that stupid apple tree like an idiot, he never would have faced those wolves alone. If I'd just blasted them cleaner, faster, he wouldn't have had to leave his hiding spot. If I'd just listened when he refused the damn painkiller instead of forcing it down his throat, fuck. That's this. I broke him. After what feels like forever, he pushes himself up, swaying but upright. Ready, he rasps. We resume the climb. This time, I force my pace slower, keeping him in my peripheral vision. Higher we go, and the forest dies, not naturally, but ravaged. Rains wrecked it. Fallen trees lie like broken bones across the path, jagged splinters pointing skyward. Surviving trees lean drunkenly, branches twisted into agonized shapes, creaking and groaning in the wind like mourners. Soft earth gives way to sharp, loose scree that shifts underfoot. Every step is a gamble. Treacherous as hell. We ditch the bags near a massive, lightning-scarred oak, its roots gripping the rock like claws. I mark the spot with a slash of explosive soot on the trunk. 1 hour, I grunt. We'll be back right here. No exceptions. We split up, scanning opposite sides of the ravine. My eyes comb every crevice, every fissure in the rock face, while Deku uses pathetic little bursts of full cowl to zip around below. Show off. I spot some bent Hosiacnia shrubs, but not the twin formation Aizawa described. The ground's a nightmare, slippery, uneven. I slip twice, scraping my palms on gritty rocks, gritting my teeth against the sting. I got the first-hand experience of how dangerous it is to climb this high. Yet, I know I have to continue upwards if I want to be on my way back home. Higher. Gotta go higher. The air bites now, thin and frigid, no trees left to shield us. Wind whips across the exposed slope, a physical force tearing at my clothes and stealing my breath. It howls, carrying the distant roar of the river far below. Sunlight glares off the pale rock, dazzling and harsh. My lungs burn with every breath, altitude stealing oxygen, leaving me lightheaded. 45 minutes wasted, about to turn back, resigning myself to failure, cursing Aizawa's sadistic treasure hunt, when something catches my eye. Another bent Hosiacnia, and beside it, a matching leaf. This is it. My triumph dies instantly. The shrub clings to the edge of a sheer cliff face. Jagged rock, dark and wet with seepage, plummets over 10 meters straight down to a river churning violently below, white water frothing over jagged boulders. 50 meters of sheer drop ending in a lethal tangle of rocks and rapids. The wind screams up the face, plucking at the shrub's stubborn leaves. Fuck. Even if I blast to hover, my hands are full just staying steady against the gale. If I reach the clifftop above, lowering myself down. One slip, one miscalculation, one gust of wind stronger than the last, and I'm a red smear on the rocks. The river's roar is a constant, hungry sound. Below, the shrub taunts me, so close, yet utterly unreachable, clinging to oblivion. The rope. I blast back to the bags, grabbing the coiled nylon. In Deku's bag, curiosity itches like a rash. What's he hiding? I root through the contents. Spare clothes, nerd, med kit, overkill, tools, predictable, instant ramen, of course. Nothing incriminating. No hero journal. Disappointing. Then, click. My fingers brush cool plastic. An All Might limited edition figurine, its bright colors jarringly cheerful against the gray stone. Seriously, he still carries this childish crap. I'm about to shove it back when something nags me. The weight, the slightly chipped paint on the base, familiar. Where have I seen this exact one before? Damn it, I don't have time for this. Assignment comes first. I cram it back, sling the rope over my shoulder and blast towards the clifftop, the wind screaming in my ears, the river roaring its hungry promise below. I hit the clifftop, and freeze. White fur, unblinking amber eyes, a tiger, massive, regal, lounging on a sun-warmed slab of rock like it owns the mountain. Its gaze locks onto mine, muscles coiling beneath sleek fur. A low rumble vibrating in its chest. Shit. One wrong move, and I'm ripped apart before I can blink. I don't hesitate. I fire warning blasts. Boom. 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 Scorching the rock at its feet. The tiger snarls, leaps backward with fluid grace, and vanishes into the jagged shadows of the upper slope. Problem solved. Now, the rope. I wrap it triple thick around a gnarled, lightning-struck pine. Testing the knot with my full weight. Solid. I peer over the edge. The drop is dizzying, sheer rock plunging into the river's churning maw far below. Wind whips up the face, icy and relentless. A tremor runs through me. Is it the cold, or the fact that one slip means I'm paced on those rocks? I slap my own cheek, hard. Get it together, Katsuki. You're gonna be number one. Heroes don't fucking cower. I begin the descent. Inch by agonizing inch, rope burns my palms, muscles scream, shoulders protesting the strain of holding my body weight. Progress is glacial, frustrating. Screw this. I ignite controlled explosions beneath my feet, hovering just above the rock face, covering distance in rapid, risky bursts. Finally, I land beside the Hosiacnia shrub. It clings stubbornly to a narrow ledge, twin stems twisted together like a promise. I shift my weight, bracing my right foot on a patch of loose gravel. Crack. The ledge disintegrates. My stomach lurches as I plummet. The rope snaps taut against my ribs, knocking the wind out of me. I swing like a pendulum toward the cliff face, rocks rushing up. Boom, boom, boom. I unleash desperate blasts, rocketing upward just before impact. This time, I test every handhold, every foothold, before trusting it. Solid. I heave aside the heavy boulder concealing the shrub's roots. No box, just 2 scrolls, tied with a delicate golden thread. Come on, sleepyhead, I mutter at Aizawa's invisible presence. At least wrap it in a box. Still, scrolls are lighter. Better this way. I tuck them into my shirt, against my chest, and blast back to the clifftop. I want to read them now. But Deku, I scan the ravine below. Deku, my voice echoes, swallowed by wind and distance. Nerd, where are you? Silence. Just the river's roar and the wind's lonely howl. Typical. Probably got lost staring at rocks. I turn to head back to the rendezvous point. Then, a sound. Faint. Almost lost beneath the wind. A whimper. Animal. I freeze, straining to hear. Ka, ka, cha. My blood turns to ice. That voice. Weak. Broken. Deku. I whirl, scanning the treacherous slope below. Panic claws at my throat, sharp and suffocating. Where? The scrolls forgotten against my chest, the tiger, the cliff, none of it matters. Only that weak, desperate voice calling my name. The search for the twin Hosiacnia shrub becomes a waking nightmare. The mountain fights me at every turn. Slippery scree shifts underfoot like living serpents. Each step demands agonizing concentration, my right arm throbbing in protest with every jolt. Higher I climb, and the air thins, turning each breath into a battle. Dark clouds, bruised and heavy, cling to the peaks like vultures, promising ice and rain. The previous night's storm left the slopes slick, treacherous, and utterly exposed. Stunted shrubs clinging to rock, their branches twisted and broken by the storm's fury. My eyes dart across the craggy expanse, scanning crevices, fissures, ledges, anywhere the twin shrubs might hide. There, a surge of hope when I spot the first Hosiacnia, its woody stem clinging to a crack. But it stands alone, unbent. Not the pair we need. Keep moving. Every labored step is a defiance of the screaming pain in my chest, the nausea churning my gut. The assignment. The summit. Just keep moving. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Explosions rip through the silence, echoing off the cliffs. Kachan. Relief wars with exhaustion. Maybe we can search together. I push off the rock I'm leaning on, gritting my teeth against the wave of dizziness, and start toward the sound. The blasts grow louder, closer. A massive white blur erupts from the same direction. Not Kachan. A tiger. Colossal, fur like fresh snow, muscles rippling as it sprints toward me with terrifying speed. Amber eyes lock onto mine. Burning with primal fury, I freeze. Heart hammers against my ribs like a trapped bird. It leaps. Jang daggers. Instinct takes over. I drop and roll right, the tiger's pounce whistles overhead. Agony tears through my right arm, the wolf bite wound screams as I hit the ground. Not here, not now. I scramble up, adrenaline flooding through my veins. The tiger wheels, crouches, charges again. Simple plan. Grab its paws and hurl it away. But it's too fast, too heavy. My weakened right arm buckles under the impact. Claws like hot knives slash across my chest. They shred my shirt, tear through skin beneath. I stumble backward, blood blooming hot and wet across my chest, vision blurring. It pounces again, jaws wide. Now, Detroit smash. My foot connects with its ribs like a cannonball. The tiger yelps, airborne. I force myself upright, igniting 20% full cowl. Green lightning crackles as I rip a dead tree trunk from the earth and hurl it like a spear. The wood slams into the tiger, sending it tumbling across the scree. It scrambles up, terrified, and flees, toward Kachan's direction. No. Full cowl flares as I streak across the broken ground, planting myself in its path, arms wide, a living shield. It skids to a halt mere feet from me, snarls, before veering sharply into the woods, fleeing the threat I embody. Gone. Adrenaline drains like water, leaving behind a hollow, shaking shell. Pain crashes over me in waves, arm throbbing, chest burning with every breath, ribs screaming where claws scored bone. The world spins. My knees buckle, and I tumble down the rocky incline, a helpless marionette flailing against jagged stones that tear at my skin. Suddenly, an excruciating pressure stabs into my side, a jagged branch, thick as my forearm, impales me just below the ribs. Agony. Pure, blinding agony. The shock steals my breath, my scream dissolving into a silent, gasping choke. The branch holds me suspended, its rough bark grinding against tender flesh. With each ragged breath I manage to draw. I try to shift, to pull free, but the slightest movement sends white-hot fire lancing through my torso. Can't move, can't breathe. Blood pools warm and sticky beneath me. Darkness whispers at the edges of my vision. I force my eyes open, focusing on slowing my heaving lungs, but each inhale sends fresh waves of agony radiating from the wound. I shift again, determined to free myself. But the slightest movement makes the branch grind against bone and muscle. Despair washes over me, weakening my resolve. Faint explosions rumble in the distance. I muster a whisper, barely audible to myself. Ka, cha, it's nothing. Useless. Time loses meaning. Minutes, hours. I drift, calling Kachan's name between waves of nausea, clinging to consciousness by a thread. Cold seeps into my bones. Suddenly, a familiar figure crouches before me, face pale, voice tight with urgency. I need you to stay awake. You hear me? I'll fucking kill you if you close your eyes. My eyes flutter shut against my will. The next thing I know, searing pain explodes as hands grip my waist. A raw scream rips from my throat, the pain all-encompassing. I retch uncontrollably, tears mixing with dirt and blood. Kachan's voice reaches me, distorted, muffled, like I'm drowning and he's shouting. From the surface. Hold on. All right, I fight to cling to consciousness, to understand him, but then he's gone. The silence is deafening, broken only by my own ragged gasps. Is he coming back, or has he decided to go on without me? The thought is a physical blow. Did he leave me? Loneliness, colder than the branch piercing me, seeps into my bones. Fear, sharp and metallic, floods my mouth. The overwhelming emotions become too much to bear any longer and I sob uncontrollably. My cries echoing through the deafening silence. Tears burn tracks down my grimy cheeks, each convulsion sending fresh torment through my wound. My chest constricts, each breath a battle against suffocating panic and pain. Desperately, I strain to regain control, to slow my ragged breathing, but the torment is all-consuming. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I attempt to scoot backward, inch by agonizing inch. Determined to help myself, save myself. The branch grinds, a sickening scrape of wood against bone. A searing fire erupts in my gut with every minuscule movement, spreading through my body like a wildfire. Nausea overwhelms me, throat closing up as I struggle to breathe. I don't even manage to budge a single centimeter before the sheer intensity of the pain shatters my resolve. I collapse back, limp, broken, resigned to wretched fate. The merciful darkness I crave remains elusive. Instead, dizziness intensifies, nausea churns, and a deep, chilling cold spreads through my bones. I lie trembling, waiting for an end that won't come. Suddenly, a presence looms behind me. The tiger, frozen terror grips me. Then, fingers press against my neck, seeking a pulse. I open my eyes. Kachan's face, etched with exhaustion and something alarmingly like fear, swims into view above me. I can see his mouth moving but I can't hear a thing. The only thing I hear is my own heartbeat. As he crouches in front of me, I try to speak, to beg, but my words are slurred, incomprehensible. He moves behind me and rips open my shirt. Cold air hits the exposed, ragged wound. I shiver violently. His fingers probe the inflamed skin around the branch. Please. I manage, the word thick with agony. Stop it. Hurts. His voice cuts through the fog, distorted but urgent. Minute, fast, remove, it doesn't matter. I can hardly feel my middle section anymore. All I want is the oblivion of sleep. A sudden, violent pressure deep in my abdomen wrenches me back to consciousness. I jackknife upright with a blood-curdling scream. One for all flaring instinctively. I shove blindly, connecting with something solid. A grunt, a heavy thud. Something hits the ground. My back arches, pain radiating like a supernova. Nausea overwhelms me. I barely turn my head before vomit burns my throat, each heave tearing my wounded body apart. A hand rubs slow circles on my back. A voice. Calm, breathe, water touches my lips. Cool, blessed, then something else, bitter, vile. I spit it out, gagging, and sink back into oblivion. Consciousness returns like waves lapping at a shore, first just the sense of dampness. Then the smell of wet earth and pine, and finally the sound of rain dripping from rocks. I blink, vision swimming into focus. Clouds hang low and heavy, charcoal gray, pressing down on the mountain. The air tastes metallic, like cold iron. Every inhale scrapes my throat. My body feels like a big black bruise. There is no body part which isn't hurting. I groan, trying to roll over. A fresh wave of pain erupts from my side. A face swims into focus. Kachan. His eyes are hollow, rimmed with exhaustion so profound it looks like pain. He's soaked, water dripping from his hair and clothes, trembling slightly in the chill. You okay? He asks, voice rough. Not a demand, almost. Quiet. I open my mouth to answer. Only a harsh, racking cough comes out. It jars my injuries, sending fresh fire through my chest and side. He gently lifts my head, helps me drink. Cool water slides down my throat. The relief is immediate, profound. You stayed. The words are a statement, fragile with disbelief. Not a question, a truth, a revelation. I don't need his reply. The sight of him here, drenched, exhausted, but here, is the only balm my battered body and soul need. He snorts, but there's no heat in it. Just weariness. No, I'm a fucking villain impersonating Kachan. The real Katsuki is resting peacefully at home. Of course I stayed, nerd. What did you expect? We need to complete it together or we both fail. Did you hit your head too? A small, shaky smile touches my lips despite everything. He stayed. Mission rules or not, he's here. I take stock of my body, a inventory of misery. My head throbs in time with my heartbeat, a relentless drum against my skull. My right side burns. A deep, searing ache that steals my breath, but it's distant now. Muted. My legs feel alien, disconnected. I curl my toes, gasping at the effort. They move, relief and fleeting. I glance down. I'm wrapped haphazardly in the tent fabric, a tangled cocoon. Beneath it, I can feel the tight pressure of bandages around my torso. But the cold, God, the cold. It seeps through the layers, into my bones, a deep, biting chill that makes me shiver violently. What the fuck happened? Kachan asks, his gaze sharp despite his exhaustion. Heard explosions, I rasp, each word a struggle. Thought you were near. Started. Cough, toward you when, pain lances through my chest, stealing my breath. I wince, clenching my jaw tight. Hey, here, drink more. He helps me sit up, bracing me against the rough bark of a tree. The movement sends fresh waves of nausea rolling through me. I sip the water, focusing on the coolness. At this rate, we'll both catch pneumonia. Can you move? Yeah, I think I can try. I nod, the effort making my head spin. He raises an eyebrow, skepticism etched onto his face. Think, TCH, we need to head west. Towards that stream, away from this rock, change into dry clothes first. But, the twin Hosiacnia shrub, we haven't found it yet. Oh, we did. He turns his head, looking out at the mist-shrouded slope. Found it. We did. My voice cracks, eyes widening. Hope sparks, fragile and bright. No doubt you've got a concussion too, he mutters, shaking his head. I just scowl, waiting. He sighs, frustration tightening his jaw. TCH, alright, I found it. 2 scrolls. And before you ask, no, I haven't read him yet. I was, you know, sorta, busy. He avoids my gaze, staring fixedly at a distant peak. I bow my head, heat flooding my cheeks. Busy saving me, patching me up. A cold weight settles in my chest. Burden. He's right. If he'd left me, if he hadn't followed T. He rules and gone on alone, he'd be home now. Warm, safe, not stuck on this freezing mountain, playing nursemaid to the useless Deku. He's only here because Aizawa's rules force him to be. We can read them now, I mumble. The words thick with shame. No, his voice is sharp, final. He turns back to me, eyes blazing with sudden intensity. It's freezing out here. Rain soaked everything. I tried, setting up the tent, but this damn rock won't take a stake. We're leaving this place. Now. That's final. He helps me untangle from the tent fabric, the rough material catching on my bandages. He rumma, just through my bag with practiced efficiency, pulling out dry clothes. I should stop him. The thought flickers, but my bones feel hollowed out, filled with lead. Protesting feels like climbing a mountain in my condition. The shirt he hands me is soft, blessedly warm. I fumble with the buttons, fingers stiff and clumsy. He watches for a second, then turns his back, disappearing into the mist-shrouded trees. Changing is torture. Every shift sends fresh jolts of pain through my side. The cold air hits my skin like tiny needles, making me gasp. I'm still wrestling the dry shirt over my head when he returns, carrying a long, sturdy branch he must have scavenged. He doesn't speak, just starts methodically packing the tent and supplies, movements sharp and economical. By the time he's done, I'm spent. Leaning against the tree, chest heaving, sweat mingling with the cold damp on my forehead. He extends a hand, not roughly, just there. I grasp it, his grip is firm, grounding. I pull myself up, slowly, agonizingly. A sharp cry escapes my lips as my side screams in protest. My legs tremble violently beneath me, threatening to buckle. The world tilts, gray and spinning. I slam my palm against the rough bark, clinging to it like a lifeline. Tears of pain and frustration prickle hot behind my eyelids. Stand. Just stand. Being upright is its own special hell, but the alternative, failing, collapsing, being carried, is worse. I will finish this. I will not be his burden. Take this. He thrusts the branch at me. I stare at it, confusion warring with exhaustion, silently questioning its purpose. It's thick, weathered wood. Surprisingly solid. TCH. He avoids my eyes, scowling at the mist. I can't carry you and your feather-light bag together. This'll support you while walking. The sarcasm is familiar, a shield. But beneath it, something else. I see it in the tight set of his jaw, the way he won't quite meet my gaze. Concern. Real, tangible concern. He knows I'll never ask for help outright. My pride's too thick, too stupid, but he also knows I'll fall without it. This branch isn't just wood. It's an admission, an offering, a silent promise. I've got your back, even if you hate needing it. A lump forms in my throat, thick and unexpected. This small, grudging gesture hits harder than any grand declaration. It's messy, imperfect, utterly Kachan, and it means everything. I curl my fingers around the branch, the rough bark grounding me. My knuckles are white, but my grip is steady. I'm determined, not to be a burden. To walk on my own 2 feet, however shaky, to the end of this damn assignment. But the solid weight of the branch in my hand, it's more than support. It's a tangible sign that I'm not entirely alone out here. That despite the sarcasm, the insults, the years of pain between us, he's still here. Still watching my back, and that knowledge bolsters something fragile inside me. Resolve, confidence, a spark that says, maybe I can do this. Maybe we can. I push off the tree, planting the branch firmly on the rocky ground. It holds. I take a step, then another. Each movement sends fire through my side, each step makes my legs tremble. But the branch holds, and so do I. Silence. Just the wind howling through the broken trees below the cliff. I know what I heard. I need height, leverage, sight line. Damn it. I blast upward, explosions cracking the air, H.E.R. hammering against my ribs like a trapped animal. Animals scatter, birds, startled rabbits, but I don't give a shit. Only Deku matters. The slope's a nightmare of storm debris, shattered trunks, splintered branches, mud slicked with rain. Then I see it, one tree, ripped clean from its roots, tossed 50 meters like a matchstick. Deku's power. But where is he? A faint whisper cuts through the wind, Kei-Kachan. I rocket toward the sound, boots skidding on loose scree. And then I see him. Relief hits me like a punch. He's alive, but it dies instantly. He's slumped against a tree trunk, back turned. But the ground, God, the ground. A dark, glistening pool spreads beneath him, stark against the wet rock. And the branch, thick, jagged, protruding from his back like some obscene flagpole. How long? The question claws at my throat. How long has he been here, alone, bleeding out, pinned like a fucking insect? I break into a sprint, lungs burning, each step a jolt of terror. I skid to a halt beside him, dropping to my knees. My hand shakes as I touch his face. Ice cold, pale as death. His features are twisted in agony, even unconscious. Fuck. Deku, can you hear me? Nothing. His eyes stay shut, breathing shallow, ragged. Each gasp sounds like his last. Shit. Oh, God. Deku, wake up. Damn it. My voice cracks, pitch shooting high. Fear. Real, cold fear grips me. Not for myself. Never for myself. For him. Deku takes pain like a champ. He never shy away from breaking his bones and always continue fighting like nothing ever happened. But this is different. This must be a whole different type of pain. His face contorts, a low whine tearing from his throat. Eyes flutter open, glassy, unfocused. Like he's staring right through me. Keikachan. The whisper is thin, reedy. Come on, stay awake. Alright, I grip his shoulder, hard. I need you to stay awake. You hear me? I'll fucking kill you if you close your eyes. My throat tightens. The threat sounds hollow even to me. Please, just stay. I move behind him, hands trembling as I lift his shirt. The sight hits me like a physical blow. The branch has punched a ragged hole in his midsection. Skin and muscle are shredded, mangled. Blood wells, dark and relentless, pooling around him, soaking into the dirt. So much blood. Panic surges, hot and metallic, flooding my mouth, shattering years of self-control. I swallow bile, forcing it down. Act, now. Stop the bleeding. I grab his chest with my right arm, wrap my left around his waist. Scoot him back, pull him off the branch. My hands slip instantly, slick with warm, sticky blood. I shift his weight, bracing myself. A-H-H-H-H. The scream rips from his throat, raw, inhuman, shredding the air. I recoil like I've been burned, releasing him instantly. He collapses forward, gagging, sobbing. Each broken sound tearing into me deeper than any explosion ever could. Fuck. This approach, it's useless. The scream still echoes in my ears, raw and ragged. I just made it worse. The blood, the sheer volume of it, and the sound of his suffering, echoing in the mist-choked air, it paralyzes me. The question loops, frantic, useless. Deku's sobs tear at something deep inside me. Each hitched breath a knife twist. Time's a sieve. Deku's blood seeping into the dirt is proof enough. Think. Cut the branch. Cut it close to the trunk. Then pull him free. The thought cuts through the panic. I whirl, grabbing Deku's shoulders, forcing his foggy eyes to meet mine. My voice trembles, betraying the terror I'm drowning in. Deku. I shake him, just enough. I'm getting the blade from your bag. You just need to hold on. Got it? Stay awake. Once that branch is out, you can sleep all you want. But right now, you fight. I'll be back before you know it. I turn to bolt, but the image of him, pale, shuddering, pinned like a butterfly, freezes me. What happened? When? The questions claw, but there's no time. I blast toward the marked tree, explosions kicking up scree. Rummaging through Deku's absurdly heavy bag, my fingers brush not the blade, but wood. The clue boxes. The scrolls. I'd forgotten about the scrolls one found. Fucking forgotten. I yanked them out of my shirt, shoving the scrolls into one of the box for safekeeping. And then, hope. Within the box lay the very information I need right now. The Aravak plant article, natural analgesic that could provide the relief Deku so desperately require. I scan the text, eyes devouring words, leaf extract, pain relief. Apply directly. I remember seeing those narrow, dark green leaves near the cliff. Emergency kit next. Antibiotics, pathetically few tablets. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Fortunately, the clue also mentioned the magrimulish flower, antimicrobial. Pink spikes. I'd seen them too. Thank fuck. As I sling both bags over my shoulder. Deku's scream echoed through the woods. With renewed urgency, I rush through the landscape, collecting the necessary items, Aravak leaves and magrimulish flowers, into separate boxes. When I return, dread coils tight. Deku's worse. Skin waxy, lips tinged blue. Breaths come in shallow, wet gasps. Eyes flutter beneath translucent, half-closed lids. He shivers violently, yet conscious. Is this shock? I check his pulse, thready, racing. Shit. I crouch, forcing my voice steady. Deku, can you hear me? No answer. I push on, words tumbling out too fast. Listen, I'm cutting the branch from the tree. Then I pull it out. Okay, I'll be super fast. Promise. It'll sting, but that's all. I pause, the lie tasting like ash. Sting. It'll be agony. You're brave, aren't you? You're all might after all. The words hang in the air, foreign and fragile. Where did that come from? But his glassy eyes latch onto mine, a flicker of something, recognition. Hope. It's stupid, sentimental, but if it keeps him here, with me, it's worth it. His lips move, forming words that dissolve into wet, slurred sounds. I strain to understand, but it's useless. His breath hitches, a wet, rattling sound. Shish, Izuku, I soothe, the name foreign on my tongue. It's gonna be okay in a minute. Stay strong. Alright, without further delay, I set to work. I rip his shirt apart. And freeze. 3 gashes, perfectly straight, deep, and vicious, slicing across his chest like claw marks. What the fuck happened? They're not bleeding heavily, but the sight turns my stomach. The tiger. It must have been the tiger. I force my focus back to the branch impaling his side. Carefully, I rub the Arvak leaves around the stab wound, my hands shaking. Please, stop. His whisper is thin, reedy. Then his eyes roll back, lashes fluttering shut. No. Panic, cold and sharp, slices through me. I feel the heat radiating off him like a furnace. Fever. Shock. I need to do something quickly. I know the pain has to be minimized before taking any drastic action. The extract of Arvak leaves helps with the pain. What if I crush the leaves and pour the extract into his wounds? It should work, right? Yeah, it will work. It has to. I crush Arvak leaves between my palms, the sharp, green scent cutting through the coppery smell of blood. I strain the juice into a bottle, and carefully pour it around the wound edges. Blade in one hand, bracing his shoulder with the other, I saw through the thick wood near the trunk. Clean cut, quick. I ease him onto his back. Pour more Arvak extract over both entry and exit wounds. Now or never. One swift pull. The branch slides free with a sickening shllick. Dark blood gushes, pulsing from the ragged hole. Izuku whimpers, a sound like a wounded animal, but doesn't wake. My stomach heaves. The wound, God, the wound. Skin and muscle torn, turned inside out. Glistening, raw tissue exposed to the air. It needs stitches, needs a fucking hospital, but we have nothing. Nothing but crushed leaves and desperate hope. The sight makes bile rise in my throat. I turn my head, gagging, sucking in deep breaths of cold air. Don't puke, don't puke. He's bleeding out. Gritting my teeth, I place my hands over his abdomen, the feel of the wound turning my stomach again. The moment I apply pressure. Ahhhhhh. Izuku's back arches off the ground. A surge of green lightning, full cowl, explodes from him, blind and instinctive. The force hits me like a truck. I'm airborne, crashing hard into a tree. Pain explodes in my ribs. Of course, he'd lash out. I scramble up. He's curled on his side, retching violently, but nothing comes out. Just dry, agonized heaves that shake his entire body. I sit beside him, rubbing slow circles on his back, avoiding the exit wound. His muscles spasm under my touch. My vision blurs. Wet heat spills down my cheeks. Tears. I'm crying. Actually fucking crying. The tears won't stop, hot and humiliating, mixing with the dirt and blood on my face. I cry silently, shoulders shaking, while he chokes on empty air beside me. Finally, the heaving subsides. I help him sip water. His head lolls against my shoulder. I try the Arvak extract again. He manages a swallow, then gags, spitting it out before slumping back into unconsciousness. Fuck. The word echoes in the hollow of my chest. Deku's limp, blood-soaked. I drag him several feet toward a patch of relatively clear ground, leaving a gruesome smear in the mud, a trail of his life force seeping away. Water hisses as I pour it over the ragged entry wound, washing away crusted blood and dirt. But the flow doesn't stop. Instead, bright crimson wells up immediately, pulsing in time with the weakening beat of his heart, a vivid, terrifying reminder that time is slipping through my fingers like sand. Clean it later. Stop the bleeding first. My hands shake as I crush magrimulish flowers between my palms, petals staining my fingers pink. The sharp, herbal scent cuts out the metallic tang of blood hanging thick in the air. I press the pulp into the gaping hole. Work. Please, for the love of God, work. For a second, hope flutters as the bleeding seems to lessen, then the crushed petals just float away. Carried off by the blood welling up. No, 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 no. Panic claws its way up my throat, hot and metallic, choking me. For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do. And Deku's dying, right in front of me. He's gonna die of blood loss at this rate. Think. Damn it. With a snarl of frustration, I rip long, tough, leathery leaves from a nearby stunted shrub. The sound tearing through the damp air. I layer a thicker mound of the crushed petals onto the then slap the entire makeshift dressing over the wound, holding on to the seams with my dear life. Please, please, just stop. Slowly. Agonizingly slowly, the crimson flow eases to a trickle, then to a few dark beads welling around the edges of the leaves. A ragged gasp tears from my own lungs. Relief, sharp and dizzying, washes over me, leaving me trembling. I glance around for his ripped shirt, my fingers closing on the blood-stiffened fabric. With methodical precision, I tear long strips to create bandages, the sound of ripping cloth echoing in the tense silence. Using the most ruined portion, small pieces, can't use as bandage, I first scrub my own hands, the coarse fabric scraping against my skin until they're raw but clean. Then, with infinite care, I begin to wipe the blood from his body. Each pass reveals new injuries, angry purple splotches blooming across his ribs, deep abrasions peppering his arms, and the network of smaller cuts crisscrossing his skin. The sheer number of bruises, far more extensive than yesterday, sends a cold spike of dread through me. How much damage is hidden beneath the surface? After cleaning his body as best I can, I apply another layer of the pink paste over his wound. Finally, I begin wrapping the bandages around his torso, pulling them taut. Enough to secure the dressing but not so tight as to restrict his shallow breathing. With the bandages tightly secured around his wounds, I struggle to carefully maneuver his limp, motionless body into a cleaner shirt. His dead weight is unnerving, his limbs loose and unresponsive as I shift him. Surprisingly, he doesn't make a sound, not even a flinch, as I handle him. A part of me clings to the hope that this profound stillness is solely due to the potent effects of the Aravak leaves, their pain-dulling properties working overtime. But a darker whisper persists in the back of my mind. What if it's something more? What if the damage is deeper than I can see? The silence hangs heavy, broken only by the rasp of his breathing and the frantic thud of my own heart against my ribs. Task 1. Stop the bleeding. Done. Task 2. Control the fever. On it, I fumble in Deku's bag, yanking out fever reducers. The pills rattling inside like tiny bones. I lift his head, it feels impossibly light, like lifting a sack of empty husks, and carefully place 2 small white pills on his tongue. Water trickles from the canteen into his parched, cracked lips. He coughs, a wet, rattling sound that sends spray spattering onto my shirt, then drinks. Gulps the water down with a desperate, primal thirst, his throat working frantically. I keep pouring until he slumps back, unconscious once more, his breathing shallow but slightly less labored. Now, cover him. I wrestle with the tent fabric, trying to spread it over his still form. Pounding the thin aluminum stakes into the unyielding rocky ground proves impossible. Clang. The first stake bends uselessly. Clang. The second follows suit, mangled. Clang. The third ricochets off a hidden stone, flying off into the gathering darkness. Fuck this mountain. I kick the useless metal stakes, sending them skittering away into the gloom, a surge of helpless rage making my vision swim. Fine. No tent, no shelter, just the raw, uncaring elements. I slump back down beside Deku's still form, pressing a hand to his forehead. The heat radiating from him is alarming, a furnace burning low despite the chill seeping into the air. Burning. Expected, after the shock and blood loss. But the intensity of it still chills me to the bone. Suddenly, he stirs, shivering even in the depths of unconsciousness, his teeth chattering violently like castanets. The wind picks up, rising from a whisper to a mournful howl, slicing through my shirt and chilling me to the marrow. When did I get so cold? The adrenaline that had been surging through my veins, numbing me to discomfort, has finally burned out, leaving me shivering uncontrollably, my sprained ankle throbbing in time with my racing pulse. I wrap him haphazardly in the thin tent fabric, then drag the damp sleeping bag around my own shoulders, seeking a meager barrier against the encroaching cold. The sky opens, not rain, a deluge. Icy needles of water hammer down with the force of a physical blow, penetrating the thin fabric instantly, turning the ground beneath us into a sucking mud pit. Deku whimpers, a tiny, lost sound swallowed almost immediately by the deafening roar of the downpour. I cradle his head in my lap, his damp hair plastered to my thighs, and focus my will. My palms begin to glow, a soft, steady orange light pushing back the immediate chill. Warm him, just warm him. His back arches off the muddy ground, a pained gasp tearing from his throat as the movement jars his injuries. The whimpers continue, soft, constant sounds of agony that shred my composure like tissue paper. More fever reducer. Now, a particularly vicious gust of wind rips the sleeping bag from my grasp, sending it tumbling away into the storm-darkened landscape like a discarded ghost. Exposed, I shiver violently, the cold seeping deep into my joints. My injured ankle screaming in protest. Doesn't matter. I lean over Deku, shielding his upper body as best I can with my own, a futile barrier against the raging storm. I fumble out the pills, pop them past his blue-tinged lips, and force more water down his throat, my own hands shaking so badly I spill half of it. The rain lashes my back, icy tendrils finding their way down my collar. The cold seeping into my very bones, a deep, marrow-deep chill that makes my teeth ache. As suddenly as it began, the torrential rain stops. The silence that follows is almost as shocking, broken only by the relentless drip 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 of water from leaves overhead and the ragged sound of my own breathing. Deku's whimpers finally fade, replaced by the shallow, almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest. Good. A small, fragile victory in this hellscape. I keep my palms glowing, maintaining the gentle, controlled radiance, pouring heat into him, feeling the warmth eat back into my own chilled skin through the contact. The effort is immense, maintaining this precise, gentle warmth instead of the explosive power I'm used to. My muscles scream with fatigue, burning with a lactic acid fire. Vision blurs at the edges of my focus. A profound exhaustion drags at me, like lead weights tied to my limbs, threatening to pull me under into the darkness. But I don't stop. I can't. The heat radiating from my hands is the only thing standing between him and the mountain's icy, grasping fingers. I pour every ounce of my remaining focus, every scrap of my stubborn will, into that steady glow. Ignoring the tremor running through my arms, the cold gnawing at my own core, the bone-deep weariness that whispers of surrender. After what feels like an eternity, Deku's eyes finally flutter open. His gaze, hazy and unfocused at first, gradually sharpens until it locks onto mine. A surge of relief so potent it makes my knees weak washes over me. He's awake. He's alive. I was bracing for the worst. Pale skin, shallow breathing, the terrifying stillness that has settled over him like a shroud. Immediately, a barrage of questions slams into my mind. How's the pain? Did the Aravac work? Did I miss another injury? Is the fever breaking? The old me would have scoffed at such frantic concern. A week ago, I would have thrown a tantrum at the very idea of lowering myself to fret over Deku's well-being. You okay? The question escapes me, rougher than intended. I hate how exposed it makes me feel. He tries to answer, but only a wet, racking cough tears from his throat instead. His whole body convulses with the force of it, face contorting in fresh agony as the movement jars his injuries. Without thinking, I'm already lifting his head, pressing the canteen to his cracked lips. Water trickles into his mouth, and he gulps desperately, some spilling down his chin. When the coughing finally subsides, he slumps back, exhausted but slightly clearer-eyed. You stayed. His voice is a dry rasp, shredded raw by screaming. I stare AHAT. Of course I stayed. What kind of monster does he take me for? That I'd leave him impaled on a mountainside to die alone? The thought ignites a hot, furious spark in my chest. I want to throttle him, to shake some sense into that thick skull of his. But I swallow the rage down, forcing my expression into something resembling calm, something that won't scare him back into unconsciousness. Only Deku. Only he can provoke such violent loathing with just two simple words. No, I'm a fucking villain impersonating Kachan. The real Katsuki is resting peacefully at home. Of course I stayed, nerd. What did you expect? We need to complete it together or we both fail. Did you hit your head too? My voice comes out sharper than intended, the sarcasm a brittle shield. To my utter astonishment, a goofy, lopsided grin spreads across his pale, blood-smeared face. He's smiling at my joke. Despite my irritation, something unfamiliar tugs at the corners of my own mouth. A reluctant warmth spreading through my chest. When did I start making jokes to comfort him? The disorientation is almost as unsettling as the relief. What happened? I demand, cutting through the strange moment. Heard explosions, he rasps, each word a struggle. Thought you were near. Started, toward you when, a violent coughing fit erupts. His whole body convulses, face contorting in fresh agony as the movement jars his injuries. When it finally subsides, he's gasping, breathless. I help him sit against a tree and drink some more water. That's it, we are leaving, now. At this rate, we'll both catch pneumonia. Can you move? I ask, my voice gruff but practical, assessing his condition. Yeah, I think I can try, he replies, nodding. I raise an eyebrow at his incredulous reply. Think. TCH. We need to head west. Towards that stream. Away from this rock. I remember it from my search. Nearby, with mossy banks that will be softer, warmer. Better for recovery. Change into dry clothes first. But, the twin Hosiacnia shrub, we haven't found it yet. He wheezes weakly, the protest barely audible between ragged breaths. Reluctantly, I admit, oh, we did found it. We did. His eyes widen, the disbelief giving way to pure astonishment. And then, admiration. A look of such open, unwavering faith washes over his face that it makes my stomach sink. He looks at me like I have hung the stars in the sky, not like someone who has nearly gotten him killed through negligence. I can't meet his gaze, turning my head sharply to stare at the mist-shrouded trees. He's got it all wrong. I don't deserve that look. Not after everything. No doubt you've got a concussion too, I mutter, shaking my head. TCH. All right, I found it. 2 scrolls. And before you ask, no, I haven't read 'em yet. I was, you know, sorta, busy. We can read them now, he mumbles in a low voice, head bowed like he is blaming himself. Again, I knew he'll want to see the scrolls, the prize, right away. But we are both freezing, soaked to the bone, huddled on this exposed, rocky ridge. The wind bites through our damp clothes, stealing precious warmth. If we want to complete this assignment alive, we need shelter. We need fire. We need warmth. Now. No, I command, putting all of the authority in that single word. It's freezing out here. Rain soaked everything. I tried setting up the tent, but this damn rock won't take a stake. We're leaving this place. Now. That's final. I rummage through his absurdly heavy pack, pulling out a dry shirt and pants. I watch him as he fumbles with the buttons. His fingers stiff and clumsy. Every wince, every sharp intake of breath as he moves sends a fresh jolt of something uncomfortable through me. I step into the sparse woods, giving the illusion of privacy while keeping him within earshot, scanning the shadows for any sign of the tiger or other threats. My eyes land on a long, sturdy branch blown down in the storm. I snap it cleanly with a controlled explosion, the crack echoing sharply, then break it again to match Deku's height. When I return, he find him struggling with his clothes. I silently start packing our bags and then help him up. He leans heavily against the tree, shivering violently. I thrust the makeshift walking stick at him. TCH. Can't carry you and your feather-light bag together. This'll support you. The sarcasm is automatic, a familiar shield, but beneath it, the gesture feels significant. A tangible sign he isn't alone. He curls his fingers around the rough wood, his knuckles white. A flicker of gratitude, mixed with that damn stubborn pride, crosses his face before he nods silently. I sling his massive bag onto my back, the familiar weight settling heavily, and cradle my own feather-light one against my chest. Without a backward glance, I start walking ahead, setting a deliberate pace. The distance to the stream is only a couple of miles, but part of me yearns to fall back, to walk behind him, ready to catch him if he stumbles. To support him if his strength gives out. But my pride, that stubborn, unyielding wall I have built around myself for years, won't allow it. I can't bear the thought of appearing concerned, of looking like I care too much. I have a reputation to maintain, even now. Even here, as we trudge onward, my eyes scan the relentless terrain with sharp focus. I recca the stream's location from my earlier search, a ribbon of silver cutting through the gray landscape. The ground around it will be softer, mossy, offering some insulation from the biting cold. It will be warmer, safer. I keep a vigilant eye out for dry branches amidst the storm debris, gathering a few promising ones as we go. A campfire isn't just a comfort, it is a necessity. Deku needs rest, real rest, hours of it, before we even think about attempting the descent. My mind races, a constant battle between the need to project an air of detached indifference and the overwhelming, primal urge to ensure Deku's survival. The old Bakugo would push him, mock his weakness, leave him behind if he slowed down. The old Bakugo wouldn't care if he froze to death on this mountain. But now, his well-being is the priority. The thought lands with the weight of absolute certainty, cutting through the noise in my head. Even if I'd rather chew off my own tongue than admit it out loud. Even if it means swallowing my pride every single step of the way. He is alive, he is awake, and I will get him off this mountain. Somehow, the gloomy gray clouds that had blanketed the sky were now slowly parting, allowing the warm rays of the sun to peek through and illuminate the serene landscape. The stream that Aizawa-sensei had mentioned in the clue was actually a small, winding river, fed by the steady LTING of the snow from the towering mountain peak in the distance. Though narrow, the river's water was crystal clear and pure, a testament to the untouched, natural beauty of this remote area. The grass beneath my feet was lush and moist, but not frozen. A short distance away, my camping tent stood erected, a comforting refuge from the elements. And nearby, the crackling campfire that Kachan had built by skillfully shattering one of the clue box provided a welcome source of warmth. Though I had initially protested his actions, but Kachan, ever the maverick, simply disregarded my logical concerns and did what he felt was necessary in the moment. That's just the way he is, headstrong, unyielding, and utterly convinced of the rightness of his own actions. Yet, I found myself strangely grateful for his single-minded determination, as the roaring fire he conjured from the splintered wood provided much-needed warmth to my bone-deep cold body. Basking the warmth of the campfire, I allowed myself a moment of respite, munching on a granola bar as I waited for Kachan's return from the woods. He is scouring the area for more aravak leaves, magrimulish flowers, actordium roots and cotton balls, items that would be crucial for the procedure. The pain, which had been unbearable when I first set out, was now thankfully more manageable, thanks to the aravak leaves I had chewed. The dizziness and nausea that had plagued me earlier, compared to how I felt when I started walking. It was truly an art of torture. Even with the walking stick, each movement sent shockwaves of pain radiating through my body. With each step, the pain intensified, each wave crashing upon me like an unrelenting torrent. One moment, it would be so intense that I felt the urge to scream, then it would subside, only to return with a vengeance shortly after. Sweat dripped from my chin, and my throat grew parched. But Kachan, unyielding as ever, continued to stride ahead of me, carrying both our bags, so drinking water was out of option. I could only manage a few steps before needing to pause and catch my breath, the distance between us growing with every agonizing stride. Then, just as my vision began to blur from the strain, the faint sound of running water reached my ears, offering the tantalizing prospect of hydration. But as I frantically scanned the area, Kachan had vanished from sight. Overcome with a mix of pain, loneliness, and helplessness, I rubbed my eyes to erase the tears that welled up. With great effort, I pushed onward, only to be met with a surge of relief when I caught a glimpse of movement. There, just a few steps down the hill, was Kachan, calmly setting up our tent. In that moment, I desperately wanted to rush to him, to embrace him tightly and thank him for listening to my silent pleas. To apologies for slowing him down. The tent he erected ensured that we'll be resting here for some time. I can't thank him enough for his patience and support. I know his priority was to complete the assignment and return home, yet here he was, waving at me. The pain had reached a breaking point, and I thought I might collapse, but seeing him there spurred me forward with new determination. "Hey nerd, over here," he said, waving both hands to catch my attention, unaware of the relief I felt. I nodded and continued in his direction. He met me halfway with a bottle and handed me some leaves. "Don't you dare die on me. You look like you're about to drop dead any moment. These are aravak leaves for the pain. Chew them, drink the extract and spit out the leaves," he instructed, then turned away. Running to the tent, as I held the leaves in my mouth, an intense, pungent aroma suddenly invaded my nostrils. The unpleasant smell was so overpowering that I immediately longed to spit the leaves back out. However, despite the vile taste and odor, I forced myself to obey his instructions, grimacing as I made my way over to him. As I approached him, he was rummaging through my bag until he extracted the clue box we had found under the tree, our first clue. "What are you doing?" I asked, plopping down near the tent and trying to find a comfortable position. "Why do you want to see our first clue?" I asked again, frowning at him. In the end, I sprawled on the ground, unable to find a position with least pain. "Why should I tell you, dumbass?" he snapped, removing the scroll from the box and placing it in his own bag. Suddenly, he raised the open box, brought it down forcefully against his knee and watched in satisfaction as it cracked in half. "What was that for?" I asked, my eyes bulging in bewilderment. "For our campfire, of course. We're freezing to death here," he replied with a shrug in his classic nonchalant manner. I tried to argue. "What? No, you can't use that box for the campfire. I know there aren't any dry branches left after the rain, but that doesn't mean you can use one of the clue boxes. Aizawa-sensei might want to see all the boxes as proof. But all he did was break the box into even smaller pieces. With a heavy sigh of resignation, I turned my attention to more pressing issues. Blood was seeping through the bandage from the gaping wound, and I knew I needed to redress it quickly before the blood loss became critical. As I unwrapped the soiled bandage, I caught sight of Kachan approaching, the dim glow of the newly kind lead fire casting flickering shadows across his hardened features. I grimaced at the sight of the wound. The wound looked even worse than I had feared, the blood seeping through with each gentle swipe of the cloth. This required sutures, and fast, or I will be bleeding out by the day's end. I began mentally reviewing what I had that could be used for makeshift sutures. Tisk. We need more magrimulish flowers, he said, the irritation clear in his gruff tone as he broke the tense silence. I shot him a pointed look, shaking my head firmly. No, I need stitches first. Only then will the magrimulish flowers be of any help. Otherwise I'll just start bleeding again. I replied, my voice laced with urgency as I recalled the critical information I had read in our last clue. Kachan's brow furrowed as he eyed me skeptically. And you have all the tools you need. What do you think you are? A fucking doctor, he scoffed. Quote. This time it was my turn to remain silent, my gaze dropping back down to the injury. Knowing the alternative I was about to propose was far from safe. But desperate times calls for desperate measures. Quote. What? I checked both the emergency kits and there was no suture thread or needle, he said. His frown deepening as he pulled the kits out to re-verify their contents. I kept my eyes trained on the wound, raising them only briefly to gauge his reaction before quickly dropping them again. I have a fishing hook and some plastic thread. I know it's not the best option but it will have to do for now, I said quietly, bracing myself for the onslaught of his disapproval. And sure enough, his eyes widened in alarm, and his voice rose with each word, until he was practically shouting. Have you finally lost it? Do you even hear yourself? Do you even know the consequences of using that plastic thread? Do you know how dangerous that will be? Have you ever heard of the term infection? Have you already forgotten all the emergency training we did? He paused briefly, a look of sheer disbelief etched on his face. And even if I go along with your fucking crazy idea, who's going to do it? Last time I checked, none of us is a medical professional. Did you even think that through? I can't remember when he got up, but suddenly he was towering over me, shouting at top of his lungs. Keeping my eyes closed, I couldn't help but wince as his words reverberated in my throbbing head. The headache intensifying with each word. Do you want me dead that badly? I said. No, scratch that, I shouted, trying to match his volume. I don't know why I vocalized this thought. The words had spilled out unbidden. A desperate plea laced with a raw, gut-wrenching fear that I had tried so hard to bury. I was thinking about death when I lost all hope of rescue and my energy slipping away like sand. I was waiting for Kachan to save me like a hero only to watch him abandon me to suffer. Does he hate me that much? When he found me, I thought I am safe now, that Kachan will save me. No matter how much we fight, he will never leave me like that. But he did. He left me there. Initially, I thought it must have been a horrific dream, my sick mind playing tricks on me. But the searing, relentless pain had shattered that illusion, forcing me to confront the devastating reality. Kachan had left me to die. I was terrified and in agony, and this time, it was not because of the physical injuries. The pain of betrayal was much deeper. Although he came back, whether out of pity or fear of failing the assignment, I don't know. My addled mind conjured the vision of massive white tigers sniffing my blood, circling menacingly and preparing to devour me as its next meal. In that moment, I found myself not reflecting on the events of my life, as some say happens when faced with death, but rather dwelling on all the things I would never get to say or do. I thought of the loved ones in my life, my mom, my mentor, my friends, my teachers, those who had been there for me in my darkest hours, and the countless times I had failed to properly express my gratitude to them. I thought of my mom, whose unwavering support and been the bedrock upon which I built my dreams. I berated myself for not being a better son. I thought of All Might, the enigmatic and powerful hero who had taken me under his wing, imparting invaluable wisdom and pushing me to heights I had scarcely imagined. I thought of my friends and teacher Inua, those who had stood steadfastly by my side through triumph and tribulation, their encouragement and camaraderie having galvanized me time and again. All the missed opportunities, the unsaid words of appreciation, the chances I had let slip by without fully cherishing them, they all came rushing back to me in that moment of crisis. I was overwhelmed by a profound regret, a deep sorrow that I had not done more, said more, been more present for the people who mattered most. But even as those morbid considerations swirled in my mind, I never wanted to voice them in front of Kachan. It was just my messed up mind hampering my words. Because ultimately he rescued me, he saved me just as I thought he would. Though knowing these facts doesn't matter as the damage is already done, I know I have to tread carefully. He seemed momentarily taken aback, like I caught him off guard. I could see the emotions warring behind his intense gaze, the anger, the concern. The confusion all bubbling to the surface. "What do you mean by that?" he said, frowning. Voicing such dark thoughts in front of him was a risk, but I sensed there was more to his reaction than mere indifference. Okay, dying might be a far-fetched conclusion, but I will definitely lose consciousness due to blood loss at this rate. I can clearly see his anger tank filling again, and it was filling up fast. The familiar fury threatening to consume him once more. Mustering up my courage, I asked, "Are you concerned about me?" With a small grin. The moment the words left my lips, I could feel the tension in the air shift, as if a switch had been flipped. His thunderous expression morphed into one of his iconic indifference, and he scoffed, "What makes you think I'd be concerned about you? Getting injured doesn't make you special, and we'd be having a completely different conversation if you weren't injured." I sighed, relieved that he was no longer yelling. I recognized the subtle nuances in his demeanor, the way his eyes betrayed a flicker of worry, the tightness in his jaw that belied his outward nonchalance. This was Kachan's way of conveying his concerns, a defense mechanism honed over years of pride and stubbornness. No matter how harsh his words, I could see the underlying care in his actions, the way he had tended to my wounds yesterday. "I know the risks, but I don't have any other choice. We're stuck here, and we need to use whatever is available. Once I finish the sutures, I promise I'll start walking, and we'll complete this assignment before sunset. And it won't get infected. I have enough rubbing alcohol to disinfect. But Kachan, I'll need your help. Could you please fetch more arvac leaves and magrimulish flowers for me?" My voice cracking slightly towards the end. "Were you thinking of doing it without them? Stupid nerd," he said, laced with his signature gruff demeanor, betrayed by a softer edge. "Of course, I'll bring everything, but only after I eat something first. I am starving." "Thanks, Kachan," I said, dropping back to the ground and covering my eyes with my hand to hide the tears welling up, overwhelmed by the pain and sense of relief by Kachan's reluctant cooperation. I heard the sound of rustling and grinding, imagining he was looking for cup noodles. Suddenly, something brushed my hand, and I sat up, alarmed. Kachan was applying a paste of crushed pink flowers to some leaves, the pointed ends brushing my hand. "I had some magrimulish flowers with me. Use it for now till I fetch more," he said. I nodded and stretched out my hand, but he just stared at me with a blank face instead of handing it over. "I want to see you apply the paste properly on the exit wound," he said sarcastically. "I want to see your eyes on your back. Go on, show me your flexibility, Quirk dumbass." He paused, then added, "Lay on your side and let me do it properly." I stared at him, wide-eyed, wondering if he is truly the Kachan I know or a villain impersonating him. Perhaps I do have a concussion, and a major one at that. Did he say he will be redressing my wound? A moment ago he said my injury doesn't make me any special, and now it does. Fetching some medicinal herbs is a different thing, but playing nurse. The real him would never help a weak, pathetic Deku like me. These swirling thoughts were increasing my headache. I snapped back to reality and said, "No, it's okay, Kachan. You don't have to worry about it. I'll manage it mys. Just shut up and do as I say," he shouted, and I winced. Okay, now, I believe him. He is real. Sighing, I laid on the ground and let him do the work. And here I am now, munching on the granola bar he forced me to eat while he had his cup noodles. We discussed the steps of the process and fine-tuned it. I read the articles again and added Actordium roots and cotton balls to the list as well. Actordium roots possesses incredible antibacterial, antiviral, antipyretic, and anti-inflammatory properties. Actordium roots can be boiled in water to form a dense decoction to ward off viral infections. He should have returned by now. It's been too long. Eventually, My eyes grew heavy and I fell into a restless sleep. The next time I woke up, I was surprised to see Kachan, sitting next to the dying embers of our campfire, straining something into a bottle. Just how long had I been out? It couldn't be too long because the sun was still shining brightly, but the sad part was, dark clouds were gathering again, promising the arrival of another storm. When did you get back? I asked hoarsely, rubbing my eyes. My joints made popping sound as I stretched and sat up. Almost an hour ago, he replied, not looking up from his work. He looked like a true alchemist, working on a difficult potion, surrounded by all the magical herbs and tincture. Why didn't you wake me? I could have helped, and watch you ruin the supplies I gathered with your shaking, clumsy hands. No fucking way, he retorted. I watched him, transfixed, as he carefully added lengths of plastic thread to my bottle of rubbing alcohol. Seeing him prepare for the procedure, I about getting the wound area ready as well. Sighing, I slowly peeled off my shirt. As soon as I raised my hand above my head, a sharp pain left me hissing and panting. After spending a laborious 5 meters, minutes on a task which shouldn't take more than a second, I successfully removed my shirt, revealing the broken body to Kachan's scrutinizing gaze. He had everything ready with him now. Before I could ask him anything, he broke the silence with, "We won't do this here. Get your ass over those trees," pointing towards the forest. "Sit with your back on the left one and your legs on the right." I did as I was told. "Are you really sure about this?" he asked once I was settled, not even masking his concern this time. "As sure as I can be." "Are you really sure about this?" I asked him as he settled. "As sure as I can be," he replied with his false bravado. I know he is scared. Fucking hell, I am terrified. We had gone over the steps at least 5 times after refining them. We had discussed this before I left, so I knew how much herbs I needed to gather. I began laying the supplies next to him, all the washcloths, towels we had, rubbing alcohol with plastic thread submerged, cotton balls, a paste of Aravak leaves, a bottle of the leaf extract, a bottle of warm water with actordium roots, a paste of magrimulish flowers, and 3 water bottles placed near the base of second tree for easy access. Do you still want to change your mind? It won't take long to reach Aizawa-sensei if you use your quirk, I said, trying to coerce him as I handed him the bottle of Aravak leaf extract and an other bottle to wash down the horrible taste. I am positive. Let's get this over with, he said, grabbing the walking stick for Podley to give me more space. It's a psychological trick and I know, it won't work, but it's just for ease of my mind. I took a shaky, deep breath and brought the bottle of rubbing alcohol next to his abdomen, dropping a single drop on his wound. I heard him inhale sharply as the liquid made contact. A quick glance showed the nerd biting his lip. Don't be such a wimp and man up. Fine. Keep going. I poured the solution again. The liquid came out in a steadier stream. The wound began to fill like a tank. Deku's muscles had tensed considerably, and when I looked up again, his eyes were closed and a glance at his hand showed the stick being clenched tightly. I put the bottle aside. I am going to clean it as much as I can. You still good? I said, taking a clean tissue. Yeah. I gently pressed it to the upper part of the wound and he took in a sharp breath. I lifted the tissue, folded it and pressed inside the wound. This time, he let out a noise somewhere between a moan and a cry. I closed my eyes, willing this all to be over. I don't want to continue, but I know, I had to. Do you need a break? We can go slowly, if you want. I asked, throwing the soiled tissue away. He was biting inside of his cheek. A single tear escaped his right eye and without opening his eyes, he shook his head. All right then, I am starting now. Brace yourself. I laid the Aravak leaves paste as a boundary around the wound. Then cleaned the distorted fishing hook, first with water and then with rubbing alcohol, ensuring it was properly sterilized. When I first saw the fishing hook, I was almost convinced that it might work till I saw the other end of the hook. The thread hole was so large that I argued with him to drop the idea. In the end, we came up with a solution to pinch it and make it as thin as we can. I carefully heated the metal and Deku pinched it, reducing the size of the hole to a workable point. I zoned out all the sounds around me and focused on the task at hand. I pierced his skin with the fishing hook. The other end was still big enough that I had to tug at it a couple of times to pass the thread. The moment it came out, Deku let out a pained grunt. Without looking up, I quickly tied the first stitch and started working on the second. Though I heard various sounds, I ignored them completely. It was during the third stitch that Deku's body suddenly began to glow a vibrant green, and a powerful, thunderous groan erupted nearby. Glancing up, I found the tree, which had been providing Deku's legs with much-needed support, now bent at a severe 120-degree angle, the victim of Deku's raw power. Even more alarming, Deku's head was tilted back, his eyes wide, mouth agape. And his skin had taken on a sickly, grayish hue. Worst of all, I noticed with growing panic, Deku's chest was completely still, no signs of breathing visible. Shit, Deku, breathe, in and out, now, come on, look at me, I urgently commanded, rubbing his arm in a desperate attempt to bring him back. After a few agonizing seconds, his lips finally stuttered and he gasped, gulping air and coughing like he had just been saved from drowning. He clawed at his neck like something were obstructing his airway. Quickly, I pried his hands away and made him drink the Aravak extract. I'm almost done, just hang in there. All right, I said, my voice uncharacteristically soft and laced with worry. When I received no response, I lightly tapped his cheek until he said yes, willing him to stay conscious and focused. The moment I touched the thread to tie, he squeezed his eyes shut, his hands shot up, fingers disappearing in his dark curls as he held his breath, bracing for the pain. This wouldn't work. I needed to keep him breathing. I need to keep him talking, to monitor his breathing and ensure he did not slip away. Oi, Deku, look at me, I'm not doing anything, just sterilizing the hook. See, Deku's eyes fluttered open, and he released a shaky breath, his fingers uncurling from the death grip he had on his own hair, sweat and tears streaking down his face. I waited patiently for him to gather himself. So tell me the name of the latest upcoming movie of All Might, I asked, as I tried to maintain calm in this chaos. He stared at me with half-lidded eyes as he took deep, irregular breaths as if the simple act of breathing was a struggle. I waited for him to answer before proceeding. Beacon of Hope, the All Mightla Legacy, came his thready response. Correct. And what is the release date? I asked, my tone deceptively casual. Next year, Agu. I grabbed this opportunity to tie the third stitch. He gasped sharply and bit down on his lower lip, stifling a scream. You're right. Which was the last one? What was it about? Have you had a chance to watch it yet? I asked as calmly as I could. Inside, my heart was pounding, telling me to saint up his pain and suffering, but the logical side of my brain knew that I have to finish what I started. He looked at me before answering to make sure I remain at a safe distance. All Might, Radiant Ascension. I watched it last month with my mom. His words tumbled out rapidly as I touched the hook to his wound. He understood my attempt to distract him from the pain, and played along, speaking at a frantic pace. As if he could immerse himself so fully in the conversation that he'd forget what was happening to his body. It was truly an amazing movie, even though the actor playing All Might was nothing like the real one. But he still did, a decent job. The movie started with, he yelped as I started tugging at the hook to pass the thread and complete the fourth stitch. His rambling increased, clearly indicating the pain was excruciating, but Deku persevered, his voice wavering only when I tugged particularly hard on the suture. By the time I was tugging on the last stitch, I heard him call my name. Kachan, please, stop, please, I beg you. Give me a minute, please, Kachan. He sobbed, his face flushing a sickly green. I hadn't realized he'd finished his breathless recap of the film. Are you dizzy or nauseous? Both. He swallowed. I left the hook protruding from his skin and helped him sit up slightly to ease his breathing. At some point, he had slumped down completely. I cleaned his face with fresh wipe, helped him sip some water and actordium root concoction to settle his stomach. Once he had calmed, I reassured him that I will end this quickly and finish the sutures. I gave him a couple of minutes rest before starting again. Next, I cleaned the claw marks on his chest with cotton. His body tensed, but I didn't stop. I warned him before applying the alcohol to the first line. I asked him about another movie to keep him talking, but instead of diving into the details, he let out a few choice swear words, his hands flying up to grip his dark green curls again. His face had paled further and he was clenching his teeth with closed eyes. As I swiped the second line, Deku started breathing loudly through his mouth, every exhale producing a noise. That wasn't exactly a cry but also wasn't exactly a moan. I quickly swiped the third line clean and applied the Aravak paste on his chest and the pink paste over the sutures. Come on Deku, lay over the tree on your stomach. I will just clean the area and wrap the bandage. It hurts, Kachan, it really hurts a lot. I am sorry. Please, just leave me. I am begging you. He cried. It's alright, Deku. You're doing great. It's over now. I just need to clean the exit wound and then I will wrap it up. I promise. I even handed the hook to him to ease his mind. I will tell you what I am about to do. The moment you tell me to stop, I will stop. Okay. I waited for his reply but he just gave a curt nod. I helped him drink the rest of the Aravac extract. I don't know how much is a high dose but I don't care if he sleeps the entire day. I just want his suffering to stop. He flipped and rested his forehead on the tree, wrapping his hands at the back of his head. That's when I noticed the crimson spot on his hand. I completely forgot about the gift he received from the blasted wolves. The gift and it was bleeding again. I ignored it for now. I need to focus on the task at hand. His entire back was a piece of art. It was littered with cuts, bruises and fading burn marks. I told him that I am going to wipe the exit wound with a napkin and then clean it with rubbing alcohol. This time, he openly screamed and cried like a child. He banged his fist repeatedly on the tree and kicked his legs each time I wipe. I can't even imagine how much pain I am causing him. At least, the major injury is out of the way now. I tried to cover his entire back with the rest of the Aravac paste as quickly as I can but I ran out of it halfway. With a quick application of pink paste, I wrapped his torso. Suddenly, we went completely rigid and still. Deku, I stood up and crouched in front of him to see his face. Deku, are you okay? His one hand was on his forehead and other covering his mouth. He blinked with wide eyes like there were gaps in his vision. Suddenly, he lost control over his stomach. I held him from behind and dragged him away from the mess. He continued vomiting until his stomach was empty, leaving him retching and gagging. It's okay. You're fine. I repeated it over and over again like a mantra till the words lost their meaning. I am so tired. I am so cold. He slurred weakly. Even before the procedure began, he had a slight fever. Now, the situation had escalated further. Alarm bells were blaring in my head, and the bright red warning signs were impossible to ignore. He was on the verge of unconsciousness. I cleaned him as much as I can and half-carried, half-dragged him back to our tent. It's okay, Deku. Can you help me put a shirt on you? He nodded. I gave him a fever reducer after putting a clean shirt on him and let him rest. I am just gonna change the bandage on your arm. It won't hurt a bit. He immediately closed his eyes, shivering, but remain awake. He twisted and turned to get a comfortable position. His skin was flushed and his brows furrowed in constant pain. I placed a cool, damp cloth on his forehead, and watched as the tension immediately melted from his face. Sensing his hands were cold, I carefully warmed them just enough to keep them at normal temperature, and observed as his ragged breathing began to slow and coughing bouts lengthened in time to occur. It felt like an eternity passed as I meticulously tended to the wound on his arm, my heart racing the entire time as I worried about causing him further pain. The sight of his agonized expression was seared into my mind. I made sure he was comfortable before hurrying out the tent, towards the stream, to wash the remnants of Deku's blood and medical paste splattered over me. I scrubbed furiously at my skin as silent tears ran down my cheeks, but no matter how hard I try, I can't seem to wash away the lingering sense of guilt. Why am I crying? This is all because of him and his meddlesome, self-sacrificing nature. I don't want to be here, don't want to stay in his presence a moment longer than absolutely necessary. I just want to complete this assignment and go home. Maybe have a session or two with shitty hair, as he is the only one who can take my blows without a scratch. Why did I agree to this? Do you want me dead that badly? Oh yes, I remember. A sob threatened to escape as tears spilled uncontrollably. Does he really think I want him dead? Was he carrying such dark thoughts all this time? I just wanted him to stay away from me. I just wanted to be perceived as a strong hero. And strong heroes never hang out with quirkless people. But he is not quirkless anymore. I growled in rage. I hate him. He is insufferable. He is the reason why I am having a whirlpool of emotions. I am itching to throw punches to blow some heat off. The urge to beat Deku to a pulp was overwhelming, but at the same time, I fear he will shatter with the slightest touch. How can I hurt someone who is already broken? Shattered. I stayed near the stream for some time. The steady flow of the water had a soothing, hypnotic effect, allowing me to find some semblance of peace amidst the turmoil. Yet my gaze constantly drifted back to the tent, a lingering sense of concern driving me to maintain a watchful eye, ready to spring into action should Deku require my aid. Returning to the tent, I felt utterly drained. Both physically and emotionally. His anguished screams echoed in my mind. Yet, as I placed my hand on Deku's forehead, I sighed in relief to feel that his temperature had gone down. A sign that the worst may have passed. I allowed myself to take a deep breath and stepped outside our tent. No matter how much Deku begged, I have made up my mind. I am not gonna give him any more breaks. We are not going to stop till we catch Aizawa-sensei, even if I have to carry him all the way. I don't care, I just want to go home, that's all that matters now. I sat there contemplating what should I do next when I heard him whimper quietly. Furrowing my brow in frustration, I muttered, "What now?" and entered the small enclosure. There, I found Deku clutching his shirt, beads of sweat on his forehead. His face contorted in pain, breath coming in shallow, uneven intervals, eyes squeezed shut as he was lost in the turmoil of his subconscious. I called out his name but he remained unresponsive. As I got up to leave him alone, he suddenly moaned out a desperate plea, "No. Please." The raw anguish in his voice sent a shiver down my spine, and I found myself rooted to the spot. Teardrops falling from his eyes. I don't know what is going on in his head, but the way he is reacting, it's not good. Not good at all. I kneeled next to him and shook his shoulder, only to watch in horror as his back arched and he let out a guttural, animalistic sound. "Kachan, please don't. Hurts," he sobbed. His words cut me to the core, but his eyes remained firmly shut, trapped within the confines of his nightmare. Is he dreaming of me hurting him? Have I scarred him that deeply? Am I a villain in his nightmare? Changing tactics, I began gently rubbing his uninjured arm, and for a moment, that seemed to relax him. At one moment, I think I saw his lips twitch a little in smile. Until he suddenly gasped, his body tensed even in sleep. His head lolled a bit and his eyes darted beneath his closed eyelids. The silence was eerie as I watched him, holding my own breath, wondering what will happen next. It was Deku who shattered the silence as he let out a blood-curdling scream, curling in on himself. Clutching his right side, "Please stop, I beg you," he pleaded, his voice raw with anguish as his breaths become even more erratic. What the fuck is he dreaming? My heart raced. This is getting out of control. I need to wake him up from this torturous nightmare. Grabbing his hands, I met with an instant reaction. Deku's movements stilled, and his breathing became shallow and labored. I quickly snatched up a nearby bottle of water and, without a moment's hesitation, splashed it directly in his face in a harsh, unforgiving motion. The sudden shock of the cold water seemed to jolt him awake. And with a sudden, wide-eyed gasp, Deku's hands flew up to his throat, as if he was desperately trying to draw breath, the sheer terror etched on his face. "Stop it, Deku, Deku, Deku." As I slowly opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was the breathtaking sight above me. Instead of the usual single moon and twinkling stars, the night sky was filled with multiple celestial bodies, moons of varying sizes and countless stars that twinkled and danced across the inky blackness. Wait a minute, multiple moons? How could there be multiple moons when there is typically only one visible in the real world? I thought. For a moment, I wondered if I have somehow been transported to another world. Blinking a few times, I realized that I am not gazing at the night sky at all, but rather the intricate, fluorescent painted ceiling, meticulously crafted to mimic the celestial scene. I couldn't help but smile, finding the view oddly familiar and comforting. Glancing around, I took in the familiar surroundings of the room, but something seemed were plastered with larger-than-life posters of All Might, each one more vivid and detailed than the ones I remember I have in my bedroom. They were high-quality, expertly crafted depictions that captured the pro-hero's powerful physique and inspiring presence. Shifting my gaze to the table beside the bed, I saw an All Might tea-themed table lamp and a collection of small figurines. Glancing across the room, I noticed an entire shelf packed to the brim with an impressive array of All Might collectibles in all shapes and sizes. As I sat up in bed, I realized with a start that even the comforter I am wrapped in was adorned with the familiar symbol and visage of All Might. Clutched tightly in my hands was a plush doll of the hero, its soft fabric and friendly expression bringing a sense of comfort and security. This is my room, but it's different somehow, I mused, puzzled by the enhanced details. Before I could ponder on it, I heard my mom's voice, "Izuku baby, you're going to be late. Get up now." With a jolt, I glanced at the clock, which read 7:15 a.m. "Oh no," I exclaimed as I hurriedly threw off the covers and leaped out of bed. my All Might themed room fading behind me as I rushed to get ready. As I opened the door, I found myself unexpectedly standing in the living room, already fully dressed and ready to go, even though I had just woken up in my room on the first floor. How can this be possible? I thought, brow furrowed in confusion as I tried to make sense of the situation. Izuku, baby, are you really sure about this? I turned when I saw my mom come bustling in, a concerned expression on her face. You don't have to go to that school if you're uncomfortable, she said gently. Uncomfortable? Why would I be uncomfortable? This was the first time I'd made actual friends who didn't treat me differently because of my past quirkless status. Well, they didn't know about that part yet, but still. I was thrilled to finally be accepted. I don't care about your quirk status, Izuku, my mom said, placing a hand gently on my forehead. Her touch felt oddly different, almost as if she was checking my temperature rather than her usual hair ruffling. I gave her a quizzical look. Something feels off. You'll always be special to me, my cute, little, hyper-intelligent, kind boy with a big heart. Her words caught me off guard. Why was she being so motherly? It was strange, even for her. Before I could respond, she simply turned me towards the door and gently ushered me out. Now, off you go, you don't want to be late, she said, a hint of forced cheer in her voice. I opened my mouth to protest, to ask what was going on, but she had already closed the door behind me. Thoroughly confused, I hurried on my way, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of this bizarre turn of events. One moment, my mom had been reluctant for me to go, and the next, she was practically shoving me out the door. What was happening? I didn't have time to dwell on it, I was already running late. Suddenly, I was sitting in my usual seat in the classroom. One moment I was walking home from my house, the route to UA taking the usual 45 minutes, and the next thing I knew, I found myself sitting in the classroom, waiting for the teacher to arrive. How could this be possible? It was as if I had been transported through time and space in the blink of an eye. My confusion only grew when Todoroki entered the room. I eagerly waved to him, hoping to catch his attention and have a friendly chat, but to my surprise, he completely ignored me. Walking right past as if I was completely invisible. Had I done something to upset him? Was he mad at me for some reason? Nervously, I approached him. Todoroki-kun, I'm sorry. I don't know what I've done or said to make you upset, but I want to apologize, I said, my voice trembling slightly. However, before I could even finish my sentence, Todoroki-kun cut me off. His response was as cold as his quirk. My father has forbidden me from associating with quirkless people. It's best if you don't try to talk to me or come near me. I felt my heart sink, tears welling up in my eyes. Quirkless people, was that why he was ignoring me? I had always considered Todoroki a friend, and the thought of losing that friendship was devastating. But I knew I had to respect his decision, no matter how much it hurt. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I dropped my head, the tears dripping onto my red shoes as I said, "Of course, I'll leave you in peace. I'm sorry for crossing that boundary. Please, forgive me." As I turned to leave, his parting words echoed in my mind, crushing my soul. People like you don't deserve forgiveness. I could barely hold back the sob that escaped my lips as I hurried out of the classroom, desperate to get away before anyone could see my tears. But just as I was about to make my escape, All Might burst through the door. I frantically rubbed at my face, desperately trying to erase any trace of my distress. The last thing I wanted was to worry All Might with my emotional outburst. "Suit up and meet me in Gym Gamma in 10 minutes. He bellowed, his booming voice filled with the same unwavering confidence that had first inspired me to strive for greatness. This was my chance to show everyone, including myself, that I could be a true hero. With renewed purpose, I sprinted out of the classroom, only to find myself in Gym Gamma. I am not even surprised anymore. At least I am not late. As I stood there, the eyes of everyone in the room were fixed upon me. Their expressions a mix of confusion and disgust. Even the mighty All Might himself seemed to regard me with a certain curiosity, as if I were some alien. Is there something wrong with my suit? I wondered, suddenly self-conscious. Before I could muster the courage to ask, however, All Might's booming voice cut through the silence, announcing the pairs for our combat training exercise. And to my utter astonishment, I found myself matched up with none other than Kachan. A wry smile tugged at the corners of my lips as I processed this information. Of course it would be him. The universe seemed to have a twisted sense of humor when it came to me. But I refused to let this opportunity go to waste. This is my chance to prove myself, to show him and everyone else that I am more than just the quirkless kid they had once written off, dismissed as weak and powerless. Suddenly, Kachan strode up to All Might, a scowl etched onto his face. "I will not compete with that frail kid," he growled. His voice laced with venom, causing my heart to sink. "I don't want murder charges on me." Was this it? Was Kachan once again going to deny me the chance to show my worth? But to my utter amazement, All Might's response caught me entirely off guard. "What are you saying, young Bakugo?" he asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Young Midoriya is the most powerful student here," he responded, casting a proud gaze in my direction. At those words, I felt a surge of pride and gratitude swell within me. All Might, the legendary hero I had admired for so long, believed in me. He thought I was the most powerful student in the class. I beamed at him, my eyes shining with a renewed sense of determination, silently vowing to prove him right and show the world what I was capable of. I felt tears pricking the corners of my eyes as a lump formed in my throat. "Show us something, young Midoriya," All Might said, as if his words had triggered some unseen switch within me. I felt a surge of adrenaline course through my veins. Without a moment's hesitation, I bent my knees and pushed off the ground, launching myself high into the air. The familiar feeling of power coursed through my body. "Dallas Smash!" I roared as I directed that energy towards a nearby building, unleashing a devastating explosion that reduced the structure to rubble in a spectacular display. But I wasn't done yet. As I began my descent, I twisted and contorted my body, performing a flawless backflip that had the onlookers gasping in awe. They had never seen such a feat from me before, and I couldn't help but feel a swell of PRS. You see, I had been practicing that backflip tirelessly, knowing that it would not only look impressive, but also help me to land more smoothly and lessen the impact on my body. As I touched down gracefully, I heard the murmurs of the crowd. "When did you learn this? Wow, it was just amazing, Mido bro, from whom did you learn it?" Little did they know, it was the result of countless hours of dedication and hard work, all in pursuit of becoming the greatest hero. But Kachan's next words shattered that moment of elation, sending a chill down my spine. "But he stole your quirk," he hissed, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. "He's a quirkless, worthless Deku. How could you choose him over me? I have the most powerful quirk." I felt my heart pounding in my chest as cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Why is Kachan doing this to me? Why can't he accept me? A sob threatening to escape as tears streamed down my face. But it doesn't matter. I have complete faith in All Might, the legendary hero who I had admired and looked up to for so long. He will explain Kachan that it doesn't matter what my quirk status was. He will explain to him why he chose me over him. I know it. There is nothing to fear. Is this true, young Midoriya? Are you really quirkless? All Might asked as he loomed over me, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. His eyes narrowed with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I am utterly confused and overwhelmed. What is happening? Why is he doing this to me? I am sure, he was aware of my quirkless status, had trained me tirelessly to inherit the power of One for All. Yet now, the man who had become my mentor and inspiration seemed to have forgotten, or worse, was betraying that trust. My mind raced as I struggled to make sense of the situation. "All Might, I asked you if quirkless people could become a hero, on that rooftop, remember?" I tried to explain through hiccuping sobs, desperately searching his face for any sign of recognition. When All Might replied, "Yes, I remember," a wave of relief washed over me. These words are like a sweet song to my ears. However, that relief was short-lived as he continued, "But you never told me that you were quirkless." In that moment, the world seemed to have stopped. I stood there, frozen, as his words cut me to the core. I found myself forgetting to breathe, my mind racing to make sense of this bewildering situation. How could he not have known? Why is All Might acting this way? Why can't he remember? I can't understand his sudden change in demeanor. The confusion etched across his face. Hadn't he always believed in me, even when no one else did? "No, All Might, let me explain," I pleaded, the words tumbling out, in a frantic attempt to clear the confusion. But before I could get the words out, Kachan interrupted with a barrage of cruel taunts. "What is left to explain? You are a quirkless, worthless piece of shit. You don't deserve to exist, let alone remain a part of UA. The sting of his cruel words felt like a knife to my heart, the pain palpable as I clawed at my chest, desperate to tell the truth. Please, listen to me. I am not worthless. But before I could finish, Kachan's fist slammed into my gut, knocking the wind out of me. The force of the blow sent me reeling, my vision blurring as I struggled to catch my breath. I stumbled a bit, struggling to catch my breath, and straightened to look at All Might, pleading with my eyes for him to hear me out. Suddenly, the scene shifted and we were standing in the same garden that Kachan and I used to play in when we were little kids. Where is Jim Gamma? All Might looked at me with the same loathing and disdain that I was all too used to seeing on Kachan's face. Gone was the warm, reassuring smile he reserves for the rest of the world, now his features were twisted into a mask of disgust and disappointment. You are a thief, a disgrace, All Might growled, his voice dripping with venom. Before I could even react, he roughly grabbed my shoulders and launched us both high into the air. I gasped, not knowing what to expect, but and he pulled back his massive fist and unleashed a devastating punch that sent me hurtling back down to the ground. Detroit smash, he bellowed, the sheer force of the blow knocking the wind out of me. Before I could even react, he roughly grabbed my shoulders and launched us both high into the air. I gasped, not knowing what to expect, but then he pulled back his massive fist and unleashed a devastating punch that sent me hurtling back down to the ground. Detroit smash, he bellowed, the sheer force of the blow knocking the wind out of me. The impact was devastating, slamming me hard into the ground and sending shockwaves of pain radiating through every inch of my body. I cried out in agony, tears streaming down my face as the physical anguish was matched only by the emotional turmoil raging within me. But All Might wasn't done. He just kept coming at me, punch after relentless punch, each one striking me with the weight of a wrecking ball. I cried and cried and cried but didn't defend myself, didn't fight back. How could I, when he is the one who made me capable of withstanding this unimaginable punishment? So I lay there helpless, taking every blow, my entire body burning with hurt and my head spinning as I struggled to breathe. The blood dripping from my wounds only served to remind me of my own fragility, how easily I could be broken by the very person who had vowed to make me strong. And then it was over. Just as suddenly it had begun. All Might turned and disappeared, leaving me alone on the ground, my battered form racked with pain. I could barely breathe, my entire body throbbing and burning with pain. My head was spinning, I could barely breathe, each shallow inhale a struggle as I lay there, utterly defeated. And then Kachan was there kneeling beside me. You know what, Deku? He sneered, a cruel glint in his eyes. Your father was right after all. He did the right thing. And I think I must do the same to get rid of you. The implications of his words sent a chill down my spine, even as the darkness began to close in. The realization that he planned to abandon me, to leave me behind just like my father had, overwhelmed me. I will follow his idea and go far away, he continued. Because you always bring bad luck. And don't you fucking try to follow me there. I couldn't hold back the tears that streamed down my face, a sobbing, broken mess as I pleaded with him. Kachan, please don't go, I cried, my voice cracking as my heart ripped into shreds. I'll be better, I promise. Please, don't leave me alone. It hurts. But my desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, and I lay there, covered in my own blood, crying uncontrollably as Kachan turned and walked away. It felt like an eternity that I lay there, my body racked with pain and my heart shattered. When suddenly I felt a gentle touch on my arm. Blinking through the tears, I looked up to see Mom, kneeling beside me on the exact same spot Kachan vacated, her kind eyes filled with concern as she gently touched my skin. Her presence a beacon of comfort in the midst of my despair. Izuku, baby, she murmured, running her fingers across my skin in comforting circles. I made your favorite, Katsudon. Come, let's go eat. In an instant, the ache in my body and the anguish in my heart seemed to melt away. I felt the gloomy cloud that had been hanging over me start to lift, replaced by a sense of peace and safety. Everything was going to be okay. I smiled and began to push myself up, reassured by my mother's presence. But as I looked up, the scene before me shifted, and I found myself staring not at my kind, loving mother, but at the unsettling visage of Tamura Shigaraki. Where had my mom gone? And how had this villain managed to transform himself into her image? Then it hit me, Toga. Somehow, he must have stolen Toga's quirk and taken on my mom's form to deceive me. My relief and comfort instantly evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of dread. Crap, his piercing Z and unsetliners down my spine as he addressed me, "Long time no see, Hero-chan." The way he drew out the syllables, like a twisted game, made my skin crawl. "Let's have some fun," he said, his voice dripping with a mocking sing-song quality. With a twisted grin, he casually scratched at his neck, a gesture so nonchalant, yet I knew the danger it represented. "But before we begin," he continued, "you must call All Might. The more the merrier, don't you think?" His words were laced with a dark amusement, and I knew that he was up to no good. I mustered every ounce of courage I had, refusing to let him see my fear. "And why do you think I will call him?" I replied, my voice steady despite the turmoil raging within me. Shigaraki's response was chilling, his matter-of-fact tone sending a shiver down my spine. "Because you are going to die in 2 minutes, no, scratch that 1 minute 46 seconds, he said, as if he were discussing the weather. I felt panic rising within me, my mind racing to find a way out of this impossible situation. As I frantically scanned my surroundings, I realized with a jolt that I was no longer in the garden, but in a dense forest, with a gaping pit to my right. This was the same place where I had rescued that baby elephant. Perhaps I could use this to my advantage, I thought, a glimmer of hope flickering in my chest. But Shigaraki was not done toying with me. With a twist of his wrist, the monstrous anti-All Might Nomu I had faced before materialized behind him, a twisted creation. And then, to my horror, the pit began to fill with water, rising rapidly until it reached the brim. "I believe you are already familiar with this Nomu," Shigaraki said, his voice dripping with malice. "So let me introduce you to our new creation." I felt a chill run down my spine as a massive, clawed hand emerged from the water-filled pit, covered in green, crocodile-like scales, a clear indication of some kind of mutant quirk. My mind raced, recalling from past NTERS that Nomu possessed multiple quirks. And this new creature was clearly no exception. "It likes to stay in water, and would love to entertain you," he taunted. Suddenly, the creature's grotesque head rose from the depths, and I was met with a sight that made my blood run cold. It was a monstrous amalgamation, its crimson eyes bulging unnaturally with no visible eyelids, and its jaw, oh god. Its jaw, a terrifying display of razor-sharp teeth, not one, but 2 sets, designed to rip and tear anything that dared to cross its path. "Say hi to your new friend, Alex, hero. Please accept our gifts." Shigaraki's taunting voice rang out, and I braced myself for the impending confrontation, my mind racing to find a way to overcome these monsters. Suddenly, the creature lunged, and I dove to the side just in time. Its jaws snapping shut mere inches from where I had stood. My head was spinning, vision blurring, as I frantically tried to evade the creature's relentless assault. Suddenly, I found the first Nomu looming over me, its massive hand descending. Reacting on instinct, I leapt upward, knocking over a tree in the process, as Shigaraki silently observed, no doubt delighting in my struggle. Mustering every ounce of my strength, I began pummeling the first Nomu, punching it relentlessly just as All Might had done. But as I fought, I suddenly remembered the stealth capabilities of crocodiles. Sure enough, in a blur of motion, the new Nomu's massive jaws clamped down before I could react, and I felt a searing, agonizing pain as it tore into my abdomen. I screamed in pure agony, the world fading to white as the excruciating sensation overwhelmed my senses. I clutched my wounded stomach, feeling the warm, sticky blood seeping through my fingers. I doubled over as the air was growing harder to draw, and I feared the creature may have even chewed through a part of my lung. As I lay there, numb and bleeding, I heard Shigaraki's chilling words, "I warned you that you would be dead in 2 minutes, haven't I? Well, we still have 38 seconds left." He then gestured to the anti-All Might Nomu, which began pummeling my battered body in sync with my rapidly pounding heart, each blow ending shockwaves of agony through my system. "Please, stop, Arg, I am begging you, GGRH, I cried out, my voice hoarse and strained. But the Nomu continued its relentless assault, and I could feel the last vestiges of strength leaving me. I knew in that moment that death was imminent, and part of me welcomed it, anything to escape this unimaginable pain. But Shigaraki only watched with a twisted, childlike glee, as if this were all some sick game to him. "Would you like to call All Might now?" he asked, as he gestured Nomu to stop, that malicious grin never leaving his face. I knew it was futile, even if I could summon the strength, All Might would never come. Not for someone as worthless as me. Even if I do, seek all might, he's not going to seek He thinks, cough. I'm not worthy enough, I choked out, the anguish tearing at my heart with every word. At that, the pain became almost too much to bear. Please, just kill me, I cried, my voice barely above a strangled whisper, tears streaming down my face. I don't want to be in pain anymore. But Shigaraki only shook his head, his grip tightening around my hands. Thanks for the information, and believe me, I would be honored to fulfill your wish, but I need your precious, analyzing brain too. And for that, you need to stay alive. I felt my breath catch in my throat, a fresh wave of terror washing over me as I realized his twisted plan. I will create a Nomu with your brain. You will be my ultimate weapon against All Might, he declared, that sick grin widening. Don't worry, I'll make sure your face doesn't get distorted like the others. His voice started fading as I saw the crocodile Nomu, slowly slithering towards me, its scaly green body undulating with each menacing movement. By each passing second, its speed increased, the powerful muscles in its tail propelling it forward with alarming quickness. My heart pounding as if it was trying to crawl out of my chest. Suddenly, it lunged straight at my throat, its rows of sharp teeth shining. I felt its jaws clamp down, its teeth sinking into my flesh, as I frantically clawed at my throat, desperate to fend it off. Strangely, the sensation was akin to drowning. I squeezed my eyes shut, struggling to breathe. Faintly, I heard someone calling my name. As I opened my eyes, I realized the Nomu was no longer pinning me down, and I was no longer in the garden. With relief, I found I could breathe easily once more. Drenched in a cold sweat, I sat bolt upright, my eyes darting around as I startled awake. Blinking rapidly to clear my vision, I took in my surroundings. Disoriented for a moment before recognizing the tent, and there, sitting beside me, was Kachan, his expression one of bewilderment and concern. Waves of relief washed over me at the sight of his comforting presence. It was a dream. It was just a dream. It was just a stupid dream. I am safe. I am safe. I am safe. No one is hurting me. No one is going to hurt me. Everything is fine. Everything is just fine. Everything is more than fine. And, Kachan, I croaked out, my voice barely above a whisper. You're here. I thought I'd never see you again. Just speaking caused a sharp, burning sensation to flare up in my throat, as if I had swallowed shards of glass. Despite everything, having Kachan by my side instantly made me feel safe, the lingering remnants of the nightmare fading away. I wasn't alone. Kachan was here, and that is all that mattered right now. I felt the air catch in my throat, causing me to erupt into a violent coughing fit. My heart was pounding in my ears, the deafening ringing making it hard to focus on anything else. Doubling over, all I could feel was the searing pain radiating through my chest, each inhale a monumental effort. Panic began to set in as I realized I was losing control, my body betraying me. Suddenly, through the haze, I glimpsed Kachan start to move, as if he might just leave me there. The thought of him walking away, not now. Not when I needed him most as my anchor to reality. Mustering what little strength I had left, I frantically reached out and grabbed his hand, clutching it tightly like a lifeline. No, please Kachan, don't leave me, I pleaded, my voice cracking with desperation, my vision blurred by the hot tears streaming down my face. I could see the surprise and concern etched on his features, but I refused to let go. Silently begging him to stay and help me through this. I'm not going anywhere, he said gently, I'm just getting your water bottle. I had to empty mine to wake you up. Reluctantly, I let go of his hand, my chest constricting with a mixture of fear, loneliness, and the lingering effects of the nightmare. The thought of being left alone to face the lingering terrors of my nightmare all by myself was utterly terrifying. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, but it felt impossibly tight. True to his word, Kachan quickly returned with a fresh bottle of water. I frowned at my shaking hands as I tried to grasp it, but Kachan simply held it to my lips. I gulped it down greedily, only now realizing just how parched I was. But Kachan scolded me before pulling it away. Hey, slow down, he warned, don't want you getting sick again. I looked down, suddenly self-conscious. As I caught my breath, Kachan's expression shifted, his brow furrowed in a way that told me he was troubled by something. When did you learn it? He asked, and I felt my heart skip a beat. When did you learn it? What are you talking about? I asked, terrified. Kachan just raised an eyebrow. As if the answer should have been obvious. But how could he know? Had the nightmare been real after all? I stared at him, wide-eyed and terrified, my mind racing to make sense of his cryptic question. How could he possibly know about something from my dream? Was it not a dream at all, but a memory, a reality I had somehow forgotten? But Kachan is here. Did he came back? Why would he come back to me? Does All Might really think I am a thief? No, I don't want this to be true. But what if it is the harsh truth? The uncertainty was overwhelming, and I felt my heart rate spike once more. My chest tightening painfully and the world around me beginning to spin. Deku's eyes flew open, wide and unfocused, as he jolted awake with a gasp, clawing desperately at his throat as if fighting for each breath. Every muscle tense and quivering. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, yet he seemed to be staring through me, his eyes vacant and unseeing. I called out his name, trying to pull him back from wherever his mind had been trapped. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Deku snapped to attention, sitting up abruptly. His trembling voice was barely above a whisper as he uttered the words, "I thought I'd never see you again." The words hung in the air, laced with a raw vulnerability that caught me off guard. Before I could even process what was happening, Deku descended into a violent coughing fit. His whole body shaking as he desperately fought to catch his breath. Instinctively, I scanned the tent for another water bottle, but found none. Cursing under my breath, I moved to retrieve one from his bag, which was sitting just outside. But the moment I tried to get up, Deku's hand shot out, gripping mine in a vice-like hold. "No, please Kachan, don't leave me," he pleaded, his eyes wild with a terror I'd never seen in him before. What the fuck had he seen in that nightmare that left him shaking so badly? 2 days ago, I would have shoved him off without a second thought. But something in his desperate, haunted gaze made me pause. Softening my tone, I gently pried my hand free and hurried to retrieve the water, my mind racing. I could see the violent oars running through his hands. He looked like he might drop the damn bottle. So instead of simply handing him the bottle, I guided it to his lips. He gulped greedily. I know all that vomiting from earlier has left him dehydrated. But at this rate he's going to make himself sick again, so I snatched it away with a scolding. Hoping to distract him, I asked, "When did you learn it?" The words, "I want to know their meaning," were silent. I have been thinking a lot about those choice words he used earlier. Aunt Inko would be delighted to find this new progress. I would like to record that moment. The look on her face would be priceless. I could already picture it, her jaw dropping, eyes widening in disbelief. It was going to be the highlight of the day, maybe even the week. But the moment the words left my mouth, Deku's eyes went wide, his breath quickening into panicked gasps as he started rambling. Shit, wrong move. Clearly, those words had held a different meaning in his dream. Cutting him off before he could spiral further. I barked, "Enough, just shut up. You don't wanna tell me? Fine, just wait till I tell Round Face how eloquent you are. Then, we will see how many members stay in Deku's squad." That's a bit low even for me, but I think it would be just the thing to snap Deku out of his state. Deku blinked up at me, confusion etched across his features. "What do you mean? Ochako-san already know about my backflip. She was there. What will you tell her? Why will my backflip affect my friends?" he asked, his voice small and uncertain. I stared at him, equally bewildered. I groaned internally. He is still thinking about the dream. What? Never mind, forget it. I muttered. I will search it up later on internet, and I will certainly pay you a visit with my video recorder on standby. I am thinking of calling All Might too. I thought that would be the perfect pick-me-up, given how much Deku idolizes the legendary hero. But to my surprise, my words didn't have the intended effect. Instead of perking up, Deku just looked down dejectedly, his expression crestfallen. What am I supposed to do? I am really trying here. Why can't he just cheer up already? Then he looked up at me with this sad, longing gaze and asked in a small, cracked voice, "Will you really come to my home? It's been ages since you last." He trailed off, his voice barely above whisper, and I felt a twinge of guilt in my chest. We used to be so close when we were young, but I hadn't been the best friend to him since. Let's not think about that right now. The tent doesn't need 2 mopping heroes at the moment. Just one is enough. Of course I will, I replied. I can't let an opportunity like this pass me by, I said with a smirk. Deku's face lit up with a cautious smile, but then he quickly asked, "Promise me?" Stupid nerd. He don't even know what I am talking about. I rolled my eyes and snapped, if you ask one more time, I'll change my mind. But the panic in his voice as he frantically apologized and begged me not to do that just made me feel even worse. Sometimes I really do want to punch him, you know. How many times does he need to hear the same thing before it sinks in? But then his whole demeanor shifted as he started rambling. I would love to welcome you and All Might and whoever else you invite, he said, his voice taking on a dreamy, almost reverent tone. You can invite your school friends as well. IW won't complain, I promise. He paused, then tilted his head to the side, a puzzled expression on his face. What opportunity are you talking about? Finally, now, we are asking the right question. I couldn't help but let a smug grin spread across my face. Why, the nice words you so kindly barked earlier, of course, I replied, my tone dripping with sarcasm. I'm going to make sure everyone hears about how our dear Mr. Green Angel has such an impressive vocabulary. I watched in satisfaction as Deku's eyes widened in dawning realization, his EXPR. Eshin shifting from puzzlement to sheer shock before finally settling on an unmistakable look of embarrassment. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, sputtering like a fish gasping for air, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Good. Now that he stopped shaking like a leaf, I decided to refocus our conversation on the task at hand. No, exactly we are, I asked. Deku quickly regained his composure and replied, yes, we're on Kinnigan Hill, working on our assignment. I nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Now, enough of this whining, are you ready to take a look at that last scroll? I'm positively dying to see what crucial information it might hold to help us get out of this mess. Without waiting for a response, I turned and headed out, confident that Deku would follow. After all, when it came to uncovering secrets and solving mysteries, the guy was like a bloodhound. Soon enough, Deku came out of the tent as I rummaged his bag for the scrolls. These scrolls were a bit different from the other ones. These were made of the finest, smoothest cloth, and I could feel the rigid paper hidden within, secured with a delicate golden thread. I flipped them over and handed one to Deku, which had his name etched into the material in elegant calligraphy. When I found them on that cliff, I saw that each one had a name on it. That was the reason why I wanted to read it together with him. Perhaps to take a peek at his document as well. Without a moment's hesitation, we both unfurled the scrolls simultaneously, the parchment unraveling to reveal the most official-looking document I had ever seen. Emblazoned at the top was the unmistakable seal of UA Academy, signifying that this was our formal recognition for completing our second year of heroics training. As I scanned the elaborate text, I felt a swell of pride. We made it through another grueling year, and this scroll was proof of our hard-earned achievements. The certificate is signed by all of our teachers, except for Aizawa-sensei. That is why we still need to report back to him to have our assignment officially marked as finished. I watched as Deku's emerald eyes welled up with tears of joy, a broad smile spreading across his face. He let out an emotional laugh, tracing his fingers over the calligraphic letters of his name, as if he could hardly believe it was real. Don't worry, Kachan. Chapter 21. Don't worry, Kachan. The journey back was proving to be far more treacherous than when we had first set out. As we trekked along the river, I couldn't help but notice how much steeper the terrain had become compared to the relatively gentle slope we had navigated at the start. We found ourselves navigating a veritable obstacle course, twisted, horizontal trees blocking our way, their gnarled roots acting across the ground like vines intent on tripping us up. The lush, green overgrowth that had once seemed so vibrant and alive now threatened to swallow us whole, tendrils of foliage grabbing at our clothes as we pushed forward. Navigating the rocky ground beneath our feet became an increasingly perilous task, forcing us to pick our steps with the utmost care. The once tranquil river that was Uiting now roared with a ferocity that seemed to mock our struggle, its currents churning and twisting in a way that made my stomach turn. I found myself hugging Kachan's backpack tightly, my eyes glued to the ground. Terrified of losing my footing and tumbling down the near vertical stretch that lay before us. Yes, you heard that correct. I am carrying Kachan's backpack and he is carrying mine. I didn't have to argue too much to get him to agree to this arrangement. He protested at first, of course, but relented when I explained that I wanted to keep my certificate close to me. We decided it made the most sense for me to carry all the scrolls, as well as one bottle each of the Arvac extract, Actordium roots extract, and water. Kachan packed the tent neatly into my bag, as neatly as he could, and then set out to find another sturdy-looking branch that I could use as a makeshift crutch. Again, I was grateful for his willingness to help, even if he grumbled about it under his breath the whole time. When the river suddenly transformed into a towering waterfall, spilling over the edge of the cliff in a thunderous cascade, Kachan quickly decided that attempting to scale down that treacherous descent was far too risky. Instead, he opted to take the long way around, sticking to the winding dirt paths that snaked through the rugged terrain. I couldn't help but wonder if this decision was fueled by the weight of my bag or perhaps a concern for me. I knew that even with the sturdy rope Aizawa-sensei had provided, I wouldn't have the strength to make that perilous climb down the cliff face. Regardless, I was grateful for his prudence, even as I struggled to keep pace with his longer strides. With each step, I found myself following Kachan's footprints. I quickly learned that a single glance away from the ground, a single moment of distraction, a shift in perspective, and I would be careening sideways. My right side twinged with a sharp pain with each step, and the simple act of drawing a breath had become a laborious task, like there was something lodged deep in my throat, choking me. No matter how much I coughed and sputtered, I couldn't seem to expel whatever was causing this discomfort. The only option was to stifle the urge to cough. Without warning, a searing jolt of pain gripped my chest, like someone had stabbed me right through the heart with a scorching hot iron rod. The agony was blinding, stealing the breath right from my lungs as I gasped and froze in my tracks, my hand clutching desperately at the spot where the pain radiated. I stood there, paralyzed, rubbing at my chest and willing the pain to subside so I could keep moving. But the torment lingered, a pulsing ache that made my vision swim and my legs tremble. I couldn't help the small whimper that escaped my lips, drawing Kachan's attention, who paused abruptly and turned to face me, his usual scowl deepening as he fixed me with a piercing, scrutinizing gaze. I knew that look. He was silently demanding to know what's wrong. Swallowing hard, I forced a wide, reassuring smile onto my face and lied through my teeth, "I'm fine. I just thought I was going to trip." Kachan's raised eyebrow told me he didn't believe a word of it, but I kept up my grinning facade, determined not to slow us down further. Steeling myself, I made a move to continue following him, praying the pain wouldn't flare up again with the motion. Mercifully, it didn't, at least not right away. We can't afford to stop now, not when the sun has already began its descent. I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt gnawing at me. Knowing that if only I hadn't gotten injured back there, we could have taken the more direct route along the river and scaled down the cliff face like Aizawa-sensei had instructed. I should have stood up to Kachan, insisted that we follow the plan instead of veering off course. How much worse could the pain have been, really? But in my cowardice, I had been too afraid to even try. Now, we were forced to take the long way around, my weakness slowing us down. Why am I so weak? Such a coward. How will I ever become the heroic figure I aspire to be if I continue to run away from problems? This needs to stop, and it needs to stop right now. We have already covered a long way, so telling Kachan to stop and go back all the way we came is out of the window. The only option is to push onward as fast as possible, without any breaks. The path had grown slippery, thanks to the rain that had fallen earlier, our clothes caked in mud as we pressed onward, the sun dipping ever lower on the horizon. Yet, the river remained elusive, nowhere in sight. I have a sinking suspicion that we are hopelessly lost, but I would rather die than admit that to Kachan. I could practically hear his scathing remarks, the derision in his voice. We would need to find a suitable place to set up camp soon, before the last vestiges of daylight disappeared completely. I would have felt guilty for not completing the assignment by the end of the day as I promised, but I can hardly watch my step. My vision was already blurry from the beginning, and now it had descended into a complete hazy blur. My whole body felt like it was on fire, burning and aching with each movement. It was a strange, numbing, felt heavy and sluggish, yet the pain was excruciating, throbbing through my veins. I could hardly bear it. Kachan would occasionally glance back at me with a frown, his concerned gaze betraying his worry even as he gruffly asked if I needed a break. Oh, how I yearned to collapse onto the ground and beg him to let me rest. I wanted to sob out that I couldn't walk another step, that I was terrified my limbs would simply give out. The pounding in my head felt like it would split my skull open. And I swore I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, threatening to burst from my chest. The words were right there, begging to spill out, but I forced them back down. I knew that if I voiced these fears, Kachan would understand, would let me take a breather out of pity. He'd grumble and complain about the wasted time, that we would have already reached home by now, but he'd eventually relent. And I just couldn't do that to him. I can't let him down now. Not after everything he'd done for me, not when I had promised we'd make it off this hill by the end of the day. When I promised that I will stop bothering him, I couldn't be the thorn in his side, the hindrance in his path anymore. When we are so close. Instead, I always tightened my grip on that walking stick, stood up as straight as I could manage, and firmly said, no, each time he asked. The first time it happened, Kachan looked surprised, eyes widening as I rarely decline his command. He would frown but never ask why, never push the issue, never comment on my stubborn refusal. And so we pressed on in silence, save for the occasional cough that racked my body and the grunts of effort fro. Kachan as he sliced through the branches and bushes in our path. I dared not speak, for fear that if I opened my mouth, I might spill out more than just words. My very organs felt ready to come crawling out. So I suffered in silence, focusing every ounce of my energy on putting one foot in front of the other. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a deep, velvety gloom, when the uneven, sloping terrain finally gave way to a flat, open expanse. With a weary grunt, Kachan unceremoniously dropped my bag under a towering tree, the silent command in his actions. Clear, we would be taking shelter here for the night. Without a word of protest or even a simple acknowledgement, I all but collapsed to the ground in a boneless heap, blinking past the stabbing pains that racked my body. With unsteady hands, I retrieved the water bottle, desperate to quench my parched throat. The incessant coughing had left me utterly dehydrated. I dared not open the bag earlier, terrified that in my weakened state I might accidentally drop the most precious cargo it contained, the clues and certificates. No, those could not be risked, not when we had come so far. So I trudged on, my throat dry as kindling and the relentless cough only making matters worse. After a brief respite to catch our ragged breaths, Kachan rose and got to work, setting up the campfire and tent for the night. I wanted to assist him, but my limbs felt as if they were made of lead, and even the simple act of breathing was sapping the last vestiges of my strength. Silently, he completed the task, then retrieved 2-cup ramen from my bag, handing one to me. I'm not hungry, I murmured, shaking my head weakly. How could I tell him that the very thought of food was enough to send my stomach roiling with nausea? But Kachan would have none of it, his brow furrowing in concern. How could you not be hungry? You barely ate anything all day, and what little you did manage to keep down, you just threw right back up. He snapped. When I failed to respond for another long moment, he simply thrust a mint candy and an apple into my hands. Finish this. That's an order, he commanded, leaving no room for argument. As we finished up our meager meal, I knew it was time to take watch for the night. Turning to Kachan, I announced with as much confidence as I could muster, I'll take the first watch. I could see his brow furrow immediately, a clear sign that he was not pleased with my declaration. Hell no, he fired back, his voice dripping with irritation. You look like you'll drop dead any moment. I don't want to be exposed to the hungry beasts out there in the middle of the night because you passed out on watch. Wow, he really didn't hold back, his response came so quickly, without a moment's hesitation. I knew I had to convince him. Kachan, I'm awake right now. I slept a lot today so I'll be able to last through the night. I said. I could see the dark bags under his eyes, the sheen of sweat glistening on his features in the light of the campfire. The physical toll of our journey was written all over him. And you, you need the rest more than I do. You've already been so helpful, and I just want to return the favor. He tilted his head slightly, eyeing me skeptically, as if silently asking, really? And he pressed, his tone gruff and unyielding. Taking a deep breath, I replied, I can take the first watch. I licked my dry lips. Just a few hours of sleep, and I'll be sure to wake you. You really need the rest. I could see the internal struggle playing out on his face as he frowned at me, his brow furrowed in thought. He was clearly in pain, trying his best to hide it, but I could see it plain as day, the way he favored his right leg. He needed the rest, and I was determined to convince him to let me take this shift. He just need a little nudge. I know I've been a burden to you, I admitted, my voice wavering slightly. I've always been a hindrance in your path, But I don't want to be that person anymore. Please, let me do this for you. Till I can, I thought to myself. Kacchan scoffed, but I could see the reluctant acceptance in his eyes. Fine, wake me up when you start dying and not a moment early, he grumbled, before retreating into the safety of our tent. With a deep breath, I settled in for my vigil. As the pain slowly became more manageable and I drifted in and out of consciousness, I knew I needed to do something to keep myself alert and functional. I forced myself to drink some of the bitter Aravac extract. The nausea it induced was awful, but it helped keep the excruciating pain in check. I couldn't tell how long I had been sitting there, but suddenly, the faint rustling of leaves from just behind the tent snapped me fully awake. All traces of drowsiness vanished as I heard the sound again, my senses on high alert. Sensing potential danger, I gripped the handle of my blade tightly and forced myself to stand. Wincing as the pain shot through me, each step sent shockwaves of agony through my battered body, but I pushed through it, driven by a surge of adrenaline. The forest around me was pitch black, the thick canopy of trees blocking out even the faintest moonlight. I slashed at the branches, desperate to see what was out there. At first, I half expected it to be just a small animal scurrying about. But what I saw instead made my breath catch in my throat. There, emerging from the inky blackness, was the unmistakable silhouette of a person, and not just any person, but Tamura Shigaraki himself. That severed hand still attached to his body. As he stepped into a shaft of moonlight, I could see the familiar features, the tousled hair, the unsettling grin slowly spreading across his face. "What do you want?" I demanded, surprised by the strength in my own voice. When he didn't immediately respond, only tilting his head and letting that grin widen, a chill ran down my spine. It was clear he was here for me, and without hesitation I hurled the blade at him. But with lightning reflexes, he simply ducked, dodging the attack. "I will never let you get me," I shouted defiantly. "Oh," he said, his tone almost childlike in its innocence, "but who said I'm here for you?" My brow furrowed in confusion. If he wasn't here for me, then what did he want? Before I could voice the question, he smirked again and uttered the words that made my blood run cold. "I'm here to take the most you hold close to your heart, your sweet friend Kacchan." A surge of adrenaline and fury coursed through me, and without a second thought, I activated 50% of my quirk and charged at him, bellowing, "I'll never let you take him away from me." But as I closed the distance between us, Shigaraki remained motionless, his twisted smile unwavering. Detroit smash. Suddenly, Shigaraki sprang into action, leaping backwards with a speed that caught me off guard. And then, before my very eyes, something truly shocking unfolded. His body began to melt, dissolving into a thick, white, molten substance that oozed from his form. This viscous, lava-like material evaporated into a swirling cloud of black smoke. Until there was nothing left, Shigaraki had vanished completely. I jolted awake at the sound of someone shouting, my body instantly on high alert. I let out a low, guttural growl, "Ugh, what the hell is that noise?" and rolled over, my eyes still heavy with sleep, trying to block out the intrusive noise and return to the peaceful slumber I had been enjoying. But something was nagging at the back of my mind, a sense of unease that wouldn't let me drift back off. "Damn it, I'm so tired, I just want to sleep," I muttered. As much as I desperately wanted to just rest, my brain refused to shut off. Even in the hazy, half-conscious state between wakefulness and sleep, I found myself trying to pinpoint what was causing this unease. And then it hit me, the twisted, pained expression on Deku's face. The sickening image of a branch protruding from his body. Like a dam bursting under the immense pressure of raging floodwaters, the memories came rushing back, vivid and horrifying. The moment I heard Deku's panicked voice cry out, "I'll never let you take him away from me," I was up and out of my tent in an instant, all traces of drowsiness instantly vanishing, my heart pounding. Who the fuck is he talking to? I frantically scanned the area, only to find the spot where he should have been completely empty. Suddenly, I heard his thunderous voice, signaling the activation of his quirk. Without hesitation, I took off running towards the sound, adrenaline coursing through my veins, my mind racing with 1,000 questions. As I drew closer, I spotted Deku near a towering tree, his head whipping back and forth as he searched for something, or someone. "What happened?" I demanded, breathless, as I approached him. The moonlight illuminated his trembling form, his face drained of all color. Eyes wide with a mixture of fear and rage. Whatever had happened, it had clearly shaken him to his core. I had to know what was going on, and I had to know now. Shig, he choked out, doubling over in a coughing fit. It was like he was struggling to breathe, the words barely making it past his lips. I could see the strain etched across his features. But when they did, they sent a chill down my spine. Shigaraki is here. What, are you sure? I asked, frantically scanning the area, my eyes darting left and right, but there was no sign of that pale-faced bastard. Just an empty, silent forest. Save for the sound of Deku's ragged breathing. Deku could only nod weakly in response, his energy spent. Stay here, I commanded as I used my quirk to both light my path and prepare for an attack. Already moving to investigate further. 5 times I scoured the area, but there was no trace of Shigaraki to be found. Returning to Deku's side, my stomach twisted as I took in his condition. He was kneeling, hunched over a small puddle on the ground. The acrid stench already told me all I needed to know. He had vomited, his body betraying his weakened state. He could barely hold himself upright, and I could see the sweat glistening on his brow even from where I stood. His condition is deteriorating rapidly, and he desperately needs medical attention. I remember how he had refused to rest the entire day, pushing forward despite his obvious suffering. Stubborn as always, determined to complete the assignment no matter the cost. I could hear the ragged, wet sound of his breathing. The congestion deep in his chest crackled with each labored cough, and every time he whimpered, I found him doubled over, his pale face glistening with sweat as if he'd been through hours of grueling training. All the signs were telling me that he was barely hanging on, but I just ignored them all. I assumed he was aware that his best chance for recovery lay in making it out of this hill as quickly as possible. So, I never questioned his refusal. And though I had silently prayed that he would retain enough strength to complete the journey, I knew I couldn't risk carrying him myself. I had a reputation to uphold, after all. But as I watched him struggle, I couldn't help but wonder if I should have pressed the issue, if I should have insisted that he rest. I let out a frustrated sigh, knowing that I was going to have to put my own needs and reputation in the back pocket and help him. I know he heard me approaching as he tensed slightly but didn't turn around. Deku, I said, sir. Prizing even myself with the uncharacteristic gentleness in my voice. I knelt next to him and put a hand on his scorching shoulder, feeling the heat radiating off of him. Damn, he is burning up like a furnace. Are you sure you saw Shigaraki? 'Cause I've looked everywhere, and there's no sign of him. He turned his face away from me, and for a second I was about to let loose a string of curses for ignoring me like that. But then I saw him swiping at his face with his sleeve. When he finally sat back, I couldn't take my eyes off his red-rimmed, fever-glazed gaze. His face was white as sheet. I'm not lying, Kachan, he croaked, voice barely above a whisper. I really saw him, he was right there, and then he started melting. There was white larva flowing out of him and then he was gone. Poof, no warp gate, nothing. Shit, is he hallucinating? What do I do? This is bad, this is fucking real bad. I could feel the panic starting to set in. What the hell am I supposed to do? Shut up Katsuki, this is not the time to be panicked. True, he has a very high fever but you can fix it. Right, you should have enough fever reducer medicine. First step, calm yourself down. Second step, calm him down. I took a deep breath and focused on him. It's okay now, I said. I think you scared him off. Good job, now it's my turn to take over, alright. Let's get you back to the tent so you can rest. I tried to calm him but his trembling didn't subside. No, I think he is still here, somewhere, watching us. You said he melted, right, that means he's gone, and if he returns, I'll kill that bastard. Now, get up. The only indication that he heard me was the slump of his shoulders. He made several different attempts to stand up but each time he put pressure on his hands to push himself up, he ended up falling back down clutching his abdomen in agony. I reached down and grabbed him under his arm, trying to hoist him up. The heat radiating off his body felt like it could melt steel. I finally got him upright. His arm slung over my shoulder as I supported his waist. He whimpered as I touched his injured side, and he tried to weakly push me away, but I just gripped his shirt tighter and forced him to keep moving. TCH, there goes my reputation. Now everyone will talk about how soft I am. It was a slow, agonizing process, but eventually we made it back to the tent, having to stop every few steps whenever Deku's coughing fits threatened to send him sprawling back to the ground. By the time we finally made it inside, he was a complete mess. I rushed to his bag to find the fever medicine and flashlight. Shit, there were only 2 pills left, not nearly enough to get him through this. I could hear him moaning and whimpering in agony as I hurried back, shivering uncontrollably, his legs aching weakly as tears streamed down his face. He was clutching his abdomen, clearly in excruciating pain, muttering incoherent gibberish between gut-wrenching sobs. Hey, shush. It's gonna be okay, I tried to calm him, opening his fist and pressing the palm. Just take this, it'll help. But my words fell on deaf ears as he continued to sob. Leaning in closer, I strained to make sense of his nonsensical mumbling. Why won't you stop laughing? He whimpered. What? I'm not laughing, I shot back, brow furrowed in confusion, hating the way my voice wavered with concern. I just wanted to help that girl, I thought I was strong enough. You think that was something a hero would do? You're wrong. It hurts so much. I froze, my blood running cold. I recognized this memory, it was from back in 7th grade. When I had mercilessly taunted and tormented him, using my quirk to hurt the one person who had always looked up to me, always believed in me, even when I had been nothing but cruel. His fever must be screwing with his mind. His condition has taken a serious turn for the worse, it's gone from bad to critical, life-threatening. All these symptoms, the high fever, the delirium, the rambling, it all points to one thing: infection. His body is desperately trying to fight by jacking up his temperature. But it won't stop until that infection is wiped out. I know he needs strong antibiotics, but the only thing we've got is actordium root extract, and there's no way the moron could keep that down in his state. So I've gotta get him to take the fever reducer first, try to get his temperature down before anything else. I'm not about to let him die on me, not after all the crap we've been through. I know it's hurting. That's why I brought you the fever reducer. You know it will help. Come on now, up. I slid my hand under his head and grabbed his shoulder to raise him. Stop. Please, just stop. Arg, it hurts. I can't breathe. I laid him back and quickly removed my hand. It's okay. Just take the medicine. It'll help. I will just raise your head. Okay. Suddenly he shouted. I am not stupid, Suki. I'll beat ya the next race. You just wait. Oh God. How high is his fever? I muttered. My brow creased with worry. A shiver ran down my spine. He is calling me by that old nickname, the one we had used when we were too young to properly pronounce each other's names. The way he called me, Suki, took me right back to that day in the park when he fell and scraped his knee. I'll never forget the terror I felt seeing the blood, or how I just reacted on instinct to stay by his side and try to comfort him, even though I had no idea what I was doing. At that time, he was my best friend in need. There was no way I could have just left him there alone. So I did the only thing I could think of, blew on his injury and tried to console him like a little kid. I promise I'll work harder, I won't give up. His voice hitched. Just please, can you call her? I just need my mom right now. I really need her. She always knows how to make it better. I could hear the desperation in his voice as he started sobbing. The raw vulnerability in his words tugged at my heart. But these are not the words he said at that time. I clearly remember, he just cried the entire time till our parents returned, such a crybaby. And then the realization hit me, this was what he had truly wanted to say that day, not the fearful cries I had remembered. I tried to reach him, to get through the fever haze, but it was no use. He just kept muttering and tossing, his fingers twisting in his sweat-dampened hair. As he descended into incoherent whispers, I knew I had to act fast. So I did what I am good at. I snapped, hey, you damn nerd. Just keep your mouth shut. I don't wanna hear another word. Got it? I know it's not the most helpful approach, but it's the only way I know how to handle things, the only language I am truly fluent in. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Snapping and shouting, that's my forte. And, to my surprise, it seemed to work, at least momentarily, as Deku blinked and focused on me with those fever-bright eyes. Now, more than ever, I wished I knew how to properly comfort and care for him. I quickly seized the opportunity, dropping a pill into his mouth and lifting his head to pour in some water. But the relief was short-lived, as his eyes squeezed shut the moment I laid him back down, and the incoherent babbling resumed. One moment, he is talking to his parents and teachers, the next moment he is talking to me, recounting memories from our time at school, and the next he is with the villains, trying to be brave. Just hearing him talk about all the times I've hurt him like that, it's like a knife to the chest. I try to tune it out, focusing instead on massaging his head to try and ease some of that pain. Putting a wet towel on his forehead is not possible while he is tossing and turning like that. When that doesn't seem to be doing the trick, I switch to his legs, using that pain relief spray he gave me earlier to gently work out the knots in his feet. I know which point to hit from experience. That seems to calm him down a bit. His movements growing sluggish as the medicine takes effect. I keep cycling between his head and his legs, desperate to find something, anything, that'll bring down that damn fever. Finally, I decide to give him the second pill, and I just keep up the massage, working over every uninjured part of him that I can reach. I put a wet wipe on his forehead now that he isn't moving that much and constantly check to keep it cool. He isn't sleeping as he shivers and whimpers at every touch. I know I'm not the most nurturing guy, but seeing Deku like this, it's killing me. He is a total mess. And as much as I hate to admit it, I'm the one who put him in this state. So I'll do whatever it takes to get him back on his feet, even if it means swallowing my pride and playing nursemaid for a while. Because deep down, I care about this idiot, more than I'll ever let on. Suddenly, Shigaraki sprang into action, leaping backwards with a speed that caught me off guard. And then, before my very eyes, something truly shocking unfolded. His body began to melt, dissolving into a thick, white, molten substance that oozed from his form. This viscous, lava-like material evaporated into a swirling cloud of inky black smoke, obscuring my vision as his physical form vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. I stood there, dumbfounded, looking at the last vestiges of Shigaraki evaporating in the billowing ethereal smoke and then nothing. What just happened? Did he really disintegrated before my very eyes? Or was this some new quirk that he had acquired from All for One? I felt dizzy, my head spinning as I desperately tried to make sense of the situation. Had I imagined the whole thing? No, it had been all too real. The sheer terror I felt in Shigaraki's presence, the adrenaline coursing through me. I could still feel his piercing gaze upon me, even though he had vanished without a trace. But where was he now? Where could he have gone? I blinked rapidly to clear my vision, my eyes frantically scanning the dense forest, squinting against the sparse moonlight. Where did he go? I felt utterly exposed, vulnerable in a way I'd never experienced before. The uncertainty was maddening, my nerves frayed as I waited with bated breath for him to reappear. I clenched my fist, wincing as the movement sent a jolt of pain through my veins. I whipped my head around at the rustling sound. God, my head. It took a few blinks to make sense of my surroundings again, though the blurriness and spinning were still there. Damn it, the dim moonlight filtering through the thick canopy of trees did little to help, casting everything in an eerie, silvery glow that only served to disorient me further. Don't be sick, I thought desperately, taking hollow breaths. The punch had felt like a jolt of electricity coursing through my veins, the sheer force of it renewing the agonizing pain radiating from my battered body. I should have used my left arm, I realized, cursing my lack of foresight. But in the haze of anger and the overwhelming need to protect Kachan from that monster, I had thrown caution to the wind, lashing out at Shigaraki without properly assessing the situation. I shut my eyes to think, ain't never been this hard before. All I can think of is pain, pain and pain. It was as if the wolf's savage jaws were still clamped down on my arm, its razor-sharp teeth digging deeper with each passing second. In my lungs, they felt like a fluffy mat beneath the stomping feet of a herd of rampaging elephants, making each breath a strained and laborious effort. I longed to cry out to them, to beg them to stop their merciless assault, but the words caught in my raw, aching throat. Each throbbing heartbeat reverberated in my skull, the pounding rhythm sending spikes of agony lancing through my head. It felt as though the sturdy bones in my legs had been replaced with limp, quivering spaghetti, rendering them wobbly and uncertain as I fought to regain my footing. They could scarcely support my own weight, let alone carry me forward. In my midsection, it feels like it doesn't even exist. I don't know if I should be happy about it or be worried. I would have felt satisfied to land a solid blow on that bastard, to wipe that twisted grin off his face, but in the blink of an eye, he just vanished into thin air. Yet the persistent sensation of being watched weighed heavily upon me, and as I whirled around, the world began to spin out of control. I had to pause, taking a series of shallow, ragged breaths until the haze cleared and reality righted itself once more. Shit, I don't have the luxury to rest. I can't focus on the pain right now. Our very lives were at stake, and I knew I had to pull myself together and stop Shigaraki before he could carry out his plan. I'm here to take the most precious thing that you hold close to your heart, your sweet friend Kacchan. The very thought of that bastard laying a finger on Kacchan filled me with a surge of raw, unbridled fury that momentarily eclipsed even the agonizing sensations racking my body. I would not, could not, allow him to succeed. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I forced myself to focus. Blinking to clear my vision to search the darkness for any sign of movement, any indication of where Shigaraki might be. My ears are ringing, but I clearly heard the unmistakable sound of explosions. Kacchan is here, ready to fight. What happened? He asks. I opened my mouth to answer, but no sound escapes. I don't try to clear my throat as I know it will be futile. The third attempt left me hacking, increasing the burning sensation in my throat. Finally, a coherent sentence comes out. Shigaraki is here. I could see the tension in his muscles, the concern etched on his face as he asks foe. Our confirmation, but I can't do anything more than a weak nod, clutching at my chest. I was overcome with a crushing sense of failure. It was my duty to keep watch, to protect us both, and what did I do? Woke up Kacchan from his much-needed rest to come help me. How could I ever consider myself a true hero when I couldn't even handle a simple night watch without succumbing to injury? The guilt threatened to consume me. Stay here, he says, his usual gruff demeanor masking the concern I knew he felt. He activated his quirk, scanning the area for any sign of the villain, ready to fight him head-on and keep me safe. As much as Kacchan's brash nature can be a bit much at times, right now, I am truly grateful to have him by my side. He was acting like the true hero I've always admired, willing to put himself in harm's way to defend me. Yet, a part of me couldn't help but feel like a burden, as Kacchan dashed off to confront the enemy, leaving me behind, alone. I know he's just trying to protect me, but the thought of him leaving me behind always squeezed my heart. Still, I couldn't dwell on that now. There was a villain on the loose, and I had to stay alert. Another rustling sound caught my attention, and without thinking, I hurried unsteadily in that direction. Wrong move. As my footing suddenly betrayed me, I tried to slow my descent but failed. The impact was jarring, as my hands and knees slammed against the uneven ground, sending shock waves. Tiny stones embedded themselves in my skin. Pain exploded in every nerve ending, a searing sensation that radiated up my limbs and through my body. Clamping a hand over my mouth, I tried to muffle the pained cry that threatened to escape from between my clenched teeth. I tried to breathe. Oh God, breathing hurts, breathing hurts. Each breath I took felt like hot knives stabbing my chest. Nothing was going right. Every decision I made seemed to lead to more trouble. Trying to stay quiet only made the nausea worse. I could feel the scorching bile rising up my esophagus, burning a fiery trail as it went. I feel sick. I feel so sick. I feel so sick. And then I heaved, the violent convulsions ripping through my body, retching. Until my vision blurred and my sense of direction was completely lost. I made a strange sound like a horse neighing, my eyes burning as I kept them shut too tightly. I clutched at my abdomen, tears streaming down my face. Attempting to ride out the waves of pain felt like I've been burned alive. God, it hurts so much, it hurts, it hurts. After what felt like an eternity, I tentatively opened my eyes, blinking through the pain to try and make sense of where I was. Looking down, I saw the putrid remains of the mint bar I had eaten earlier, not even fully digested before my body had violently rejected it. The overwhelming stench made me shift to the other side, but a tickle in my throat quickly had me coughing, and that's when I saw it, crimson fluid on my palm. Blood. I am coughing up blood. I blinked in disbelief, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the moonlight, but the truth was there, stark and undeniable. Internal bleeding. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I am not going to make it out of this alive. That only means one thing. Kacchan must complete this assignment. He is the only one who can. I have to make sure he does. And for that to happen, I have to hide this from him. He must never know of my condition. I cannot put more burden on him. More than I already am. I need to act like a partner we were meant to be on this assignment. I need to show a bit more courage. Suddenly, I heard footsteps near me and I tensed. Is it Shigaraki? Has he finally came out of his hiding spot? I should alert Kacchan. I am not in a state to face him. Then I heard the familiar and not so familiar voice of Kacchan calling my name with such gentleness in his voice. I let myself relax a bit. Thank God. I am safe. We are safe. We are safe. Are you sure you saw Shigaraki? Kuzuv looked everywhere, and there's no sign of him, he asked as he placed a cold hand on my shoulder. I could tell he was kneeling beside me, his presence a comforting anchor in the chaos. I hastily wiped the blood from my hands and mouth, praying he wouldn't notice. I'm not lying, Kachan, I really saw him. He was right there, and then he started melting. There was white larva flowing out of him and then he was gone. Poof. No warp gate, nothing, the words tumbled out of my mouth in a rushed, breathless manner, my vision swimming as I struggled to focus on Kachan's face. I can't rely on my eyes as I see 4 of him. It's okay now, I think you scared him off. Good job. What, did I hear that right? Did Kachan just— No, Kachan will never compliment me. Just as I can't rely on my eyes for the truth, my ears have followed the same path. I can't rely on my ears too. Damn it, I have to warn him that I still feel Shigaraki's presence, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Now it's my turn to take over, alright. Let's get you back to the tent so you can rest. No, we can't, not with a bloodthirsty villain keeping a watch on us. Not when I know what he wants. I will never let him win. Never let him lay a finger on Kachan. I am unsure how I will do it but I have to. There is no other way. Kachan must complete this assignment at all costs. No, I think he is still here, somewhere. Watching us, I said, blinking slowly to focus on the real Kachan. They are multiplying with each blink. God, my head hurts. You said he melted, right? That means Heue, is he really gone? Are we safe? And if he returns, I'll kill that bastard. Now, get up. Of course, he is gonna kill him and protect me. Just like a hero he is destined to be. And I will be here, dragging him down, like a Deku I am. Always a roadblock in his path to success. He was right all this time. I am utterly useless. I accepted my fate and grimaced at the thought of getting up. I attempt to rise, first using my hands to push myself up. Wrong approach. The moment I put weight on my injured arm, the pain flared up, resulting in failure as I crashed back down. Need to change the strategy. Second try, I twisted my body and tried using just my left arm to slowly push myself up. Success. Now I just have to use my legs. Fail. My knee buckled under the strain and I crashed back down to the ground on my right side. The impact sending fresh waves of agony through my battered form. Change of strategy. Gritting my teeth, I used the tree beside me as support, slowly pulling myself up. Fail. The moment I put weight on my injured side, a searing twinge of agony shot through me and I said hello to the ground again with a pained cry. I have heard people talking about seeing dark spots. I thought I was experiencing the same a while ago. But right now, it feels like my eyes had been transformed into a camera, each blink capturing a new, fleeting image, the world flashing white before coming back into focus. Through the haze, I suddenly felt arms around me, lifting me up. The world was spinning wildly, and another agonizing twinge ripped through my side. Instinctively, I reached to clutch at the injury, to try and apply pressure and dull the pain. But as my hand grasped at the area, I felt another hand there, firm, unyielding. Shit, Shigaraki is here. Panic seized me as I tried to break free of his grip, but he only tightened it further, crushing me. Please, 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 I can't take it anymore. Just kill me already. Shigaraki is here. Panic seized me as I tried to break free of his grip, but he only tightened it further, crushing me. Please, 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 I can't take it anymore. Just kill me already. But he seemed to have other sinister plans. He began dragging me along with him. Where? I don't know. I resigned myself, my body and mind numb with exhaustion. I felt a bizarre combination of sensations, freezing, burning, and complete numbness, all at once. It was as if I had somehow slipped out of my own body, becoming a mere spectator to the torment being inflicted upon me. It feels like watching Todoroki-kun using his quirk to mercilessly test its limits on my helpless form. He sets my body ablaze, the scorching flames licking at my skin, and then just as quickly encases me in a prison of ice, the frigid cold seeping into my very bones. He repeats this cycle over and over. Each time, I simply lay there, coughing and sputtering when the smoke overwhelms me. Then, just when I think I can't endure any more, Todoroki lifts me up, only to let me fall back down. But instead of hitting the ground, I kept falling, descending into a dark volcano. How do I know it is a volcano? Is it because of the smell? Or because of the endless pit? All I know is that I am alone, surrounded by the oppressive darkness, terrified of what might be waiting for me at the bottom. Molten lava, freezing water, uneven terrain, or something even more sinister. Does it even matter? My body kept twisting and turning, reminding me of the pain, as I hurtled towards an unknown fate. I heard an echo of a guttural scream, but as the ringing in my ears subsided, I realized I was the only one making a sound. Alone in this dark, foreboding place, my cries of anguish fell on deaf ears. I never found out what really was at the bottom because I saw a tiny green pinprick in the distance and I started walking. Floating, flying, moving in that direction. Slowly the darkness receded, the light began to grow, illuminating the path ahead, giving way to a lush, verdant landscape bathed in a soothing blue sky. And then, a familiar voice cut through the silence, Kachan's. Relief flooded through me, and I surged forward, desperate to find him and escape this nightmarish realm. As I drew closer, I noticed a young blonde child standing in the distance, his back turned to me. Rather than approach him right away, I focused on searching the area instead. I have to find Kachan. I am sure he is here somewhere. I heard him. When I failed to find Kachan, I decided to ask for help from the kid. As I got closer, I noticed he was looking down at something, or someone. Creeping around to get a better view, I was shocked to see a small girl, crimson red hair, cowering on the ground in front of him. She looked absolutely terrified, tears streaming down her face, clutching what appeared to be an All Might-themed pen. To my horror, I then realized that the boy looming over her was none other than Kachan, or at least, someone who looked just like him, though he seemed much younger than the Kachan I knew. What? How? Why? Without warning, Kachan snatched the pen from the girl's trembling hands and began to bully her mercilessly. I tried to intervene, to talk some sense into him, but my words fell on deaf ears. It was as if I am a little more than a ghost, my attempts to push him back proving futile as my hands passed through him like smoke. Just then, a blur of green rushed towards us, and barreled right into the young Kachan, tumbling a few feet away before coming to a stop. This is not going to end up good. The young girl seized the opportunity to flee, and the three kids tower over the greenet. Wait, when did the other two kids get here? With a jolt, I realized that the young boy, sitting on the ground, hands outstretched as if to shield someone, was me. I try to keep my voice confident but it cracks when I ask them why are they doing this. Instead of answering, they just keep on laughing. Why? Why won't you stop laughing? Because you are a quirkless Deku, that's why dumbass. Why are you here, playing hero or we? I just wanted to help that girl. I thought I was strong enough. He scoffs. Don't make me laugh. You and strong. Never. Yo. You were just a pebble on the side of my road to become the next symbol of peace. Quote, I am stunned. Is that what he thinks? Do you think that was something a hero would do? Picking on the weak and vulnerable. He shrugs. That's what heroes do. They fight. I shook my head vehemently. No, you're wrong. His scowl deepened, eyes narrowing with a burning, hateful rage as he glared at me. Looks like someone needs to teach you some manners, he spat, before turning to his cronies. Come on, extras. Let's show Deku here what happens when you cross me. Before I could even react, an explosion blinded me momentarily and then pain erupted in my abdomen. Someone hit me. I doubled over as agony struck like lightning. I wasn't given time to recover as they were all on me, kicking and punching relentlessly. The blows to my gut were absolutely breathtaking, knocking the wind right out of me. I pleaded with them to stop, but my cries for mercy fell on deaf ears as the pain seared through my body. Stop, please, I begged, sobbing, gasping for air. Arg, it hurts. I can't breathe. I felt completely powerless to defend myself. All I could do was curl up and try to shield myself as the onslaught continued. The agony radiating through every inch of my battered form. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, Kachan abruptly stopped. I opened my eyes to see him standing beside me, his hands folded on his chest. But something was different. He looked so much younger, as if we had been transported back in time to our childhood. Oi, stupid, he taunted. I won. Now, get up. His voice lacking its usual venom. I blinked in confusion, looking around. I recognized this place. It was where we used to play, back when we were kids. What am I doing here? Oh yes, I tripped and scraped my knee. I could feel the big fat tears running down my cheeks. It shouldn't hurt this much. Why is it hurting this much? It's just a scratch and little bit of bleeding. Bulf as a sob threatened to escape my lips. I'm not stupid, Suki. I cry out, my voice laced with frustration. Anger is better than the anguish inside me. I'll beat ya the next race. You just wait. As I look down, I see my knee has become a bloodied mess. The pain throbbing with each heartbeat, it's not just a scratch anymore. I don't want to be here, don't want to deal with Kachan right now. All I want is my mother's warm, comforting embrace, to feel her gentle touch soothe away the hurt. Even as I sit there, begging him to leave me alone, clutching my injured knee, somewhere in the distance, I hear a faint, soothing sound that fills me with a sense of comfort. The voice seemed to be calling to me from far away, a beacon trying to guide me to safety. But each time I reach for it, the voice slips through my fingers, leaving me to flounder alone in this turbulent sea of emotions. The harder I try, the deeper I sink, drowning in a sea of confusion and pain. I'm losing my grip, my strength, my very sense of self, everything is becoming a blur. When something yanks me violently back to the surface and I gasp for air. Hey, you damn nerd. Just keep your mouth shut. I don't wanna hear another word. Got it, there's Kachan, sitting next to me, not the younger version I saw before, but an older one. Yet I can't tell if this Kachan is real or just another figment of my fragmented, dream-addled mind. Reality has become so elusive. Every version of him appears equally vivid and tangible. As he pours water over me, I feel myself slipping back under, like I'm drowning all over again. The scene shifts once more. And now I'm standing on the beach with all might. Time seems to stretch on endlessly here, and no matter how much I try to talk to him, he never responds. It's as if he's a mere mirage, an illusion had will disappear if I reach out to touch him. Just when the loneliness becomes too much to bear, I find myself back home with my parents. I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. My father turns to me, his eyes filled with warmth and concern, and I know I can finally open up to him about everything I've been through. The words start tumbling out, a torrent of emotions and experiences that I've been holding back for so long. I tell him about how I was once quirkless, shunned and looked down upon by my peers, and how I struggled to find my place in a world that seemed to value power above all else. But then, I recount the day when everything changed. The day I finally bloomed, when I was given a chance to prove myself. My father listens intently, nodding along as I describe the strict and demanding teachers who have pushed me to my limits, challenging me to become the hero I was always meant to be. I hold nothing back, pouring out every detail, every triumph and every setback. Until I reach the moment that changed my life forever, the day I was chosen by the legendary All Might to inherit his incredible power. As I speak, I can see the pride and wonder in my father's eyes. And I feel a deep sense of relief knowing that I can confide in him without fear of judgment. But just as I begin to bask in this newfound understanding, the peace is shattered. A monstrous Nomu suddenly appears, grabbing me by the legs and suspending me upside down. The blood rushes to my head, and the nausea becomes almost unbearable. I try to remain brave, but my voice cracks as I challenge Shigaraki, who threatens to harm my parents. The Nomu drops me, and I hit the ground with a sickening thud, my body racked with agony, whiting out my vision. I can't help but let out a whimper as the pain consumes me. My back arching as my fingers desperately claw at my ribs in a futile attempt to ease the burning sensation. The floor is moving, feels like I am slipping. The world around me becomes a disorientated blur, each blink bringing a new, chaotic scene. I'm utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and I just want this nightmare to end. I give up trying to communicate. I long for the dark abyss now. I have neither strength nor interest to listen or to talk to anyone. The dark was so much better than all this chaos. The pain is finally starting to subside, the sharpness calming down the smallest bit. The littlest cooling of a fire, and I can feel myself sinking into the welcoming embrace of the dark abyss. All I crave is rest, a chance to escape the chaos that has consumed me. As I surrender to the darkness, a sense of relief washes over me, and I finally find the peace I so desperately needed. Rest. Finally. My legs feel like jelly and my lungs are on fire, but I can't stop. Not when Deku's life hangs in the balance. Every labored breath he takes against my neck is a reminder of how much he's depending on me. Deku's limp body weighs on my back like a sack of bricks, his shallow breaths tickling my ear, each one more ragged and labored than the last. Sweat pours down my face, stinging my eyes, but I grit my teeth and press on. Exhaustion seeps into my bones and my muscles scream in protest with every movement, arms trembling from the strain of supporting Deku's dead weight for hours on end. My head pounds from dehydration and exhaustion. But I have no choice. I have to keep going, to push through the pain and fatigue. When I first woke up this morning, though I can't recall exactly when exhaustion finally overcame me and my eyes fell shut, I knew I had to make a difficult choice. After checking Deku's vitals and finding his fever high but not yet life-threatening, I decided we needed to move on, to keep pushing forward no matter the cost. The tent in Deku's bag would have to stay behind. I couldn't manage to carry everything, not with Deku on my back and my own strength waning. So I gathered up the critical supplies, the skir-ols we nearly died for and the medicine that might just save Deku's life, and stuffed them into my own bag. Slinging the bag around to my front, I gingerly hoisted Deku onto my back, my heart leaping into my throat at the soft groan of pain that escaped his lips. "Deku," I called out, desperately hoping for a response, but only silence greeted me. Gritting my teeth against the stabbing pain in my badly sprained leg, I set off. Deku's dead weight bearing down on me, my own pack feeling like an anchor trying to drag me into the earth with each grueling step. Sharp stabs of pain shoot through my trembling forearms every time I adjust my grip or shift Deku's position. The sun beats down mercilessly as I trudge through the dense forest, my footsteps heavy and labored. The bottles clink together with each lurching step. Damn it, how did I let this happen? I should have protected him. Should have been there. But I won't fail him. Now, on putting one foot in front of the other, no matter how much it hurts. No matter how far I have to go. I'll get him there. I have to. Failure is not an option when it comes to saving Deku. So I grit my teeth, readjust my grip, and keep moving forward. One step at a time. Everything looks the same, an endless expanse of trees and dirt and blue, cloudless sky. I have to squint to keep my vision from blurring, to keep from stumbling over the rocks and roots that litter the ground. It'd be so easy to just stop, to sink to my knees and close my eyes and let the exhaustion finally claim me. But every time I'm tempted, every time my legs threaten to buckle, I feel Deku stir faintly against my back, reminding me why I'm doing this, why I can't give up. I can't remember the last time I slept soundly in my own bed. Was it 2 days ago? 3. Time blurs together, measured only by the rhythm of my footfalls and Deku's shallow breathing. I know Deku has been sleeping a lot, his body trying to marshal its defenses and fight off the infection that threatens to consume him. But sleep alone won't be enough to save him now. He needs medical attention. A flutter of movement catches my eye and I look up to see a small flock of birds swooping by overhead, veering off to the left. Narrowing my eyes, I alter course to follow them, hoping against hope they're headed somewhere with water. As I FNT prayers, I soon spot patches of green stubbornly clinging to the bases of the trees. Lush grasses rippling in the gentle breeze. The sweet sound of trickling water reaches my ears and my pace quickens, a new surge of energy flooding my veins. Thank God. My heart threatens to leap out as the faint gurgling grows louder. At last, the stream comes into view, crystal clear waters shimmering invitingly in the dappled sunlight. My knees nearly buckle in sheer relief. The tension flooding out of my body. Deku lets out a pained hiss as I lower him to rest against the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree, trying my best to be gentle despite my own injuries and fatigue. He lets out a weak groan. His face pale and slick with sweat, contorted in pain even in his unconscious state. Glancing up, I spot the cliff looming in the distance and realize with a sinking feeling that we haven't made it very far from where we started. Our detour around the cliff has cost us an entire day of travel and maybe, just maybe, it has cost Deku his life. I can't help but berate myself, knowing we should have just climbed down the cliff face as Aizawa-sensei had instructed us to do. But no, I just had to become the considerate fool and insist on taking the longer route, TTING Deku's comfort above the urgency of our situation. A whole lot good that it did. I should have just carried him down with the help of that rope, pride be damned. Sure, the journey would have been painful for him, but at least he'd still be coherent and responsive, not hovering on the brink of death like he is now. Every time I look over at Deku's ashen, lifeless face, it feels like a vice grip is squeezing my heart, constricting tighter and tighter. The weight of my choices sits heavy on my shoulders as I wonder how things could have played out differently if I had just abandoned my ego a little sooner. If I had kept a closer eye on Deku's Deteriorating condition, if I had given different orders. But it's too late for what ifs now. A pained moan escaped Deku's cracked lips as his eyelids fluttered open. Those hazy green eyes stared at me in confusion. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but all that came out was a dry, rasping croak. "Don't try to talk, idiot," I snapped, bringing my water bottle to his cracked lips. I tilted it carefully, helping him take a few small sips before he turned his head away, spent. He made another wheezing attempt at speech, but quickly gave up. His head lolling weakly against the tree trunk. The great Midoriya Izuku silenced. "I never thought I'd see the day," I quipped, trying for my usual mocking tone. But my laughter sounded forced even to my own ears. Unable to fully mask the dread settling in my gut, he shoots me a half-hearted glare, green eyes glazed with pain and confusion. "Where are we?" The question is faint, his gaze darting around in feverish bewilderment. I jerk my chin toward the rushing stream a few meters away. Below the cliff, near the stream. He furrows his brow, processing my words sluggishly. "How? When?" I roll my eyes. "Nah, I answered your question already, now you answer mine. Can you keep it down?" I wave a small bottle of Actordium extract in front of his face. He nods wearily, apparently lacking the strength for further argument. He raised a shaky hand for the bottle, but I batted it away impatiently and brought it to his mouth myself. He managed a couple small sips before grimacing and refusing more. Worry knotted my stomach. He needed fluids badly, but I couldn't risk him throwing it all back up. I'd have to keep trying in small doses. "Kachan," Deku said hoarsely after a moment, "how did we get here?" I sigh heavily. "I carried you, moron. How else?" His eyes widen, shimmering with sudden tears. "Oh great, here come the waterworks. Why didn't you just leave me?" Deku sobs, hiding his face in trembling hands. "I have become such a burden." White-hot rage flares in my chest. "I am not leaving you behind, damn it." The words rip from my throat, echoing through the trees. "How many times do I have to repeat before it sinks into that head of yours, huh?" He gapes at me, tears streaming down pale cheeks. Taking a steadying breath, I flick his head and level him with a hard stare. "You might be a burden, but don't you ever fucking say I'm not strong enough to carry your sorry ass. I'm going to be the #1 hero, and I'll never leave a man behind. Not even a useless nerd like you. Got it?" A weak, wobbly smile tugs at his mouth and he nods. He swips a hand across his face and looks up at me, a ghost of a smile touching his wan features. God, I was so desperate to see that smile. And for a moment, despite the dureness of it all, I let myself believe that stubborn smile meant we would somehow make it through this. That things would go back to normal. "Kachan," he croaked before doubling over in a violent coughing fit that racked his skinny frame. "You need something warm to drink. Normally I'd make you some soup, but we're in the middle of fucking nowhere, so hot water will have to do." I rummaged through my pack and pulled out my metal water bottle, using my quirk to carefully heat the liquid inside until it was steaming. "Here, drink this, slowly," I commanded, pressing the bottle to Deku's mouth. He took a few tentative sips, the hot water soothing his raw throat. "Thanks Kachan," he croaked out, voice a bit stronger now. "I think I can walk on my own. You don't need to keep carrying me." "Shut the fuck up, no one asked for your opinion. I'm not letting you slow us down even more. NYOU will follow my command. Remember." Deku nodded meekly, a small smile on his stupid freckled face. Damn him and his smiles, trying to act like everything was fine when I could see the pain and fever wearing him down. It made my chest feel weird and tight. "Good, now hold still while I check your wound." I reached for the makeshift bandage around his torso, but he jerked away. "No," he shouted, or he tried to, horrified. "No, wait, please Kachan, I'm so tired. I don't want you poking at it again." The pain finally came to a bearable level. "Can't we just rest a bit longer first? Please?" His green eyes were round and pleading. Damn those puppy eyes. I wanted to argue, to force him to let me clean the festering injury, but something in his expression made me pause. The little twerp looked so miserable and exhausted, I didn't have the heart to cause him more discomfort. At least not right this second. "TCH, fine. We'll take a short break," I relented with an eye roll. "But you better not fucking die on me, you hear?" "I'll do my best," Deku replied wryly. I plopped down beside him with a huff and pulled out an apple from my bag. He shook his head when I offered it to him, his face tinged with a sickly green, so I took a large, annoyed bite myself. The nerd needed to eat to keep his strength up, but I knew his stomach probably couldn't handle much right now. After a few minutes of tense silence, Deku's hoarse voice broke through the stillness. "Kachan, where's my bag?" I pretended not to hear him, turning my head to study the gnarled trees around us. But he persisted, weakly grasping my arm. "Kachan, my bag, where is it?" I sighed heavily. "It was too heavy," I mumbled under my breath. "What?" Deku asked, his voice strained. "It was too damn heavy." "Okay," I snapped, my voice rising. "I couldn't lug around my pack, your useless body, and your bag. I had to ditch it." Deku sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in shock. We stared each other down for a long moment, the tension palpable. And then, to my utter disbelief, Deku started to get up. His face contorted in pain. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I barked, jumping up to push him back down. But he batted my hands away, wobbling unsteadily. "I need my bag," he panted. His face twisted in pain, his chest heaving with exertion. "No you fucking don't," I yelled. "I have everything we need right here," gesturing to my own pack. "What's so damn unimportant that you're willing to kill yourself over it? It's not like he had any valuables or even his Precio books anyway." "You wouldn't understand," Deku insisted, his voice cracking with emotion. "I need my bag, just leave me alone." He swayed dangerously, his knees buckling. I grabbed his arm to steady him, my temper flaring. "Yeah, try me," I seethed. "Tell you what, I looked in your precious bag, Deku. There was nothing important in there. So what are you hiding, huh?" I roared, my frustration boiling over. Tears started streaming down Deku's face as he gripped the front of my shirt. A strength I didn't know he still possessed. "I want my lucky charm, my All Might figurine, you jerk," he shouted, his voice raw with anguish. "Are you serious right now? You're telling me a dumb Seishin figure is more important than completing our assignment? Than your dream?" "Yes," Deku screamed, his voice cracking. "It's more than just a toy. It's a reminder, a symbol of our friendship." The sun shines through a bedroom window, slim hues of light filtering through the transparent drapes that hung on its frame. Two boys sit on the floor of the room, posters of the #1 hero All Might, in all his smiling muscular glory resides on every wall in the bedroom. "Kachan," the shorter one exclaims excitedly to the blonde in front of him. "Let's play heroes. I will be hero and you LLB villain," his green hair sway as he bounce on his heels, eyes shining with innocent enthusiasm. It's been 3 weeks since that fateful day in the doctor's office. The day he was diagnosed as quirkless. As if it was some sort of disease to be different. To not be part of the 95% who had quirks. The 95% who had powers and therefore were on the top. Instead he belonged to the 5% who didn't have quirks. The worthless minority, a waste of space and provision. Nothing but a burden. Since then, everyone treated him differently. Including me. Yet hope still gleamed brightly in his wide eyes, a dangerous, foolish hope that I was about to crush. "No," the blonde boy shouted angrily. "I don't want to play with you anymore. So don't come over to my house either. But I want to play with your EU All Might figurine," the green-haired boy says pleadingly. His eyes filled with tears as he clutched the blonde boy's arm. "Please, Kachan, you can take mine, or you can be the hero and I will be the villain. Let's play." "No," the blonde boy shouts as he frees his arm and sweeps it on his shirt as if it is dirty. "I told you, I don't want to be anywhere near you." He picks his brand new All Might merchandise which his father had bought him after a long period of persuasion and threatening. He tossed the toy towards the green boy and says, "Here, it's yours now. Take it and don't come back ever again." His words hit me like a punch to the gut, knocking the wind out of me. That figurine, I had completely buried that memory, shoved it down deep where I wouldn't have to face it. But now it all comes rushing back in painful clarity. I gaze at Deku, taking in the raw desperation etched across his face, the way he trembles against me. That cheap little toy, it really means that much to him. After all this time, after every horrible thing I've done to push him away, he still clings to it. A foreign feeling stirs in my chest, an ache I can't quite name. Do I even deserve this kind of unwavering loyalty? Have I done a single thing to earn it? Deku tries to pull away from me, disappointment weighing down his shoulders as he staggers forward. But his strength gives out after just a couple steps. His legs buckle and he pitches forward, hacking out painful coughs as he collapses to the ground. Shit, I curse under my breath, lunging to catch him before he face plants into the dirt. I ease him back into a sitting position, hands gripping his shoulders to steady him. Use your head for once, you idiot nerd, I grind out. Was it truly a lucky charm at all? I recall his scream when Wolf's jaw was clamped shut around his arm. When I found him hugging a tree, a branch protruding out of him. His voice filled with pain as I stitched him up. After all we survived, after all the near escapes, you really believe that some dumb piece of plastic is what saved us? That we were just lucky? You almost died. My voice wavers traitorously as the enormity of how close I came to losing him truly sinks in. I swallow hard against the lump forming in my throat. Damn it, damn you Deku, damn you and your unwavering loyalty, your heart that's too big for your own good. Damn you for still believing in me, even when I've given you every reason not to. Damn you for making me feel things I had long buried. Damn you for making me question everything I thought I knew. He flinches at my words but doesn't back down. Those big green eyes of his boring into mine with a fire I haven't seen in years. It's not just some dumb piece of plastic, Kachan, he whispers, his voice hoarse and ragged. It's a symbol. Of our friendship. Of everything we used to be. Deku, I say, my voice softening just a fraction. That figurine, it's not some magic talisman, okay. It's not what's been keeping you alive out here. That's all you. Your strength, your determination, your annoyingly persistent will to survive. He blinks up at me, tears welling up in those ridiculous eyes of his, and I have to look away before I do something stupid like hug him or some shit. But Kachan, he protests weakly, I need that right, now. Frustrated, I get up and pace a bit, ruffling my hair. Finn, ally I decide to face him as I crouch in front of him. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath to steady myself before I meet his gaze again. Then I'll get you a new one, a better one. I tell him gruffly, trying to keep the storm of anger and frustration at bay. Really? He stares at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable, before a small, tentative smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Thanks, Kachan, he murmurs. What the hell are you thanking me for? I let out a sigh. For being a good friend. It's been second time in a day that I was speechless. Deku had called me that for years, and each time I heard it, I laughed in his face or did something worse. Because how could I be friends with someone so pathetic? Someone who was so unworthy of being with me, that irritated me with every look. But when I look at him now, I don't know what to call him anymore. If you say anything like that again, you're dead, I breathed. And if you are so refreshed as you say, then you will have to stay awake. I don't want to get bored along the way. Now hop on, we have an assignment to complete, I said as I turn around and position myself to grab him. Actually, I have a better idea. Ready, I grunted, shifting my stance to brace for the extra weight. Deku's strapped to my back in some complicated rope harness he rigged up, crisscrossing around his legs and my chest. His arms are free at least. Draped over my shoulders, he presses a hand to his injured side and taps my shoulder, signaling he's good to go. As ready as I can be, he says, sounding way more confident than he has any right to be in his condition. Typical Deku. I ignite my quirk, powerful blasts firing from my hands to lift us into the air. The ropes securing Deku to my back pulled taut as we flew, the wind whipping past us. The force rattles him and I can hear him let out a pained hiss against my ear. It took a few tries to get the timing right, to find that balance between staying airborne and not jostling the nerd around too much. This whole thing was Deku's bright idea, using my quirk to fly us down the mountain faster without aggravating my sprained ankle. I wanted to tell him where he could shove his bright ideas. But damn it all if he wasn't right. Again, Deku has always been like this, coming up with clever plans. It seriously pissed me off sometimes, him being right. But I guess that big brain of his had to be good for something. The first attempt almost had him hurling his guts out. His face went ghostly white as he stared at the ground, taking gulping breaths. I was ready to call it quits right then. But the stubborn dork insisted we try again. Idiot, said he, ooking at the ground whizzing by below us. So of course he comes up with another strategy. Stare at the back of my head instead. Anything to avoid admitting defeat. Every jerky landing jostles him like a ragdoll, eliciting pained hisses and gasps that he tries unsuccessfully to stifle. Even feverish and bleeding, he was analyzing every variable, trying to solve the equation. My bag was throwing off our balance. He'd carry it, injury be damned. We argued about it, but I could never win against Deku's annoyingly sound logic. I swear, he never knows when to quit. It's infuriating. Almost as infuriating is the fact that his solutions keep working, bit by bit. We soar above the trees, the wind whipping past us as I do my best to keep us steady. I can feel him trembling against me, his skin scorching hot even through our clothes. His breathing is ragged and shallow, and I'm pretty sure I hear him retch a few times, but he never complains. The self-sacrificing idiot. My arms are starting to ache from the strain and I'm sweating bullets, but it's nothing compared to the tremors I can feel coursing through Deku's body as he clings to me. His grip growing weaker by the minute. I'm pushing my quirk to its limits, fighting to keep us stable and airborne while making record time. But hearing Deku's ragged breathing and muffled groans, I know I need to dial it back before the nerd passes out or worse. I just need to find Aizawa and be done with this. I'm following the stream for quite some time and I can see the base of the hill in distance. We're almost there. Suddenly, Deku shifts and lets out an agonized cry, throwing off my balance. Shit, I curse, quickly firing off some powerful explosions to keep us from tumbling out of the sky. What the fuck, Deku? I yell over my shoulder, ready to tear him a new one, but the hoarse, feeble sound of his voice stops me cold. Ka-chan, see, can we please, take a break? I glance back at him, ready to snap at him, tell him to suck it up, but the words die in my throat when I see how pale and sickly he looks, his eyes squeezed shut. His face is all scrunched up, contorted in obvious agony, and there's this greenish tinge to his skin that makes my stomach lurch uncomfortably just looking at him. He looks like death warmed over. Damn it, Deku, don't you dare puke on me. I scan the landscape below for a relatively flat stretch to set us down, trying to ignore the way Deku sags against me, his face pressed into my shoulder blade. Just hang on a little longer, I mutter, unsure if he can even hear me over the wind rushing past. Don't you dare die on me now, Deku. I let off a controlled burst, slowing our descent until my feet hit the ground. As gently as I could, I lower Deku off my back, easing him down to sit propped up against a large boulder. A strangled cry of agony tears from his throat at the movement and I wince. One trembling, hand pressed against the blood-soaked fabric of his shirt, his nails turning blue. Shit, I hiss under my breath, trying to ignore the way my hands are shaking as I dig through my pack until I find the almost empty water bottle. Holding it to his cracked lips, I help him take a few sips before a weak coughing fit overtakes him, water dribbling down his chin. I use my sleeve to wipe it away. I wave the bottles of Aravac and Actordium extracts, silently asking him if he will be able to keep them down. He shakes his head, fearing that he might vomit if he opens his mouth. I don't force him to. Just rest next to him. I kept my eyes averted from him. I don't have to be an expert to know how sick he is feeling. With his eyes blurred over as they are, it won't be long before he fainted. I'll have to keep his mind off the pain. Except, I'm not very good at making conversations. Most of them end up me torching the other person. But with Deku, I have to keep his attention on me. So, I said the first thing on my mind. Do you have the latest limited edition All Might figurine fighting with Scrimpo? What? Yes, I have, he said as the question slowly sunk in. Purchased it last week. It nearly cost me my kidneys. Hee. Cough. He quickly put his hand on his mouth and turns away, trying to stifle it. Now what? God, I really suck at this. I was thinking about what to say next when he asks, do you have it? Hesitatingly, no, I don't collect figurines. I'm not a kid anymore. I instantly regretted saying it as I saw the hurt look on his face. But I do collect his flashcards. It's a hobby of grown-ups. Really? He asked excitedly. How many have you collected so far? I have 56. I have 82. I beat you, I said, my chest puffing out with pride. Would you show them to me? No way, I'm going to let your filthy hands touch them, I say, his face fall, all the excitement leaving his body in an instant like a switch. Why'd I become a dick in front of him? But I'll let you see them, trying to fix what I broke. Thanks, Kachan. He smiles at me, looking away, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I was thinking of damage control when I see his shoulders shaking. Is he crying? But I said I'll let him see my flashcards. I went around and saw him covering his mouth with a cloth, trying to stifle yet another coughing bout. The coughs came in quick succession, shallow and breathless as he fought to suppress them. Don't stifle it, I urged. He gave a muffled whine that sounded like, "Hurts. I know, but you need to let it out," I said as I placed a hand on his back. Feeling the strained, contorted muscles beneath my fingertips, he relents as he let the cough loose. It emerged from deep inside his chest, wet and harsh and painful as he doubles over by the force of spasm. It racked his entire body, leaving him with hardly the strength to draw a breath of air. He coughed and coughed and coughed with no repose, until I felt panic rise within me. Unsure of what else to do, I thumped his back. When that achieved nothing, I repeated the action, each strike more forceful than the last. Finally, after a tense few minutes, the congestion in his chest worked itself loose. The storm of coughs died down. He did not move from where he lay, limp and devoid of energy. "Deku," I give his shoulder a shake. When he made no effort to speak, I roll him on his back. I pull away the cloth he is still pressing to his mouth. The inner surface of the cloth is splattered with dark, inky red. Fuck. The first thing I felt was pain. Excruciating, all-consuming pain that threatened to pull me back into the dark abyss of unconsciousness. I wanted to stay there, submerged in that quiet, peaceful oblivion, floating peacefully. But the aches and sharp tabs radiating through my body are insistent, dragging me back to the shores of awareness. Defeated, I tried to take stock of what hurt the most, but quickly realized the better question was what didn't hurt. My head pounds like a drum, every beat sending a fresh wave of agony washing through me. My back feels like it's been lashed with a whip. I try to move my arms, but they remain terrifyingly numb. I could tell my legs were still attached, but I couldn't muster the strength to move them more than a twitch. It almost felt like I was in motion, but that easily could have been the dizziness and disorientation clouding my senses. Suddenly, my body jerked as the movement abruptly ceased, causing the pain to flare up with renewed intensity. A low groan echoed in my ears, and it took me a moment to realize that the pitiful sound had originated from my own raw throat. Mustering every ounce of strength I possessed, I fought against the leaden weight of my eyelids, struggling to pry them open. When did the simple act of opening one's eyes become such a Herculean task? When I finally managed to crack them open a sliver, the first sight that greeted me was Kachan's haggard face hovering above me. His features were drawn and pale. Dark shadows smudged beneath his bloodshot eyes as if he hadn't slept in a week. Sweat glistened on his brow, and his shoulders slumped with exhaustion, yet his expression was etched with deep concern. I parted Marate to ask him what had happened, but all that escaped was a wheezing breath. My tongue feels thick and heavy in my mouth, refusing to cooperate. Undeterred, I try again, but the effort sent a searing pain tearing through my throat, as if I had swallowed a mouthful of razor-sharp cactus needles. "Don't try to talk yet, you idiot," he grumbles as he helps me drink some water. But there's no real heat behind his words. The first sip of cool water is both a relief and agony as it slides down my parched throat. After a few more gulps, I feel like I can breathe a bit easier. But trying to speak still seems impossible. The great Midoriya Izuku silenced. "I never thought I'd see the day," he quips, but the teasing feels forced, strained. I attempt to muster up a glare in response, but the small movement drains what little energy I have, leaving me even more exhausted than before. How can I feel this weak when I only just woke up? Trying to get my sluggish brain to cooperate, I take in our surroundings, searching for something, anything familiar to latch onto. But no matter how hard I try, I can't recall this place at all. I don't even know if this is real or dream. "Where are we?" I rasped, my voice sounding weak, almost foreign to me. I glanced around in a feverish haze, my mind swimming with 1,000 unanswered questions. The last clear memory I have is of, oh no, Shigaraki, white lava, vomit, blood, campfire. Wait. There's no trace of ashes or burnt wood here, no scent of wood smoke lingering in the air. Where was Shigaraki? What had just happened? Each thought jolted me into a heightened state of awareness, but with that clarity came a draining fatigue that weighed heavily on my limbs. I felt my energy ebbing away like sand through my fingers, and as the confusion set in deeper, I chose to hold my tongue and let Kachan break the silence, hoping he would fill in the blanks that felt so painfully empty in my mind. He jerks his chin toward the rushing stream a few meters away, its clear waters a stark relief against the chaos in my mind. Below the cliff, near the stream, I frowned, the words taking longer than usual to sink in. How had we escaped him? Was he still close behind us, lurking in the shadows? Exhaustion hung heavy on Kachan's face, Was that what had drained him? When my thoughts raced, trying to stitch together the fragments of our last moments, the last thing I remembered was a disorienting darkness. How had we found our way here? Kachan rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. Nah, I answered your question already, now you answer mine. Can you keep it down? He waved a small bottle of actordium extract in front of me, the contents swirling ominously. I nodded wearily, my body too drained to protest even as dread curled in my stomach. I knew the medicine would help with the infection, but did it really make a difference if the person was coughing up blood? That article had left so much unanswered. Gathering what little strength I had, I asked again, how did we get here? The words came out almost meekly, and I felt a flicker of anxiety. I carried you, moron. How else? Kachan's bluntness hit me like a wall. As the weight of his words sank in, a wave of guilt crashed over me, so heavy that it felt like I was being pulled under the surface of a dark ocean. My chest tightened, and I could feel the warmth of tears welling up in my eyes, blurring my vision. A lump formed in my throat as the reality of my situation bore down on me. Why didn't you just leave me? I sobbed, my voice muffled and shaky as hot tears streamed down my cheeks, wetting my hands that were trembling in front of my face. The shame of it all felt unbearable, and I fought against the urge to let the sobs break free. I've become such a burden. Can't he see it? How am I ever going to become a hero if I can't even stand on my own? What kind of hero am I? All the fear, the doubt, the endless questions swirling in my mind, merged into this one moment where I felt utterly lost. In a dark corner of my mind, I thought maybe he should have just abandoned me. I am a lost cause. An injured mess that would only hold him back. Completing the assignment is what matters the most right now, it is what he needs to focus on. Why is he still here with me? Why is he putting himself in danger for someone like me? I always wanted to be strong, to protect my friends and stand tall alongside them, but right now, I am just a hurdle in his path, a burden weighing him down. I'm so sorry, I choked out between sobs, each word laced with remorse. I am not leaving you behind, damn it, he roared. You might be a burden, but don't you ever fucking say I'm not strong enough to carry your sorry ass. I'm going to be the #1 hero, and I'll never leave a man behind. Not even a useless nerd like you. Got it? He flicked my forehead lightly, but his touch felt like it ignited a spark of hope. A weak, wobbly smile fought its way to my lips despite the darkness swirling around us. I opened my mouth to ask about my bag, my lifeline in this overwhelming chaos, but I oobled over in a violent coughing fit that racked my body, the pain snapping me back to reality. Kachan, unfazed and relentless, pressed a bottle to my lips. I took a few tentative sips, the hot weight soothing my raw throat like a gentle balm. Thanks, Kachan, I managed, my voice feeling a little stronger now as the warmth spread through me. I think I can walk on my own. You don't need to carry me anymore, I said, sheepishly, to reassure him as well as myself that I wouldn't be a burden for much longer. Shut the fuck up, he shot back, barely missing a beat. No one asked for your opinion. I'm not letting you slow us down even more. NYOU will follow my command. Remember, I couldn't help but smile at his antics and nodded, grateful for his stubbornness, even if it felt like a double-edged sword. Good, now hold still while I check your wound, he said, reaching for the bandage like it was only a minor inconvenience. Panic shot through me. No, I shouted, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. I can't let him see the wound, I am already coughing blood, and the skin around the stitches felt hot and inflamed. If he see that, he will know just how bad things really are, and I can't do that to him. I had promised him that I would start walking, that I wouldn't be a burden. Yet, here we are, he is the one carrying me. I scrambled for an excuse, my mind racing. No, wait, please, Kachan, I'm so tired. I don't want you poking at it again. The pain finally came down to a bearable level. Can't we just rest a bit longer, please? I pleaded with all the sincerity I could muster. TCH, fine. We'll take a short break, he relented, his voice lifting the heavy veil of anxiety just slightly. But you better not fucking die on me, you hear? I'll do my best, I replied with a sigh, the weight of exhaustion pulling at my eyelids. Minutes ticked by in a tense silence, filled with unspoken words and guarded thoughts. Finally, I mustered the courage to ask the question that had been gnawing at me. Kachan, where's my bag? I prompted, my voice weak but determined. When he didn't respond, I weakly grasped his arm, pulling him back to my reality. Kachan, my bag, where is it? His response came muffled. What? I pressed, my heart pounding. It was too damn heavy. Okay. He snapped, irritation flashing in his eyes. I couldn't lug around my pack, your useless body, and your bag. I had to ditch it. At his words, a rush of disbelief washed over me, constricting my chest like a vice. How could he do this? He knew how important that bag was to me, didn't he? In my bag was my lucky charm. The one thing that always gave me strength when I felt weak, my All Might figurine. And now, it was gone, cast aside because of him. Anger flickered in my heart, mingling with a deep sadness that threatened to drown me. Can I really blame him? I had been the one unconscious, helplessly draped over his shoulder, completely unable to carry my own weight. The realization G-wave, I can't hold this against him. Yet, I can't shake the urgency that surged within me. I need my bag. I would bring it back. I would find a way to make it right. I gathered what little strength I had and tried to push myself up. An unfamiliar energy surged through me at the thought of bringing back my lucky charm. But as I move, darkness swirls at the edge of my vision, creeping in like an unwelcome shadow, threatening to pull me under once more. My legs tremble beneath me, and I can feel the world tilting, blurring into a hazy miasma of fear and exhaustion. Kachan tried to push me back down, his hands pressing firmly against my shoulders. But I bat his hands away with a renewed urgency. My heart races, each beat echoing my resolve, drowning out the pain and the darkness threatening to swallow me whole. I have everything we need right here, he yells, gesturing to his own bag. What's so damn important that you're willing to kill yourself over it? You wouldn't understand. I need my bag. Just leave me alone. He never could see the value in things that weren't physically productive. The world tilted dangerously again, a barrage of dizziness threatening to pull me down. But before I could lose my balance completely, Kachan grabbed my hand, steadying me with a fierce grip. There was a flicker of concern in his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. Yeah, try me, tell you what. I looked in your precious bag, Deku. There was nothing important in there. So what are you hiding, huh? I want my lucky charm, my All Might figurine, you jerk. I shout, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. Hot tears streaming down my cheeks as I tried to convey the gravity of it all. Didn't he remember? How could he not understand? It wasn't just a stupid toy, it was the last one he gave me in our childhood before things took a turn for worse, when dreams felt so much closer. He looked at me as if I had lost my mind, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Are you serious right now? You're telling me a dumb action figure is more important than completing our assignment? Then your dream, he mocked, his tone sharp and dismissive. Yes, my voice boomed, raw and desperate. It's more than just a toy. It's a reminder, a symbol of our friendship. I could see the stunned expression on his face, and for an instant, I felt a flicker of triumph. Good, how could he forget that figurine? But as I tried to turn away from him, to stumble toward where I hoped I could find my bag, the ground seemed to sway and tilt beneath my feet. I blinked hard, trying to clear the spots dancing across my vision. But it was no use. A brutal wave of dizziness crashed over me and my knees buckled, no longer able to support my weight. I pitched forward helplessly as the unforgiving ground rushed up to meet me. The impact forced the air from my lungs in an agonized gasp that morphed into a fit of painful, rattling coughs. I felt his hands steadying me as I struggled to suck in a proper breath. The world fading in and out of focus. Use your head for once, you idiot nerd, Kachan said, his voice sharper now, slicing through the haze of pain. Was it truly a lucky charm at all? After all we survived, after all the near escapes, do you really believe that some dumb piece of plastic is what saved us? That we were just lucky? You almost. He stopped, his eyes flickering with a mix of frustration and something deeper, something sorrowful, something I couldn't quite understand. I wanted to retort, to unleash the storm of emotions raging inside me, but the look on his face silenced me. It's not just some dumb piece of plastic, Kachan, I began, my voice trembling slightly as I tried to convey the depth of my feelings. It's a symbol of our friendship. I paused, searching for the right words, my heart racing, of everything we used to be. Deku, that figurine, it's not some magic talisman, okay? It's not what's been keeping you alive out here. That's all you. Your strength, your determination, your annoyingly persistent will to survive. His voice is uncharacteristically soft, but a flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Did he really believe that? Or is he just saying those things to stop me from going back? Please, Kachan. I need that right now. My voice cracked as new tears spill over. Frustration danced across his features as he started pacing, ruffling his hair in that all too familiar way. Then, he crouched down in front of me, his intensity shifting. Then I'll get you a new one. A better one. My heart skipped a beat. Really? I gasped, disbelief washing over me. Am I still dreaming? Did he just say he would get me one? Was he genuinely willing to replace something so important to me? Thanks, Kachan, I murmured, not wanting to overthink it. I knew better than to press him for clarity. Asking again would probably be a bad decision. I didn't want to ruffle his feathers any more than I already had. I felt a swell of gratitude for this unexpected turn of events. Maybe getting injured had its perks after all. It opened doors I thought had long since closed. He raised an eyebrow, a playful scowl settling on his lips. What the hell are you thanking me for? For being a good friend, I replied, the sincerity shining through despite my nerves. If you say anything like that again, you're dead, he retorts, crossing his arms. And if you're as refreshed as you say, you'll have to stay awake. I don't want to get bored along the way. Now hop on, we have an assignment to complete. I noticed a brief wince flicker across his face before he turned away. Trying to mask the pain, I felt a rush of urgency. Just because I was struggling to move didn't mean he had to bear the burden alone. A spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, and I couldn't help but suggest, actually, I have a better idea. With excitement bubbling inside of me, I launched into my plan. What if you carry me and use your quirk to fly? That way, you won't have to put pressure on your leg, and we can cover a larger distance together. Kachan initially scoffed at the idea. Of course, when does he ever agree right away? But after a moment, he relented. His stubbornness yielding to my enthusiasm. As the wind whipped around us, I concentrated intently on maintaining our balance. But oh boy, the first time we took off was nothing short of a jolting catastrophe. The moment we launched into the air, the force threw my stitches into chaos. Ah, I cried out in pain, and in an instant, Kachan brought us spiraling back down to the ground, where we launched into a familiar argument. But I refused to give up. I'm fine, I just looked at the ground from above. It's okay, I will just stare at the back of your head. I lied because I am the problem. I need to keep my back straight and stiff to help us stabilize. The next attempt was slightly better, but then we decided to try again, this time with his bag slung over his front. Balancing was a disaster, and it felt like we were battling gravity itself. But, like every time, I came up with solutions. Each trial forced me to take about 15 minutes of rest, my body protesting loudly in pain. Thankfully, Kachan was right there, and our bickering served as a welcome distraction from the growing ache throbbing in my side and chest. After what felt like an eternity, I took a deep breath, gulped down some medicine, and announced, I'm ready to go. I even grabbed a cloth from his bag to muffle the coughs that were threatening to spill out as my chest tightened, making every inhale a challenge. So we soared into the sky once more, and for a moment, everything was going surprisingly well. A sudden cramp in my stomach ambushed me from nowhere. I doubled over in agony and cried out, our balance faltering dangerously as I felt sharp, hot pain slice through me, like a knife stabbing repeatedly into my insides. Kachan, I managed to choke out, desperation clawing at my throat. See, can we please, take a break? I heard him muttering a torrent of curses, but the words were lost on me, drowned out by the frenzied throbbing in my head. I felt a swift descent that made my heart race with both relief and dread. Thank goodness. With each passing second, it felt like I was suffocating, and my head was about to explode from the pressure building inside. Breathe. When we finally touched down, Kachan helped me lean against a nearby boulder. The moment I settled, a jolt raced through my body, causing me to cry out. The impact jarred my injuries, and I winced. But Kachan was right there, offering me a bottle of water. Taking a few quick sips calmed my stomach a little, providing a moment of comfort. However, when he waved the medicine bottles, I shook my head vehemently. Just the sight of those liquids made my stomach twist and roll, threatening to spill its contents right there. Thankfully, he recognized the look on my face and didn't push the issue. The throbbing in my head was a persistent, nagging pain, but just as I thought I might drown in it, Kachan broke the silence with an unexpected question. Do you have the latest limited edition All Might figurine battling Scrimpo? What? I blinked, taken aback by the randomness. But then the question began to sink in. Yes, I have it, I exclaimed, enthusiasm bubbling up despite the pain. I purchased it last week. It nearly cost me my kidneys. Hee. I quickly covered my mouth, but a fit of coughing escaped anyway, forcing me to turn away in an attempt to stifle it. Kachan replied. Oh, now I understood. He was trying to distract me from the pain, and despite the throbbing ache in my body, I felt a spark of gratitude for that. Do you have it? I ventured cautiously, still feeling fragile. No, I don't collect figurines. I'm not a kid anymore, he retorted, a hint of pride in his voice. But I do collect All Might flash cards. It's a hobby for grown-ups. Really? My curiosity piqued, excitement creeping back into my tone. How many have you collected so far? I have 56. Ha, I have 82. I beat you, he shot back, his chest puffing out with a hint of pride that only he could muster. Would you show them to me? I asked eagerly, my mind shifting from pain. No way am I going to let your filthy hands touch them, Kachan shot back, and those words struck a chord deep inside me. It stung more than any physical injury I was nursing. But I'll let you see them. Thanks, Kachan. I attempted to smile, but it faltered, twisting into a grimace instead. Deep down, I knew he'd never actually let me look at them. A wave of pressure built in my chest, rising and tightening painfully, and I can't quite tell if it is due to his jab or if something was horribly wrong with me. As the urge to cough surged again, I turn away, pressing my mouth against my hand. The coughs fight to escape, quick and shallow, desperate and breathless as I struggle to suppress them. Don't stifle it, Kachan urges. His tone softer than I expected. Hurts, I whine, the turbulence in my body overwhelming. I know, but you need to let it out, he insists, placing a steadying hand on my back. This time, I couldn't resist. Every instinct told me to obey because all I could think about was breathing. With a deep, shuddering breath, I finally relinquished control and let the coughs tumble from me. They erupted in a harsh, raspy cadence, each spasm jarring my body. The force of it seemed to siphon the very air from my lungs, collapses of desperate breaths rolling into one another. It felt as if time stretched and contorted with each jagged burst. My stomach tightened painfully with every cough, the constriction sending fresh waves of ache radiating outward. I felt like I was caught in a riptide, gasping for air while the shadows around me threatened to engulf me. I barely registered how long I was lost in the storm of my own making, gasping and wheezing, each cough leaving my throat raw and stinging. It felt almost eternal, like I was drowning in a flood of sound, unable to find my footing. In those frantic moments, I could sense the world blurring at the edges. Everything fading into an indistinct backdrop of shapes and colors. Finally, as if the fit had taken all its toll, the violent coughing subsided into a laborious wheeze. I lay there on the ground, utterly expended, my head swimming in a thick fog, as if I were floating far above the ground. My senses had begun to short-circuit, distant ringing sound echoed in my ears, and the world began to dim at the edges. Desperation coiled around my heart. I couldn't muster the strength to pull in a full breath, it was all I could do to grasp at the remnants of air. Each shallow gasp was a battle until I felt myself shift. Kachan's presence anchored me, his hand solid on my shoulders, a steady reminder that in the heart of this overwhelming sensation, I was not alone. Thanks for watching. Not long ago, followed by Heavy Rain's L.